What's down, family? It's your boy Slim South 504. Make sure y'all subscribe to Hoodie Jube. You heard me? Let's go.
What's up, folks? This is John Barnes, and you already know this shit more than a game, man. You also already know that it's NOLA versus all y'all. And you also know that it ain't YouTube if you ain't subscribed to my dog, Hoodie Jube. Come on, man, what are you waiting for? You already know. It's still Who Dat?
What up, family? This your boy DeRight, repping that Who Dat Nation all the way here in Florida. If it's YouTube, you gotta subscribe to my boy Hoodie Jube.
What's up, world? It's your boy Carlos Clayton. I'm the host of Uneducated Sports Talk. Subscribe to the big homie Hoodie Jube for everything New Orleans Saints. Who dat?
Hey, this your boy, Dog 17, the host of the Keeping It Real Who Dat Sports Podcast. Just want to remind y'all, go ahead and subscribe to my homie Hoodie Jube's channel. And like always, love.
What's good, guys? My name is Zach.
And I'm Nonfiction, and we are Real Fan Sports.
And you need to stop what you're doing right now. Hit that subscribe button and subscribe to your boy, Hoodie Jube.
Hoodie Jube.
Yeah.
What's good, Who Dat Nation, man? I hope everybody's having an amazing Sunday, because guess what? Your boy Hoodie Jube is having an amazing weekend, and I'm having a good Sunday as well. But guess what? It's time to talk some damn Saints football, and today's topic, we're going to basically be talking about, is Coach Dennis Allen, is he being overlooked by a lot of fans and by a lot of people, or a lot of people overlooking, his talent, maybe as a head coach? So guess what? We're about to cover that, go over this. So I need y'all to grab a drink, grab some popcorn, and let's talk some Saints football, baby.
You can't see us, I Saints going to the Super Bowl, talking black and gold. Cameron Jordan on the field, about to take a QB soul. Ever Kamara break a tackle, so you know he bold. Mike Thomas catching everything, so you know he cold. We talking Pyromatic, we talking Marcus May. We in the backfield, we gon' make them pay. Them boys hitting hard, they need an X-ray. Yeah. We talking black and gold. 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 Straight to the Super Bowl. Your time is up. Our time is now. Say Hoodie, you can't see us. Our time is now. Woo. Hoodie Jube in the building. We shining now. We shining. You can't see us. Our time is now. You heard me? Your time is up. Our time is now. Woo. You can't see us. Our time is now. Say Hoodie, Hoodie Jube in the building. We shining.
Here he is, Hoodie Jube.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Hoodie Jube, and we are back with another live podcast. And for those who don't know, y'all will know there's no YouTube without your boy Hoodie Jube, y'all. Hey, I'm ready to dig into this, baby. I'm ready to dig into this topic. Is Dennis Allen being overlooked? We're about to talk about this. But before we get into it, man, let's give a special shout out to everybody that is here so far, that is watching on in the stream. By the way, shout out to everybody that's watching from Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube as well. So shout out to everybody. Also, make sure y'all drop a like on this video as well as y'all are watching this. I see St. John Butler in the building. Who dat to ya? We got Jerry the O freaking G in the building. Who dat to ya? We got Neville Lewis in the building. Who dat to ya? We got Coverton. Who dat to you? We got Miss Dana in the building. Who dat to you? We got Edward Green in the building. Who dat to you, Edward Green? Who else we got up in this thing? We got Tim Dunn in the building. Who dat to you, Tim? Who dat? Who else we got up in this thing? Hurricane Mike in the building. Who dat to you, Hurricane Mike? We got the post game in the building. Who dat to you, post game? What else we got up in this thing? That's about it for about right now. But shout out to everybody else that's watching around as y'all tuning on in. I'm gonna try to give y'all some shout outs as y'all posting stuff in the comments. By the way, if you are watching from the Twitch side or you're watching from Twitter as well, just click the link and go search up Pretty Jube, on YouTube, and come and give me a sub over here on YouTube as well as we try to grow this YouTube channel. So come hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and also I'd like to tell everybody, make sure y'all turn your notifications on so y'all don't miss out on any of the great videos or live podcasts that we do on this channel. Now, the topic is Dennis Allen being overlooked? Well, I did some research, looking at, other head coaches, how they start off as a head coach, where they started at, how good their situation was, stuff like that. And then I'm looking at the Dennis Allen situation, when he started off as a head coach, and then where he's at now. So I wanted to see, the comparisons between him and other coaches, and every coach is differently, every coach will coach their team differently, will act a different way, certain stuff. But I also wanted to see what these people's record was like compared to Dennis Allen, and is Dennis Allen one of those coaches that we just all overlooking, but just because we mad at him for a few things that he did. So we'll see. But we're about to dig into it now. But shout out to everybody. I do see Don in there as well. Who that to you, Don? Shout out to everybody that is popping in here. But let's get started, man. Let's get started on this topic. Is Dennis Allen being overlooked? Here we go. And these are two coaches that I wanted to compare him to and to show you some things. So number one coach I really want to compare him to was a guy like Bill Belichick, right? Because Bill Belichick was never to me an offensive minded type of coach. I always remember Bill Belichick always having a great defense. He was always that defensive minded coach that always kept a good defense for, Tom Brady and his offense. So knowing a guy like Bill Belichick, I wanted y'all to see his record when he first started as a head coach, which was with the Cleveland Browns. When he was a head coach for the first time with the Cleveland Browns, his record for 5 seasons with them was a 36 for 44 record. In his year one as a head coach, he went 6-10. Then he went 7-9, went 7-9 again, had 11-5 season, and then they fell to a 5-11. So him as a Cleveland Brown didn't have a winning record as a head coach back then when he was coaching there, and it was, I think, for what's his name, for Dennis Allen, I believe his record was 8 for 28 out of 3 seasons. No, 2 seasons with the Raiders, going 4-12 for each one. So my bad. Did I say freaking 8 for 28? 8 for 24. My bad. As a head coach with the Raiders. So both coaches didn't have a winning record. Then what happened to Bill Belichick? Well, Bill Belichick got accepted to go coach and be a head coach for the Patriots. Comes into the Patriots, and then what happens? He goes 5-11 in his first year again. Then after that, 11-5, 9-7, 14-2, 14-2, and you know the history from there. Him and Tom Brady going on win streaks, going to win Super Bowls. Win 6 Super Bowls together. So just think of that. About looking at Bill Belichick, how he started off as a head coach with a shitty organization in the Cleveland Browns, wasn't good, had a losing record, came here year one with the Patriots, had a shitty record, and then after that, him and Tom Brady basically just took off, and him and Tom Brady literally made history together, because Bill Belichick was just a great defensive coordinator type of guy, keep his defense in check, always had at least a top 10 defense, and then Brady just took off from there. That's why they call Tom Brady, one of the GOATs of all time, if not the GOAT, of the NFL. So looking at Bill Belichick, man, he finished his record, so far as a head coach with the New England Patriots with 266 wins, 121 losses as a head coach with the Patriots, which is not bad at all. That's a really great winning record. And to come out with 6 Super Bowls as well is an amazing, thing. But like I said, you go back to the Browns days. He didn't look that good with the Browns. 6-10, 7-9, 7-9, 11-5 was his good year in year four, and then 5-11 for the Cleveland Browns. Look at that. So 36-44 record. So then I looked at all this and I said, okay. So Bill Belichick started off slow. Dennis Allen started off slow. Also, Dennis Allen had probably the worst team you could possibly have with the damn Raiders, especially with a Jamarcus Russell at quarterback in year one, which was, oh my God, probably the biggest bust quarterback ever to go in the first round, probably. It was terrible. So for a guy like that, he finished with his record of 8-24 as a head coach. Dennis Allen did, right? So then another coach I was thinking about. I said, who's another good coach that struggled, that did good, but also that we all respect, but also struggled too? Well, we all know who that is. He was a head coach for the New Orleans Saints, man, and that was Mr. Sean Payton. And this was his record as the New Orleans Saints head coach. Came in 2006, got us to 10-6. Next year after that, had a 7-9. Year after that, 8-8. Everybody remembers the 2009 season, Super Bowl 13-3 man year. Then after that, we went 11-5, 13-3, 11-5, and this was with us, still having some of our Super Bowl pieces left, still having our good team. And then after the 2013 season, that's when we basically kind of just lost it with our defense. Like, didn't really have a good defense at all. And you saw what Sean Payton and them did between that 2014 through 16 season. You saw what we did with Sean Payton, right? We were scoring 30, 40 points on the board, but still losing, and had a 79 record 3 years straight in a row, just because the defense was just so damn bad. You just couldn't even, stop nobody's offense. Like, we was literally scoring 40 points, but losing 45-40, whatever. It was just like insane shit. I know the Who That Nation remember this damn shit. And then after that, you finally brought in a guy like Dennis Allen to help you with the defensive side, and it boosted us right back up to the win columns with 11-5, 13-3, 13-3, 12-4, and then his last season as a head coach with us was 9-8, right? So it shows you, and this is how I look at the coaching, comparisons. So you've seen Bill Belichick struggled in his first 5 seasons, as a head coach with the Browns, lost his job, went to the Patriots, struggled in his first year with the new team, and then after that, it was just history with him and Tom Brady, right? Well, Sean Payton came in, had a winning season, had two, losing seasons, then went to the Super Bowl, had some good winning seasons with that Super Bowl team, kind of left there. And then once he lost that defense, especially the defensive coordinators and stuff like that, and it wasn't working anymore, he had no defense. So what happened to the offensive minded head coach that, we loved as our head coach? The dude went 3 straight seasons, 7-9, just because he didn't have a defense. And that's the same thing I'm trying to say, is that once he got Dennis Allen in the building, who was a great defensive coordinator, we started getting our wins up again, right? That's the same way I'm looking at this guy now, which is our head coach, Dennis Allen. This is how I'm looking at it. So his record as a New Orleans Saints coach for the past 2 seasons is a 16-18. Like I said, his record before that, before he came here with the Oakland, like I said, remember that Oakland Raiders had the worst team possible that he was coaching. He was coaching the worst team at the time with a 4-12 back-to-back season. So 8 for 24 as a head coach with them, right? And then went 0-4. So that's where the 0-28, and then he got fired in that. So he didn't really coach for 3 seasons. It was 2 and 4 games. So 2 seasons and 4 games. Started off there, right? Then he comes to the New Orleans Saints, helped our defense rise, helped us get back on the level that we needed to for our defense. And, bullshit happened, in between those seasons, no call penalty to stop us from making it to the Super Bowl. Miracle, Minnesota Miracle, Minnesota push off, all kind of shit that was just bullshit. But at the end of the day, we should have had at least another Super Bowl win, with the good head coach of Sean Payton, with him being that offensive minded guy, and the great defensive guy that Dennis Allen was, right? So then Sean Payton decides to leave, and what happens? Now you here with Dennis Allen as your head coach for the 2022 and 2023 season. Well, let's see how he did. He went 7-10, right? In his first year. So if you look at it, he went from a 4-win team to a 7-10 win team. He made improvement. Nice. Last year, went 9-8. He improved, got 2 more wins. Matter of fact, both seasons that he was the head coach, his starting quarterback got hurt. Jameis Winston got hurt. Derek Carr got hurt. Both years. Both of his starting quarterbacks got hurt. Still did pretty damn good on defense. Just sometimes when your offense ain't rolling and you're just greening out, greening out, greening out, your offense is so predictable. They know what the hell you're doing, and you're easy to stop. You're going to hit those 3 and outs a lot. Your defense is back on the field. the defense is getting tired. So the defense try to do what they do to win games just because the offense was just not good. So, like I said, for a guy to go from a 4-win team with one of the worst teams, by the way, in the history of football, probably the worst team ever, to come out with wins, with this 4 wins each season, then went to be a defensive coordinator with a good head coach and Sean Payton, and to finally get another shot and actually upgrading his stuff by his wins by almost double by each time. So he went up 7-10, and then he went 9-8. So he added 2 more wins that season, especially with all the bullshit we were dealing with. It's pretty damn, impressive. Now, the stuff that a lot of Saints fans don't like about Dennis Allen and was not impressed with him was him apologizing to the Falcons. When you scoring up the board, man, at the end of the game, who gives a shit, right? That's the Falcons. Who gives a damn about that, right? That's your rivalry team. Score as many points. If they couldn't stop you, that's their fault, right? That's their fault for not stopping you. It's a sports game, it's supposed to score. So if you didn't want to see the points go up, then you should have stopped us. I mean, that's how I see it, right? But that was one part. Some other part they don't like about him is the way he does interviews sometimes. Right, he might throw people under the bus, stuff like that, try to protect certain players. Which is, Dennis Allen, you should not be doing that. As a head coach, you should be supporting everybody that's on your team. You should not be throwing nobody on the bus. If you want to have a good chemistry with your team, if you feel like they, you know, being bad or something like that and having bad chemistry, just do that behind the scenes between y'all two and try to work stuff out instead of just throwing people under the bus, and only protecting certain players, because that makes you not look good, and that's why a lot of Saints fans are pissy with you. But at the same time, I'm keeping my eyes open because I know that you are a great defensive coordinator. You're a great defensive type of coach. It's hard to find a head coach in this league that's so good at defense and so good at offense. That knows how to do both. Most of the time these head coaches are just good at one thing. Um, like when you look at all these head coaches, man, like Andy Reid, he is a great offensive play caller, man, and that's why the Kansas City Chiefs keeps winning the Super Bowls and keep winning games because their offense is really hard to stop, and they have a pretty good defense to help them, win games. Other players, like other coaches that you have, Sean Payton. He's an offensive minded guy. And I showed you the record with Sean Payton right here. When he didn't have a defense, man, 7-9, 7-9, 7-9. It's what happens when you don't have a defense with you, but you're good at offense. So it shows you that around the league that a coach can be a really good head coach, but if they don't have the pieces around them, that help them with something that's like their weakness. So like Dennis Allen's weakness is offense because he is a defensive guy. So bringing in an offensive guy like Clint Kubiak, I think that's going to help us tremendously, and it's going to help boost us with more wins. And why I say that, because it's been proven around the league. You just got to find somebody that knows what they're doing at that position to help you boost your wins to where you're not being negative on one side but positive on the other side, just like Sean Payton and them. You was positive on offense, but your defense was so ass. You went 7-9, 7-9, 7-9. Like, yeah, the offense won the games for you sometimes, but they were close games just because your defense was booty cheeks. But then what happened? You went and got a guy named Dennis Allen that helped you out with that. And that's why I'm saying with Dennis Allen being a really great defensive coach, all we need is a good offensive guy, and bringing a guy like Clint Kubiak in here, who him and his dad and the Hands, they all basically share the same type of offense, just a little different, but they all run basically the same. It's been running in the NFL for years, and it's been working for years, and everybody loves playing in that type of offense. And remember, the last time Clint Kubiak did coach. He was the offensive coordinator for the Vikings. Kirk Cousins had 4,300 yards that season. Dalvin Cook had 1,300 yards, and Justin Jefferson had 1,700 receiving yards. So he knows what he's doing. He knows how to get the balls in his playmaker's hands. He knows how to move that offense. He knows how to score as well. Now, to bring in a guy like him that's going to help all your playmakers out, help you get the ball down the field, help you get in the end zone more, is going to help boost up some wins because you already know Coach Allen is going to do what he's got to do on the defensive side. Now we get in our offensive side piece, that's going to help us out. Now everybody is worried about the offensive line, but the offensive line, I feel like is gonna look better just because of the offensive scheme that we're gonna have. It's gonna help them look a lot better than what they should be looking right. Um, just because I feel like the scheme that's going to help him because we're going to try to get the ball out quick. We're going to try to be more of a running team. We're going to try to be more of a play action, motion type of team to confuse people. And they're going to be moving around quick and all that. So it's going to be a very fun offense to watch this year. So if people's going to ask me and I answer the question that's on the thumbnail, if the thing says, are the New Orleans Saints, like, are people overlooking Dennis Allen? I would say, yeah, I think some people are overlooking him. Some people from the beginning, when we first hired him, he went 4-12, 2 seasons in a row with the Raiders, man. Yeah, one of the worst teams. Look at Bill Belichick's. Look how he started off as a head coach, 36-44. Then came up, boom, became a good head coach with Tom Brady, and boom, they took off ever since, right? So I try to tell people I do think, as a Saints fan, I do think Dennis Allen gets overlooked and gets a lot of hate because some of the dumb shit he did before. Like I said, you don't apologize to a rivalry team. And guess what? He can fix that. He might notice now next year, screw them, they're a rivalry. I got to score. I got to put the points up because my team and my fans want to see us destroy our rivalry team. That's something that he can fix. He can also work on talking for interviews, and dealing with his situations behind the scenes, like the Lattimore situation. There was all these rumors about Lattimore probably going to get traded. Lattimore is going to be this and that. He's not liking this and that. Well, guess what? Dennis Allen had a talk with him. We didn't even know that he had this talk. They just told us a few days ago, that 2 or 3 weeks ago, that they had a conversations and there was a positive and that they wanted to move forward and not planning on trading him. That's what you need to do. Do it behind the scenes. Well, we don't even know. Keep it between y'all, and y'all fix y'all problems. I think if Dennis Allen can just do those few things, don't sound stupid. Don't say, "Oh, well, let them do what they doing." No, no. Just to be honest. Hey, they play like shit today. Just be honest. Handle your own problems with your players behind the scenes. Stop trying to give it out to the media and try to throw people under the bus. Don't do that shit. Keep it between y'all, and your healthy relationship is gonna be a lot better. And also, just do another thing. Like I said, just don't apologize to the damn rivalry team. Just don't apologize to them. Run the score up when we play the Falcons. Run the score up when we play the Bucks. Run the score up when we play the Panthers. Do all of that and do your job as a head coach where you know where you're good at as a defensive coordinator. Do that. Get that defense up there. Keep everybody in check. Make sure everybody's good. And let Clint Kubiak do his thing. And you start getting in those win columns. You might start winning your fan bases back. But if you ask me that question, is he being overlooked? I say, yeah, a lot of people are overlooking him just because of the hate that they have for him because of those small things that he have done. But people don't see the progress of him going from a 4-win coach a season to a 7-win, now to a 9-win last year. And who said he can't get better now? Now that he's going to have a way better offense to help his defense and out to where his defense that is already good don't have to go on the field every 3-and-out, 3-and-out, 3-and-out. So yes, that would be my question. Is he been overlooked? I say yes. And that's how I explain these things. Like I said, there's so many different scenarios that you can grow at. You can say some coaches are better just because the way they handle this shit. Cool. But people learn, people grow. And I think Dennis Allen, from his first thing with the team with the Raiders to now, has definitely learned a lot more than what he was first as a head coach, because he look at his wins percentage, right? It's going up. And like I said, last year he gained 2 more wins than what he did, and he had a winning record for the first time as a head coach, 9-8. And I think with bringing in a guy that knows his offense, it's just going to help boost up the wins and all that. And like I said, it's going to keep your defense off the field, which is going to make them stay healthier and be less tired on the field, which is going to help them play better because your offense won't be 3-and-out, 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 because Clint Kubiak offense ain't going 3-and-out. I guarantee you that. They're not going 3-and-out every damn shit play because, like I said, the way they running shit, people are going to be so confused on defense. They're not going to know what the Saints are running. And they got to respect that now. You got to study the defense. You can't just be like, well, we're playing the Saints today. We already know what's going to do. We already know what Pete Carmichael's going to run. You can't do that anymore. So, like I said, I answered the question. Yes, I feel like a lot of people overlook him because of hate. Other people could have different opinions, right? By the way, I had my thing closed over here in my comments, so I didn't get to see everybody's comment. It says I got 32 plus comments that came on through. So sorry about that, y'all, as I was explaining everything. Let me put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to hop on you're more than welcome to come hop on and talk with me. Let me put that and let me scroll back to the damn top where I left off earlier. Let me see. Where did I leave off earlier? Because it says 32 goddamn comments. Hold on, boy. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So this is where Don and stuff. Okay, yeah, I seen Don. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So Covington, I'm gonna read some comments while I got the link in there for y'all. Covington said, "My hatred of Allen is personal. I might be the only person who dislike him from not giving him Winston a fair try." Yeah, a lot of people. You're not the only one, Covington. A lot of people didn't like that. Giving Jameis Winston his shot back. Because he was hurt. You kept him out. And then when he said he was good to come back in, you never gave him the shot back. Yeah, a lot of people was pissed off about that as well. Trust me, I'm mad at that. Y'all knew I was one of the biggest Jameis Winston supporter too. And I was pissed off having to see a goddamn Andy Dalton play. That's some other stuff he can fix too. Like I said, people learn from their mistakes. And I think he can do that. But like I said, to go from a 4-win team to a 7-win team to a 9-win team, he's getting better. And now that you team is finally going to have an upgrade too on offense, I don't see why not Dennis Allen and them can't win as a team. You finally getting somebody that's going to help you out on a side that you're the weakest at. And you're the weakest at offense because it was just so damn predictable and so terrible. Now you're getting an upgrade at that, and you already know that Dennis Allen is a good defensive coordinator. You know he's a good defensive coach. So you know your defense is going to be there already. You just second guessing how this offense is going to be. And guess what? Now you don't have to worry about no predictable running the same shit over and over with a Pete Carmichael, right? You get to see a guy like Clint Kubiak who proven and who his parents, his dad, who the Santa hands and all of them proven that their offense can work. So that's why I said I do have some hope for this team. And I do have hope for Dennis Allen. The only thing is, can he change his ways? Yes, people can change. People can look at the shit that they getting. They can see all the hate they get on Twitter and can probably learn from those mistakes and say, okay, look, I know that's my rival team. I should have never fucking apologized. I should have never did that dumb shit. That's what they should have did. We'll see. We will see this season how he reacts, right? Let's see. Jerry said, exactly. I've been saying this for 2 years about that. Let's see. Dana said, I don't think he's been overlooked. He hasn't shown anything to believe in. Well, it just depends on what you're trying to look in. You already know he's a good defensive coach. Just like Sean Payton. He won a Super Bowl for us, had a good team, all around team. Once he lost that defense, he fell down. 7-9, 7-9, 7-9. And what proved us to go back up into the playoffs and stuff and having that one column again? Bringing in a guy like Dennis Allen who knows his job at defensive. He's a good defensive coach. Same thing. So that's the only thing that I would like to argue with people. Is like you're saying he haven't been proven yet. But, he finally proved y'all last year that he finally had a winning season. He was just one win away from making the playoffs because the other team tied with us and they beat us in the tiebreaker in our division. So he did have a winning season. And I feel like he can prove us with a better offensive scheme now, a better offense that's going to help us out. But that's just my opinion. Not everybody's going to agree, though. Tim Dunn said coaching gets easier when you start filming opponents' practices. Okay. So we need to go cheat. So you tell them we're going to go film some other people's practices and start cheating. I don't mind doing that. Hey, the Saints want to hire me. I'll do it all day, every day, man. I will do it all day, every day. What up, Rose City? I see you in the chat, my brother. Who that? Let's give a shout out to everybody else that's up in here, too, that popped in later on. My boy No Cat No Filters. What's up, my brother? He said, here come these numbers and stats and excuses to sway a narrative, laugh aloud. If this guy was Falcons head coach, he won't get this grace at all and would be rightfully deemed as trash, laugh aloud. Black and gold goggles is Google's? Oh, probably goggles is real. It's not numbers and stats, my brother. I'm just proving everybody wrong, and I know you mad about it. I know you don't like it. You're more than welcome to come on here and argue with me. The link is in the chat. Come on. You're more than welcome to come argue with me, but I'm just throwing facts at you. Every head coach that was great didn't start off just great. Bill Belichick, 6 Super Bowl wins. Look how he started off. He started off shit. Went to the Patriots, started off shit in year 1 with the Patriots. After that, him and Tom Brady took off. You just needed somebody to help him out. Sean Payton. Proof. Won. First good season. Lost. Super Bowl. Good. You lost your defense. Went shit. Because why? You didn't have the strongness that you needed because you was weak on one side. Where's Dennis Allen been? He was on the shittiest organization. 4-12. Okay. Comes to New Orleans. does good as a defensive coordinator. He gets a starting job again as a head coach. What happens? Goes 7-10, 9-8. Did he not lose his starting quarterback both seasons? Yeah. Was the offense shitty and predictable all season long? So we're going 3-out and the defense was playing all game? Yeah. I'm just spitting out facts. At the end of the day, my boy, no cap, I already know. You don't like Dennis Allen. You already told me. You already had good arguments on Twitter about it. We know you don't like him. It's good. I understand. You don't like him. I understand that. When you don't like somebody, you're not gonna, want to support them and like that. Like I said, my foot ain't all the way in yet with Dennis Allen. But I'm just looking at the positive shit, and I'm looking at shit that happened. Some coaches, like I said, Bill Belichick started off bad, became good. Same shit with Dennis Allen. He started off real shit with the Raiders, but look at him now. He's getting more wins every year. And this is with bullshit that the Saints got to deal with every year too. Injuries and shit. Just imagine if we can just have a healthy season with a good offensive coordinator, which is Clint Kubiak, and the defense that we have. And you telling me we can't be a winning team just because Dennis Allen and Derek Carr is here? No, I don't see it like that. I don't see it like that. Because if we had Carr and Allen last year and went 9-8, why can't we go win more games with a better offense now? What's different? I don't know. And by the way, I love what I'm hearing so far from all those Saints reporters out there saying about um, asking Derek Carr, questions about the offense, the new offense, and stuff like that, and how Derek Carr came out and responded and was saying he feels like this offense he can learn and it's a lot better. Like he's ahead of schedule on learning that playbook than when he was here when he first switched here to the New Orleans Saints. He was trying to learn our playbook, trying to find a place to live, trying to find everything. So he feels like he's way ahead of schedule on this one. He loves the new playbook and all that as well. So that's something else that I'm really liking, and it's kind of like making me feel good about that as well. By the way, we do have some people waiting in the back, so I'm gonna bring them on real quick. We got the post game. How you doing, post game?
I'm doing good, boss. How we doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Sunday. I mean, I know it's not NFL Sunday yet, but hey, we gotta get ready for it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I got a couple of things to say,
Mm-hmm.
and
Go ahead.
I'm not going to take your time. But when I think the question is like, is he being overlooked? No, he's not being overlooked. For one, when the Bill Belichick argument, like Bill Belichick inherited the Cleveland Browns. The Browns have never been good, plain and simple. That's a bad football team. He was very young at that point in his coaching career, and I think that when you look at it, that's the reason for his failure, not because of his coaching ability. Granted, his second time around, he got Tom Brady. Yes, I'm all there for that.
Tom Brady
DA
shit.
did not inherit a bad team. This New Orleans Saints football team was not bad when he got it. That team should have went into the playoffs at least, and they should have been a lot better than what they were. When I
What about
think
the Raiders though? What about the Raiders though?
Okay, yes, Raiders are
The Raiders
awful.
didn't.
They're on par of like the Browns. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, because I was saying that's how he started off. That's what the comparison that I was trying to get out to
Oh
people
yeah,
was
but I mean, if you look at
because
it,
they both started off at terrible organization. They both didn't look
yeah,
like head coaches that was going to win, and then when they came to their new teams, you seen Bill Belichick first year 5-11 with the
yeah.
Patriots, and then after that it just took off with time. Same thing I feel like with Dennis Allen. He finally got a second shot. Yeah, he had a good roster, right? He had a good team, but when you really look at it in that last season, with the first season when he went 7-10, his starting quarterback was Jameis Winston, right? That's who he wanted. That's who he went in as your starting quarterback because that was the Sean Payton experience. That's what Sean Payton wanted. And I love Jameis Winston too. I was a big supporter of him. What happened? He got hurt in the first two games. Got hurt. They finally decided to take him out. I think after week 3, and then ever since then, the thing just went downhill, and you finished 7-10. But you still got to look at it. He still got more wins than he ever did as a head coach, right? It was almost the same amount of wins as a head coach in 2 or 3
So
seasons,
so what
which was the
happens?
soccer.
What happens if he gets 9 wins this season, 10 wins
It,
this season?
if it gets 9 or 10 wins, well, it just depends on the circumstance. You just kind of got to see what goes down that season. If it's just terrible coaching, like where you see Clint Kubiak and them athletes scoring, but now it's the defensive side just looking bad. The team's just not looking like they on. Like they look like the locker room is being lost, and it's just all together just looking terrible. Then
So
what the real situation was, because like A lot of
Yeah.
people hate the only reason why I say this. A lot of people hate Dennis Allen, because they thought about the locker room shit, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Me.
look at them scoring on the Falcons. They don't even listen to head coach. They don't like them. But then you listen to all these interviews with your big leaders like Demario Davis, Cam Jordan. You listen to the Tyrann Matthew. They all supporting Dennis Allen, saying they like him. He's one of the best coaches they ever played for, especially on the
Well, so here's
defensive
the
side.
thing. So if you look at it, they do what DA does not do. Like that's what DA should be doing for them, but he doesn't do that. He just throws people under the bus for one. And I think you're separating DA and like placing him in a corner as just like the defense coordinator. He's the head coach. No matter offense or defense, he needs to be there to unite the entire football team. That's his job. And so I feel like he's failed on that front because offensively, obviously, yes, he doesn't coach offense, but when it comes to the big decisions, he has to be there to make them. When it comes to keeping the locker room together, he has to be there to make them. I think when you look at the offensive players, you look at Derek Carr, or you look at Chris Olave or Alvin Kamara, that team, granted, and a lot of this was Carmichael's fault. But when you look at a lot of these players are not happy with Dennis Allen because he is a bad head coach. Defense coordinator, knock yourself out. You can do that job all day long. But when it comes to head coach, he's not a good head coach. That's what it's been like forever. He's just not it. And I think after this season, we're going to see him crumble in the spotlight and hopefully get fired. I hope he gets fired towards the end of the season. If the Saints get 12 wins this year, I will come on your pod and I will completely take all this back. But until that
Hey,
point
it's good.
happens,
That's good.
it's,
I would
it's
like you
just
to
not
come
going to
on.
happen. It's just not going to happen.
It's okay because I do have a bet with my boy No Cap that's in the chat right now too. Me and him made a bet on Twitter. Me and him was talking back and forth, and our bet was if my team, my New Orleans Saints get 12 wins, with under Dennis Allen, he's gonna buy me lunch. If we don't reach 12 wins, because he don't believe it, he thinks I think he said his prediction was 8 wins.
Bro, I'll buy you
I think.
lunch too if we get 12 wins this season.
Hey, I'll take it, man. I might be eating 2 lunches at the same time while y'all
I got
talking to me.
I
Hey,
can do whatever you want.
because this is why I want to ask you, while you're on it, because I know you got your own, post game channel and you're a Saints fan as well, right?
Yes.
But this is my thing is, how many head coaches can you really name right now out there that are so good at both defense and offense that is just like that good?
Well, no. But that's not that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that yes, every single head coach is either a defensive minded or offensive minded. I'm not saying that they should be both. I'm saying that when it comes to being the team, they are rally around his entire team. Look at Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia. His offense and defense both love him, plain and simple. Look at Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. Offense and defense both love him because he unites the team. Look at Baltimore with Jim Harbaugh, both offense and defense as well. Like that's what it is. Look at Dan Campbell. I made this point last time I was on the pod. Offense, defense, city, country, state. Everybody's around Dan Campbell. Everyone loved D'Amico Ryans in Houston. I just named 4 of them right there. Andy Reid in Kansas City. That is what these teams are doing. That is what's the kid's name in Miami? All of these guys,
Tua?
offensively and defensively, their team is behind them. Their
Mike
team is
McDaniels.
behind them. But for DA, that's just not how that works. Last season, we saw that's not how that works. And so
Well,
that's just my
well,
opinion.
let me ask you a question too, then, about this too, because I can kind of react with this. Because you're seeing the big leaders, right? Tyrann Matthews, Demaro and all them sticking up for Dennis Allen, saying he's a
Sure.
good coach, and all that. But like if you was an offensive player, right? Let's say you was, the quarterback or the running back. Let's say you was Kamara.
Sure.
Would you be supporting your head coach a lot too if you're not happy either and it's not really his fault, it's really the offensive style that you have and
Listen,
you didn't like the play style. It's like you're not getting the touches, you're not getting the right plays. Be literally predictable. Like I want to be happy either on offense. You hear the defensive side, they all happy with him. They like him because that's what he's good at. The defensive side. Maybe as a like you're saying as a full head coach, yeah, because he's not really that offensive guy. But at the same time, I think with a good offensive guy like Clint Kubat, who's going to help this offense get back to schedule, I think everybody's going to see the real side of the Saints and
yeah.
be happy because you're good on both sides. You're not just limited on one side and
Yeah.
everybody being tight. I think it's going to be a better season. So that's why I always ask people,
I
how do
agree.
people just think we can't get, wins? Like I said, yeah, we did play shitty people last year. People got hurt. But guess what? We were playing people hurt too. They're acting like we the only team that was just healthy. We wasn't healthy. We're playing with a lot of bullshit. We're playing with play callers who were predictable. And I said, if we still pulled off 9 wins, who said we can't win 9 or more games again this year with a better offense and a defense? Because like I said, as I said it last year, when you don't have an offense and you're going three and out, I don't give a damn how good your defense is. You're gonna eventually get tired as
I'm
shit.
sorry.
You're gonna get tired and your defense not gonna look the same. So I feel like with a good offense, that's gonna keep that momentum and gonna, like I said, I'm gonna predict it now. Like this is just me predicting because I me watching Clint Kubiak's offense and been studying it and seeing how their and Shanahan offense actually work. I will say our offense should be ranked 5 to 10 more spots than what we were last year. I said we're gonna get boosted up at least 5 to 10 rankings in
Where do
offensive
we? Do
ranking
you know
this
where
year.
we finished last season?
Last year, I don't know the exact, but I was using the excuse as 25, but I think we was like below 25 to be honest. I
Yeah,
think we was in
I
like
think
the 30s,
that sounds pretty
almost in
close.
the 30s, like high 20s, maybe 30s. But there's only 32 teams, so
Yeah.
there were some teams a little bit worse than us. But still, I think we're gonna move up 5 to 10 spots. I think our offense is gonna maybe move into the top 15, top 20.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
offense.
excuse me.
I agree. I think we should definitely be 20 and above this season when it comes to offensive ranking. But I think my main problem with DA is that like, and to go home on your on your big point of like, these guys aren't like out in the media bashing DA because that's not how the NFL works. I mean, unless you're Antonio Brown or someone psycho, like you're not gonna go out and kill your head coach
AB.
at a press conference. That's just not how that works. And
And that
so
being
I
said,
just
yeah.
think I think like at the end of the day, if DA can come out and we can contend for the division, because I don't even see us. Okay, truthfully, like my optimism says we can contend for the division, but
Mhm.
because of the situation that we are in with DA and I think Derek Carr, in my opinion, I love the new OC we got that has coming in, but I think the accountability and leadership that DA and Derek Carr showed last season probably hurt the team and for the next 2 years and while they're there, in my opinion. I think looking at those press conferences last year, looking at some of the things that happened on and off the field, I don't think I've ever seen the Saints team not as connected as this season. And
Yeah,
so I don't know.
and
That's just
and,
my
and to
opinion.
be honest with you too, I'm gonna say it just like everybody else was saying it. I don't think Dennis Allen is one of gonna be, the greatest head coach. He's not a Bill Belichick. He's not gonna be the Sean Payton guy. That's gonna be like the Dan Campbell, like how he's just like all hyped all around.
Yeah.
Guy seems more like the quiet guy kind of a coach. You don't hear him yelling as much. Or getting mad at his people, which you think he should be. As a head coach, you should keep your people in check. If they doing something wrong, let them know. Which is terrible. But I think that's where um, he can definitely learn as a head coach because he's getting all the hate right now, right? On Twitter, everything. He sees it. So him as a head coach, he just needs to change a few things. Hold people accountable. Don't be a little bitch about it. Don't try to protect just one or two people, right? Who you like. Don't do that. Hold the whole team accountable if they're doing something wrong. And I think all you got to do is just stop apologizing for bullshit. Like we said, the Falcons. That's your rivalry team, dude. This is the NFL. They don't give a shit. I mean, you saw what the Dolphins did last year in one of those games where they had 70 something points on somebody. Did they apologize? No, they didn't give a damn, right? Because it's the
Yeah,
NFL. You got to
yeah,
stop.
that's a valid
So
point
like,
right
so
there.
like, if you just do those, if you can just fix those few things, I'm feeling you. I feel like we can actually do good. And I think we got us a good guy in position because he's a good defensive coach as it is, and that's what something you don't want to lose,
I
right?
mean, could
And I
you
think
imagine when Sean Payton was hanging all those points on everybody? Could you imagine him apologizing the next day? Like, stop it.
Sean Payton didn't give us. Sean Payton was a
Sean
savage
Payton did not
sometimes.
care at
Sean
all.
Payton, I'm not gonna lie. Sean Payton said some mean shit. Like back in the day, I did not want to be no media guy asking him questions, man. I'd just be a little feared to trying to ask him a question. Just the way he would say shit. Be like, man, leave me alone. Next question. Next fucking question. Like I was like, damn, Sean, like calm down. Just talk to the media. They're not doing nothing. They're just asking questions. But at the end of the day, the one thing I did hear and that I really like and that's giving me pumped up more about this season was when Derek Carr was talking about how he's like adapting to the offense, but that wasn't the number one thing I was excited about. I was more excited about how he says Clint Kubiak and his coaching staff, like his offensive staff that he brought in,
Yeah.
are holding people accountable. They saying if the play ain't ran right, they're gonna keep running that play over and over, until they get it right because they want to run to perfection. And that's what I'm hearing, because I'm hoping with him coming in here to help us with this offense and him holding people accountable, hopefully Dennis Allen learns from all this shit that he's getting, all the hate he's getting on Twitter and all that. Hopefully he'll learn from a little bit from the Clint Cuba and be like, look, you know what? You're damn right. I need to hold these motherfuckers accountable. I need to be a better coach. Because like I said, the reason why I said is he being overlooked, because a lot of people hate him for certain things. But like I said, a lot of people be like, well, you compare him to Bill Belichick and Sean Payton, that's an insult. Well, it's not really an insult, because I'm not saying he's going to be on a Bill Belichick one day, but I'm showing you how bad they struggled at the beginning as a head coach. This dude's only in his fourth, full season. So this is gonna be his fifth real big season, because he got fired, in 4 games. So I'm not even gonna count that season. So you had 2 seasons, 4-12, and then you came here 7-10 and 9-8. So that's 4 seasons. Bill Belichick got 5 full seasons as a Browns and did bad, 36 for 44. Then he went to the Patriots, did good. So what I'm saying is, I think a lot of people overlook coaches so easily and so quick. And in today's era, they get rid of people like that. Like you saw Bill Belichick, how bad the organization was and how he tried to do it. They gave him 5 years. They still gave him a chance. Some people don't even get a year or two sometimes. Like you come in, you ain't doing good, they're ready to get rid of your ass already, instead of
So is
giving them
this
time to improve, give them time to get people that they want. Because like I think he wanted P. Carmichael, but at the same time, I feel like he
yeah,
didn't really want P. Carmichael, because
yeah.
you, me, and the Who Dat Nation, we know at the end of the goddamn day, we already know P. Carmichael. Once we knew Sean Payton was out of there, we knew P. Carmichael was going to follow him to the next team that he went to, and everybody saw it. After the season, we got rid of him. Where he went, straight to the Broncos. We
So
knew
is
it.
this a deep playoff run or bust for Dennis Allen?
That's what I say. I say it's a prove it deal. Prove it year.
Yeah.
If you can't do it, so this is how I see it. If the Saints stay healthy, and this is what I'm talking about at the quarterback, receiver, and running back, your normal positions that you need. So if Kamara's healthy, Derek Carr, Chris Olave, your main people are healthy. Your offense is doing good. You're actually scoring. Your defense is doing okay, but they're not doing like you normally would play. How they win you the games, if they're not winning you the games, they're actually losing you the games, and you miss the playoffs. Then that's on Dennis Allen. That's his damn fault.
Okay.
But if everything is rolling and they just not closing out the games because it's just a bad coaching, like a bad decision. Oh, you should have went for it on this down. You
Mhm.
should have went for it, or you should have kicked field goals instead of trying to go for it, instead of doing some dumb. Because Sean Payton lost a lot of games in his career because of stupid ass decisions that shouldn't have been done with. And the one thing I hate Sean Payton about the most was the 2021 season where he tried to put Michael Thomas in, and that's how he got hurt. That's how you ended the Michael Thomas experience, because you literally put him in when you was already up by like what 10, and you wanted him to do a play, and he got hurt, and then he ain't been the same since. That was another thing that made me mad. But if that's the reason why we lose, then yeah, man, Dennis Allen, you're gonna have to drop down to DC, or just or go. We just have to find somebody that can replace a good defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. This is my year that you got to prove me wrong. But this is also our thing. Like I said, I'm one of those positive Saints fans that I can see the shittiness of the team last year, but you can also look into the detail, and you can say the main offensive problem really was Pete Carmichael. They had teams that were predicting the play. They knew what was happening. Your quarterback was hurt, and yes, I did say it, and I did say it out of my mouth a bunch of times. The quarterback, if you hurt, especially with your drawing on, rest, heal, let the backup quarterback. Because at the end of the day, Derek Carr so far in his career has been a top 15, top 20 quarterback at the best as a quarterback. So he's mid quarterback. He can win you games, but he can also lose you a game. And just think what's going to happen to you if you're a mid quarterback and you got a hurt growing shoulder. That's going to make you almost one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. Like, I write out, a bottom of the tier quarterback playing that's healthy, because he's going to play on the same level as you, because at least he's not hurt. And he's not going to say hurt, and as soon as the pressure's coming, I'm going to throw the ball away. I'll just take the sack because I'm injured. I don't want to get hit. That's what you've seen a lot last year, too. He should have sat down and healed. But at the same time, we can't throw that out the window and say, well, they were healthy last year. We really wasn't. No Lattimore for a lot of games. They had a lot of different scenarios. So that's how I'm going into the season. I'm going into it, and that's how I do. That's how you look at my channel, and you can see the prediction, record. That's how I got 12 wins, because I'm looking at it as a team that's not trading Lattimore. So you're gonna have an elite defense like we always do. We're gonna have us a better offense, like I said, about 5 or 10 better rankings than what it was. And this is with nobody getting injured. So this is just, and that's the other team too that you're playing. They're not injured. It's just a fair fight. I feel like I'm very confident in this team, because we already know we believe in Dennis Allen as a defensive coordinator, right? You already know his defense is going to be there.
Yeah.
Everybody's big worry is, can he keep the team in check? Can the offense get going? And the main part about the offense, some people say, I'm not even questioning Clint Kubiak. It's that offensive line. But I think you, me, and some other people on the last podcast was talking about it, remember? Where we said the
Yeah.
scheme might help out the offensive line. Because if you really look at the 49ers O-line, the only guy that people know of 49ers is Trent Williams. That's the only guy they know.
Yeah.
Everybody else, do you really know them like that? No, they just good because I think their scheme fits, offensive linemen, because they don't have to do too much. They don't have to protect your quarterback for freaking 5-10 seconds. All their shit is just get it out, get it out, get it out. So, like I said, I think at the end of the day, it's a prove it year for Dennis Allen. And like I said, I'm not a person. I heard it out of you. I know my boy No Cap. I know he's one of those people as well. And there's a few other people I see that I talk to that don't like Dennis Allen and just wants him to fail, wants him gone. But at the end of the day, I'm a Who Dat fan. I'm a Saints fan. I'm a diehard. And at the end of the day, I just want somebody to prove us wrong. I want Dennis Allen to go out there and show everybody, yo, I can be a good head coach. I can win. Why would I, as a Saints fan, want my own team to lose, just to get him out of here? Just to get rid of Carr. I don't want that shit. I want to win. I want this motherfucker to prove me wrong and show me that I can be a Bill Belichick one day for you. You know how nice it would be to hear that. But then again, people would be like, "Oh, the motherfucker got lucky," and it would just be ongoing just because they got so much hate toward them. But like I said, until he fixes those certain things that I said, then people's gonna continue to hate on him. Until he shows and proves to people that, hey, I can do it. But at the end of the day, I say his first stint as the head coach with that terrible Raiders team was not even like a fair opportunity for him to even be a head coach.
Yeah.
He just finally got a head coaching job, got a shot at it with the worst team, and just they were terrible. Then got a better shot with a good team, but bad shit happened. You still had a guy that just could not call offense because we thought Pete Carmichael was that guy. Like, oh, he's been under Sean Payton for years, he can do that. But then we found out it was really just Sean Payton, but basically doing it all. That was really the guy doing all the paperwork for you. So, like I said, at the end of the day, I'm super pumped about it. I'm just ready to see some football, and I'm more
Yeah.
pumped about the preseason than anything because I'm ready to see some of these rookies play. I'm ready to see what we got in Spencer Rattler, in
Yeah.
an NFL uniform, because that's what I'm really hyped about. Because at the end of the day, Dennis Allen and them let Clint Kubiak draft Spencer Rattler for a reason. It's too much talent, to fall to the 5th round. He's got a second round talent. First round maybe went first round if you had another quarterback needing team. He probably could went first. So you're missing out on a first and second round that fell all the way to the 5th. You getting him, and also Clint Kubiak likes the way he runs it because the offense that they ran in South Carolina was basically, a Clint Kubiak type of offense. And I think with him and a Clint Kubiak offense, and with a good defensive guy like Dennis Allen, I got some really good hope. And that's the
So,
only thing I got to worry about too next year. Can Derek Carr stay healthy, and can he, win you games? Because the one thing I'm always worried about with Carr, and the thing that I was worried about with Drew when he got older, was just they just couldn't scramble. And in this league, a lot of people are be able to extend the play and get out because a lot of the people on the defensive end these days, defensive line, the people they blitzing, they super quick and they can get to you quick. So you got to be able to, stay in the pocket or also escape the pocket when you need to. And Derek Carr is one of those guys that's just not going to run out the pocket. And that's one thing that's going to worry me this year is, can the O-line protect them, and can Clint Kubiak, draw up
yeah.
plays that's going to help Derek Carr succeed. But like I said, so far, with the way you see the Shanahan and the Kubiak type of offense, it's kind of like a quarterback friendly, offense. So like it seems like no matter who you put back there, they do pretty damn well. At one point they had Chris McCaffrey playing quarterback because they lost Purdy in the playoffs. You know, it was insane. But like I said, at the end of the day, I got some high hopes, but I'm also not going into the season too saying like, having the worst hopes ever that we're gonna only win 4 games. I ain't like that. I don't see that at all.
So when I look, so I got a couple things. When reading the chat and just thinking about it. First off, I want to say I'm probably me and who is it? Me and No Cap. We're probably about the same when it comes to Saints football, and I'm appreciate reading his comments and seeing how real we are. But I would also say like when I look at, let's say the Saints start off 2-4, do they put in? So when does Spencer Rattler come in? And is that like, and when it comes to Derek Carr and the injuries from last season, every single team deals with injuries. Some of the top teams in the NFL deal with injuries. I mean, it is what it is. I think Carr playing through injury was on Carr. I think using injuries as an excuse, or not even an excuse, as a I guess excuse is just, I don't know. I just think it is what it is at that point. But I think still having, was it 9 wins last season? Still finishing with 9 wins on
Still
an
finished with
easier
9.
schedule, and on an easier schedule than this year. This year's schedule is going to be very hard. I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be a harder season. I think we go anywhere from 9 to 10 wins, and we try to figure it out. But I don't think we go 12 at all. I think 11 would be optimistic. I think it'll be a hard season, to say the least.
Oh yeah. I mean, and the other thing too about how a lot of people are saying like the schedule is a little bit harder. I mean, it looks a little bit harder, but at the same time, you got to think about it. Who knows who the hell we playing? It could be like last season. People get hurt again. You might be playing another team with a backup quarterback. You might be playing a team with their third string quarterback again. You don't know what teams are gonna have by the time we play them, right? But when you're just looking at the schedule and you're predicting that everybody's healthy, and I'm looking at it, we know we can beat the Panthers. And you look at the Cowboys, they are the what you want to call it, the American team or whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, their offensive line has gotten weaker, and their running back situation is terrible. So the only thing they can do is throw the ball on you. So I think we have a good chance at beating the Cowboys. I feel like we match up really well against them. Eagles, the only thing you got to figure out is how to stop our running quarterback in Jalen Hurts, right?
Yeah.
But that's why you went out and got Willie Gay. He's one of those guys that literally go sideline to sideline and literally will chase down the quarterback. And that's one reason why I was super excited to see a guy like him come to the team. Now the question is, with them, I think it's a 50-50 matchup. Just depends on who plays better that game. Can Dennis Allen and Willie Gay, finally stop a running quarterback? We'll see. But that's why I gave us the loss against the Eagles, because they just got to prove it. We beat them, but they didn't have their quarterback, but we didn't have our quarterback either, and we still beat them, right? At the end of the day. Falcons, we know them. We can beat them. That's our divisional rivalry. That's a 50-50, because it's always usually a split with them. Same thing with the Chiefs. The Chiefs is Mahomes and them. You just got to prove to me that you can beat the two-time Super Bowl champs, back to back Super Bowl,
So I
not
would
two times, but back to back. You got to prove me in that game.
I would say so. I'm not one in the prediction business whatsoever, but I would say that like my big upset of the year is the Saints beat the Kansas City Chiefs week 5. That's my upset of the year, and I think Chiefs start off slow. I think we'll catch them pretty early, right before their bye week, because they have a bye week 6. I think we catch them early and we'll beat them away in their place. But then I think they're gonna roll after their bye week. So, but
Yeah.
I mean, when I look at these first, Pammy said something good. The first 6 games will, tell us everything we need to know. I don't think so. I think those first 6 games, if we can go 3-3, right? I think that's fair. 3-3, 3 division games, 3 out of division games. If we go 4-3, I think it's over. I think that shows that we can actually, or 4-2, we have some strength this season.
Mm-hmm.
So
I really do think it.
I mean, looking at the rest of these games, I mean, Broncos at home, Sean Payton's first game back in New Orleans with his rookie quarterback. It'll be a fun one. I mean, this season, there's a lot of teams, and I said this last time, there's a lot of teams where there's still question marks when it comes to quarterback. There's still question marks when it comes to team offense, defense, no matter special teams. There's still question marks with a lot of these teams. Can the Browns have the same year? Can the Chargers bounce back and have a good year? I think the Giants are going to be bad, but who knows? Will the Rams be good again this season? Will the Commanders step up? Because I think the Commanders are going to be one of the best in the NFC East this season. And so, I mean, I think realistically, I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Yeah, it just depends. Like I was saying, like a lot of people are questioning it. Like my boy No Cap, he said, even if Cole was healthy, have we played healthy teams, we won't win 9 games last year, and that was already on top of the week schedule.
Yeah.
And I already told y'all why we were so terrible. It was the offensive side, and y'all agree with it. Y'all knew P. Cole Michael was shit. Y'all know it was terrible offensive play calling. It was so predictable. So if we had a healthy quarterback, what I'm saying is in that Green Bay game, I think if we would have never got hurt, I think we still could have probably finished that game. Because there was one thing I noticed about that game. Once he went down and Jameis came in, that's when the offense started being so goddamn careful with the ball and didn't want to do shit. You notice that. And that was the one thing I used to hate about that. It's like, why are y'all being so safe with the ball just because Jameis is in the game? Let him play. We
Yeah.
probably would have won that game. We probably would have at least got it. And by the way, we almost won that game, remember? But we missed the field goal. Young rookie kicker and Blake Rupe. He missed it. And that could have been our game winner right there too, but we didn't. We choked on the kicker too. So like there was a lot of different scenarios. And the one thing I did try to tell people, if you just look at how many games, we had 7 games last year that was so fucking close. Just imagine if we wasn't a tired defense and we actually had a good offensive coordinator that can actually have us in the game through the whole game. And you're not coming finally scoring in the third, fourth quarter, end of the third,
Yeah.
going into the fourth. Imagine if you have an offense that's actually doing that. So if we have an offense that can actually get in the end zone, actually keep us throughout the game, you already know the defense because of Dennis Allen, that's going to be there. Why are people so negative saying we can't win? That's
I
the
mean,
one thing I don't get. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, I understand y'all part. Y'all don't like Dennis Allen. Y'all don't believe in him. Y'all don't believe in Carr.
no,
I understand that, but at the same time, if you have a good offensive coordinator, now that's going to help you through this game to where you're not coming in the fourth quarter only scoring trash time scoring that
yeah.
people call it, and you're actually in the game and your defense is not going on the field every 3 and out. I think the team can win more than 9 games because we did it last year with the bullshit that we went through. And I'm saying that it's going to be the same shit. I feel like we're going to be a lot better. And like I said, it ain't like I got to say, oh, well, Clint Kubiak's got to show me. He showed people what he can do. Him and his dad and the Shanahan's, they show you that their offense works in the league.
Yeah, but I would also say, like, when I think about when I look at Carr's stats, I wish there was a metrics to show that, like, how many of his stats were like his stats were actually in trash time, because that's where he got a bulk of his stats from last season is garbage time and fourth and third and late in the third quarter and fourth quarter. Like there was one game he threw for like 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter or whatever it was, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's but so much we can do. But I think so. There was a question that was asked in the chat about
By who?
it was Millie, and they were talking about how
Millie. Hold on, let me
CJ
see.
Stroud came on 3 weeks in, and so he'll give Derek Carr 3 weeks. I think the difference between the Saints and that Houston Texans team is DeMeco Ryans is an incredible head coach, and I think he's wanting to make decisions and very, very well as some head coaches do. But I'll also say when I look at the Saints, Spencer Rattler was a 5th round pick, and I think because CJ Stroud was a 3rd round or a 1st round pick, that's why they got the green light and pulled the trigger on that. I think it'll be very interesting if Carr gets in, or just has a bad start to the season, and they'll put in Spencer Rattler. I think he's going to have to be injured for the Saints to put him in before week
Like serious injured, probably
before
like a
week
breaking
9.
leg or something, or a broken arm, and you can't even be in the game.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way, because like they showed you last year, him being injured and he still came into play. He never missed a game. So at the end of the day, when you watch the games when he was hurt, you can tell he wasn't him. You can just tell by the throws. You can tell by how quick he was trying to get out his hands, because he didn't want to get hit. You just
Yeah.
seen the shit. It was terrible. And then on top of that, bad play calling, it was just awful. It was just hard to watch. And then the crazy part is like I said, there were so many games that was so close. If we just had a better offense and just a quarterback that wasn't even hurt, it don't matter who they were. They could be the baddest quarterback in the NFL. If you just had a good offensive coordinator to go with that healthy quarterback, we would have been fine last year. We would have won more games, especially with the schedule we had, right? But we didn't. We had a lot of bullshit. And like I said, the last 2 years, Jameis Winston, man, I thought like, oh, I can't wait to see Jameis, man. I can't wait to see him carry our team. Goes down. Derek Carr comes in, gets hurt, and plays through injury out. It's like, can we just have a season where everybody's healthy? That's what I want to see. Just a healthy season. And a lot of people say they want to see a healthy season because once we have a healthy season, if the Saints still have a bad season, then there's no excuses, right? There's nothing you can say at all about it. And you can just tell it's right there and there. So that's what I'm hoping to see. A healthy season where we can really determine and say, this is what's going on. Because at the end of the day, we all can have an argument back and forth, like a friendly
Yeah.
argument about who thinks about what, and that we all can agree on that. Because, like I said, we all see shit differently. Like y'all might say we only can win 7, 8 games this season, and then they got people who like, oh well, we only win in 4 games. Matter of fact, I hope we don't win no games so we can get a good draft pick, get rid of Dennis Allen, and boom. I'm not a fan like that. I'm not gonna pray on a guy's downfall. I'm gonna pray for you to prove me wrong, because this is my team and I want them to win. I want them to not be a laughing stock in the NFL. I want to win. So I'm one of those guys that's going to be positive and see every single thing and say, okay, if this whole season was healthy and all of this was happening and they still had the record they were just because it was terrible coaching and all that, then I can say, yeah, like we need something else. But right now, I'm giving him his shot because, like I said, he's only going into his 5th season now. And you remember, Bill Belichick was still at the 5th season as a head coach. He was still with the first team that he wasn't even winning with. Sometimes you just got to give people time to
Yeah.
grow, and that's what's wrong with a lot of stuff in this road. A lot of people just want to rush shit, dude, and they don't want to give people time anymore. They just ready to go, and sometimes people got to have them learning stations that's got to change and they learn. And to me, there's a lot of shit that Dennis Allen can change and work on. But at the end of the day, the one thing I can say, and a lot of people just gonna have to deal with it with me, have to deal with me saying it out of my mouth. The motherfucker improved. He went from a 4-win team both years with a terrible team to a 7-win to a 9-win team. So he's improving every year. So I mean, you can't counteract that. He is improving, right? Every year his wins percentage is going up. So I mean, you can't take that away from him. As a head coach, he still won. He's still winning. So if I seen he went from 7-10 to 9-8, why can't I see him go 10-7, 11? Who said his wins can't go up more? It's happening every year now since he's been. So that's how I look at things. I see it until it really looks bad. Like until I see Dennis Allen go back down to the Dennis Allen with the Raiders, then I'll be like, oh hell no! Like you showed me you're still the same guy. But so far he hasn't really showed me that because he's got more wins every year, under his belt. So I'm just ready to see how this goes with an actual offense. And let's all pray that everybody stays healthy before we can determine how this shit's gonna really look. How good are they really gonna be? And that's basically my thing.
Yeah, yeah. I
On
would
this.
say
So
when you said from 4 to 7, yeah, I mean he left the Raiders and went to the Saints, who already had an established team. The Raiders just been bad, so I think that argument is just like a little negated. But I get where you're coming from. I think your optimism is there. My optimism, it's there, but I think I'm more of a realist. I think the Saints with injuries, or with or without injuries, will be happy for 10 wins this season. Looking at this schedule, and so that's where I'm at. I mean, truthfully, like if I had to just say losses, and this isn't me going into the nitty gritty, I would say, and this is just close. This is Cowboys. This is just Cowboys, Eagles. Let's say Chiefs. I think we split with every team in the division, so that's 3 losses right there. I think we lose to the Browns, Rams, and the Packers. So I mean, already that's nine losses. So I mean, 9 losses, 8-9 on the season. I think that's our floor. Our ceiling's probably 10, 11 wins, but 12. That's optimism.
that's y'all. So I mean, I can explain my part. Let me pull my damn
Yeah,
calendar
go
up
ahead.
with mine. I'll explain my thing. Panthers. I got us sweeping the Panthers. They ass still. They still got to prove to us that they can be different.
Yeah,
They went
I get
and
it.
won what they won 2 or 3 games last year. So most 5 wins, if that. And I don't see them beating us at all because we are a problem maker for Bryce Young. Our defense is too good for him right now. So I got us winning that. Dallas, the only reason why I got us losing in Dallas is because why? It's the Dallas damn Cowboys at home, and they won the most games last year at home.
I think we can beat them,
But
honestly.
I think but like I said, I do think it's a coin flip, with them. It's a coin flip. But the reason why I gave them the win because you're in Dallas, it's hard to win in Dallas. Then you got the Eagles. Like I said, I'm confident. I think we can beat the Eagles. And guess what? The Eagles are coming to the dome. We're not going to Philadelphia. So I feel like we can win that one. The Falcons is on the road. For some reason, the Saints do really good. usually on the road, but I just took us and gave us the win against them, and I felt like they're gonna come back and beat us at home. So you see that I got them win and then a loss against the Falcons down here. I got us losing to the Chiefs. They're the back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They got to prove, that they can beat a Super Bowl contender like that. Tampa Bay, I got us beating Tampa Bay, but I also got them, losing to them as well. So we splitting with them. Broncos is going to be one of those games where, the Saints organization just going to want to get that revenge on Sean Payton, and their team is just not there. The team is just not stat. Their defense ain't that good all the way. Their offense got to show me. They got to show me what Bo Nix is going to be if he even starts, for them, because they did pick up some players, so we'll see how that goes. Same thing with the Chargers. You got a brand new head coach with Herbert, and that's about it. You got no receivers you're throwing to. All these receivers are brand new. That you got to see how that's going to go. New running backs, because you got rid of Eckler. Their defense was never that good, so they got to show me. So I think we got a W against them. I already got the double wins against the Panthers, so let's skip that. I already told you about the loss, splitting with the Falcons. The Browns, we beat them last time we played them, and we beat them in their own, stadium in snow, bad cold weather. We still came out on top, beat them, and with Deshaun Watson playing, we beat them. Then we come out to bye. For some reason, we always struggle with the Rams, so that's a team I'm gonna have to say you got to prove to beat the Rams. The Giants don't scare me at all. Daniel Jones and them do not scare me. The Commanders don't scare me yet. You got to show me. I know Jaden Daniels is going to be good, but their team, they still trying to get together. So I don't see them beating us like that. The reason why I got us beating Green Bay in Green Bay was because we was there last year and almost beat them. And you can say, well, it's going to be in the snow, cold weather. Okay, well, we beat the Browns in cold weather in their own stadium. So it ain't like, I feel like that's going to be the biggest problem, especially with a run heavy type of team and Clint Kubiak, So if we was literally lost by 1 point and blew it because people got hurt and everything, we started playing conservative in that game. I say we come back and we win this one. Raiders, nobody really scares me on that team right now. I like their head coach though. I do like their head coach. You can definitely see the way he turned it around last year. But they still kind of decided who's their quarterback. Is it Aiden O'Connell? Is it going to be the Minshew? Like, you don't know who's their quarterback. So that's why. Oh, by the way, it is at home. So it's going to be a revenge tour, I think, for Derek Carr. Just kind of like wanting to win against his old team, and that's Dennis Allen's old, team. That was his first team he coached. So I feel like that's a game for us to win. And then, like I said, we split against Tampa Bay, and all the things I said, I didn't say nothing bad. Like nothing that people can just say, well, that's terrible. Like there's nothing terrible about it. Like everybody got their own opinions and own team, because like, yeah, the Browns has a good defense, but we got to see if their offense can start clicking on all cylinders and start winning, because since then, Deshaun Watson hasn't sold us shit yet, since he's been with the Browns. So there's a lot of different scenarios that things can go. And like I always tell people, this is the NFL. You can play the shittiest team in the world on a Sunday and lose to them, and you can play the best team, the Chiefs, and just spank them. It can happen. It's the NFL. So we can't tell you what's going to happen, but all I can do is predict and tell you teams that I'm not scared of, teams that I think we match up really well against, that we're going to easily win, and they got teams that I think can be a 50-50 toss, So that's why I feel like we can get 12 wins. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. So I don't know if you remember this game, but this was what's his face? Justin Herbert's first rookie year in the NFL. Monday Night Football, Drew Brees, the Saints, Sean Payton, all still there.
At home, too.
Yep. At home. This is the night I fell in love with Justin Herbert, when he ripped us apart and beat us by 15 or 20. And I think when you look at that, new head coach, Jim Harbaugh is incredible. I think we potentially lose that game too. That's one that we could also lose as well. And when it comes to the Raiders, we know the Raiders, that team is so behind their coach right now that they could easily win every game this season.
I think have a question though about the Chargers game for you though. I do have a question about the Chargers one.
Yeah,
you were saying, new head coach, Justin Herbert. But the one thing is, he's not going to have a Mike Williams and a Keenan Allen to tear you apart now. These are literally rookies, because Quentin Johnson told you last year he couldn't do shit with them.
Absolutely. But if you look at the system that Harbaugh runs, it's not a pass-heavy offense. And the thing is, I think he's going to turn Justin Herbert into a Tom Brady. He's going to put scrubs around him and say, all right, go do what you do best and find their hands. And I think he can do that. That's really what he can do. And so I think that game will be one to definitely watch. And I think the Browns game, listen, if you don't know if their team is going to come back as good as they were last season. With a backup quarterback last year, they were one of the best teams in the National Football League. Their coach won coach of the year. And I think I'm not saying they're going to go back and be another 10-win team like they were last season or 9, whatever win team they were last year. But I think they're not an easy game as well. I think Atlanta is not going to be an easy game this season. I think they're going to be pissed about everything. I think there's a lot that is up in the air right now.
My boy Real Fan Sports said no Mike Williams, no Allen, no tight end, no Eckler. Yeah, it's literally nobody. And
They
that
got,
defense is not even good enough to stop our offense, to be honest with you. They got no
but
defense. The only
their
person
head
that's
coach.
good is
I mean,
Boza and
but we
James.
know coaching matters the most. We know that. I mean,
But the players matter too at the same time. You got to
yeah.
be
I
a
mean,
good ass player to
look,
play like.
that's week 8. Teams they're gonna find a system at that point. They're gonna see what works, what doesn't work. And listen, we'll know very fast if that team week 8 are gonna be good or bad.
Oh yeah, we all gonna see before. We're gonna see how they playing. By the
Yeah.
time we play them, just like the Clint Kubiak. And just like this, like a lot of people, I already know. I know this is just me predicting it. Just seeing it, like I said, this is teams that I know we can beat, right? Is
Yeah.
this going to be the record? I don't know, because a lot of these teams that you play, the NFL, it can be 50-50. I'm just predicting as a team, like, okay, I think we can win this, we can win this, we can win this, we're going to probably lose this, or whatever. I'm just doing a prediction. But at the same time, you don't know. And like a lot of people said, we playing our toughest schedule is week 1 through 5. That's our toughest schedule right now. Because you're playing the Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. After that, it's just kind of like, basically like a what you want to call it, 50-50s. Some
Yeah.
teams are just like, okay, I'm gonna beat them. The other ones are kind of 50-50. Like I said, the Browns, the Rams, the Packers and stuff like that. The Raiders, like you said, they're kind of 50-50s and stuff like that. But other than that, your tough competitions at the beginning of the week, and I can already see us maybe going 2-3 or something like that in the first 5 games, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look at them, they choke and they suck." Well, you just played your tough schedules with the new system. You gotta let them, like you said, by week 8, you gotta have your momentum and having to see what are you. Because by week 8 you should have everything together, right? So that's
Yeah.
what that's what I think is gonna happen. I think you're gonna see some offense actually looking good, but it's also going to be like a little struggle. You're going to see probably some people running the wrong shit,
Yeah.
because it always happens when you first start off with a new system. But like you said, I say about week 7, we're going to find out who we are, especially because we're going to be playing Sean Payton. We're going to want to show everybody
Yeah.
that we can beat the shit out of Sean Payton for doing what he did to us.
Yeah.
Even
So
though he brought us a Super Bowl, he didn't do us too dirty. But at the same time, bro, like he didn't have to leave like he did. He just wanted out.
yeah. So quick question. So when I look
Yeah.
at you said our hardest team are in the beginning of the season, right? So I think yes and no. I mean, you look at the Chargers. Okay, let's just throw the Chargers away. I don't want to talk about the Chargers anymore. Let's just talk about the Browns. Let's talk about the Rams. Let's talk about the Packers. Even the Commanders. Let's look at the Raiders as well. Let's look at those 4 or 5 teams. Packers were one of the better teams in the National Football League last season. They had a fantastic playoff run last season. Jordan Love and that coaching staff is, in my opinion, levels above what the Saints were last season. Let's look at the Commanders. They went and got oh my gosh, what's his name? Defensive coordinator from Dallas. Can't remember his name. Going blank.
Quinn.
Yes, Dan Quinn. They
Dan
go
Quinn.
get
Yep.
Dan Quinn as their new head coach. He goes in and gets he goes in and pretty much builds the team that he wants. Coaching staff, team wise, they've had a really good training camp so far, or OTA so far. That team is going to be behind their coach. You look at the Rams. I see you got to cross off as a loss there. Coming off the bye, that can potentially be a flip, in my opinion. We could potentially beat the Rams, I think. But you have 4 teams in a row when it comes to the Commanders, Packers, Raiders, and the Buccaneers to finish off. You have those first 3 teams before we get to the Buccaneers. They are all behind their head coaches. They all have perfect systems, or at least the Raiders and the Packers. They have systems already engaged to where they know how to win. They know how to win football games. The Raiders are going to be in a point where everyone's going to be pushing for a playoff run, or for a playoff berth, and we know the AFC is just drastically harder to get into than the NFC, and those Raider teams are going to be there trying to get in. So I think it won't be easy in the second half of the season. I think us having a Week 12 bye will be perfect. I think a little long. Would have loved to have it halfway through the season, but I mean, I think it's going to work for us in our favor. But I don't know. There's a lot of stress in the second half of the season after Week 14.
Oh
And
yeah,
who knows? Even the Giants could give us a problem. We saw what happened last year or 2 years ago. Whenever we thought it was going to be an easy win, they beat us at home.
yeah. They came in here and Saquon Barkley did his thing too.
Yeah,
But no Saquon Barkley anymore. And
not dirty.
we beat them last year, and don't forget Tommy. Don't act like Tommy was terrible. Tommy was actually on fire, helping them boost up the wins. And when he came to the North, he got shut down. You know, couldn't do shit. So I think it's gonna be the same shit with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones don't scare me. You know, like I said, that team don't scare me. The Commanders don't scare me. Packers literally do not scare me like that. Raiders, I am not scared of. Like, there's a lot of teams that I'm not scared of. The only team that I would say that scares me the most on the schedule is the two-time Super Bowl champions. I mean, the back-to-back champions, the Chiefs. That's the only team that really scares me. You know, because they are the Super Bowl team and they've proven that they can win. You know, everybody else on this team, I'm not afraid of. Like, I'm not scared to say that we can contend with any of these teams.
Yeah,
You know, you got the
I mean,
you already, we already know we got the
I'll agree to
players.
that too. I think so too. I don't think we should be afraid of any of these teams. I think we could beat every single one of these teams, hands down. I just think um this I just think it's going to be harder than we think. I think just because he's trending upwards doesn't mean he's going to continue to trend upwards. I think we're going to be in a point where I don't know. It's going to look a little scary.
My boy No Cat said, no matter what argument you draw at Hoodie, he will move the goalpost to fit his narrative. Laugh out loud. You can say what I said about the Chargers wide receivers and how Sean went 5-2 with poor wide receivers, and he's gonna move that post. Well, hey, No Cap, the link is in the chat, man. Click that link. Come on and come argue with me. We can have a friendly argument. I'm just arguing like you, where you can move the fucking goalpost too. You can do the same shit. Everybody can
Well,
move the same shit. So don't act like it's this, a one-way street. It's a thing. Because I'm all I'm doing, I'm drawing the stats and the facts at you. I'm showing you the records. Did Bill Belichick start off as a good head coach? No. Did he? No. Did Sean Payton, was he successful by himself without a defense? Because he's not a coach that's good at offense and defense. No, they showed it to you. We were scoring 40 points and still losing. If I'm trying to say, he's a good defensive coach. You already know the defense is going to be there. With a good offense, you telling me we can't win. Y'all all know the playmakers are good. We know Chris Olave is good. We know Rasheed he's good. We know who Kamara is. We know what Jamal Williams can goddamn do if you actually utilize him right, which I think Clint Kubiak is going to do. We saw the nice Kendre Miller finally healthy last year at the end of the season. You saw the burst that he had. He kind of looked, I'm not going to lie, he kind of reminded me of a little young Kamara, when he first just bursting through everything and taking off, So I'm a little excited about Kendre Miller. I'm ready to see some more Miller. Like I said, the defense is going to be there. The question is, can Carr be the guy to help you win? Because, like I said, he's a mid quarterback, but I think in this system, he's going to be fine. Because, like I said, there's quarterbacks in this league that played in the Shanahan's offense, that played in the QBS type of offense, and they did good regardless if they were the best quarterback or they were one of the worst or just mid. They succeeded because it's just that type of offense,
Well, I would
It's just
say yes, I would agree, but I also kind of disagree. When you look at the Shanahan offenses, Shanahan has always provided their quarterbacks with the perfect offense. Yes, that helps your argument, but I'll also say he also provides them with substantial amount of help. I mean, look at Shanahan's team right now. He has three all-pro players, like
George Kittle,
simple,
Debo,
easy.
Ayuk,
And
CMC.
yeah, exactly.
A lot of good things. So that's the other thing too. It's like a lot of people would say Purdy. Oh yeah, Purdy's a lot better than Carr. Is he really, or is he just got put in a really good situation under a really good
Time out.
offense?
So here's the thing. Before you get on that, don't do it because you're
Let me
gonna hit a
ask you.
button.
I'm just
You're
asking
gonna
you.
hit a button in my head. Listen, I think Purdy.
Hit the button.
Bro. So literally in a couple weeks, we got a podcast coming out on my channel about is Brock Purdy a top 10 player? And I personally think he is. I think people rip Purdy apart because of the situation he was put in. He's literally not. It's not his fault he was put in that situation. I mean, you gonna rip Tom Brady for getting put in a situation with Bill Belichick? No, not at all. So I think when he went down as well, you saw that team needed him. So I think Purdy's a top 10 player. I think he was better than Carr last season. I think in this system, if Kubiak can translate that system from San Francisco to New Orleans, and if Carr can play as conservative and not make mistakes and not throw a bitch fit at everybody else except himself, they will be fine. But until that happens, and until I see Carr step up and be a leader, until I see DA step up and be a leader, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose football games, plain and simple. And this will be the last season we see Derek Carr and Dennis Allen. Hopefully,
Yeah.
If it all crashes and burns, I think they should both be gone next year. I'll take
You
the
probably
50 million
will. You probably will, especially because now you got your offensive staff that you want in there, right? You got everybody you needed. So this is your proven year. You know you good defense. Can the offense do a shit? If it does, you got the right staff. You winning. You ain't going nowhere. But if you're shitting in your pants, you're gonna go somewhere. By the way, my boy No Cat said, "You want to talk fast? Okay, the players in the locker room rank DA the birthday curse currently our own locker room. That's some fast. You're right there. Now move the goalpost. Okay, I will move the goalpost on you right here. Okay, you said the whole locker room. Well, who's your main players? Who's the guys that hold the team together? Demario Davis, Tyrann Matthew, Cam. They all love Dennis Allen. The people that had trouble with Dennis Allen a lot last year, Marshawn, maybe, and Michael Thomas. But Michael Thomas not here anymore. And remember, I love Michael Thomas to death. But how many times were we talking shit about him when we was hearing him getting in a fight with Marshawn Lattimore, getting in a fight with his own players on the field? That's a little trouble. You shouldn't be getting in a fight with your own teammates no matter what. Those are kind of troublemakers. They are talk shitters. They do talk shit to people. Like some of those people can be troublemakers. So that is another goalpost I moved with you. Because don't forget, your leaders that hold this team together, Tyrann Matthews, who's a great leader, Demario Davis and all of them, Cam Jordan, they all support Dennis Allen. Oh, and Derek Carr, who's your leader of the quarterback system,
because he's delusional. That's why Derek Carr supports him.
But I was also, what about the other ones? What about the other ones? They ain't
delusional.
Okay, so here's the
thing. Mally Mal in the chat said Lattimore and AK have never had a problem with Peyton, but with DA. I think that's insight that I think we need to take a look at, because yes, you're 100% right. They never had a problem with him. And then what Real Sports Fans said, y'all say that about Carr, like he hasn't been all outside of the past. Listen, when the Saints first signed Derek Carr, I truly thought that we were going to be fine. I truly thought that was going to be that he was going to be our saving grace. But obviously, it wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough. So I don't know. I don't know. We have to wait and see here with that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, Mally. I'm not gonna lie. You said Lattimore and AK never had an issue with Peyton, but with DA they do. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. AK did have a problem with Peyton in his last year, especially when he was trying to get out of here and all that. The offense wasn't good. He wasn't happy with the way shit was going. And then last year, in the year before that, he didn't like it because it was just Pete Carmichael. That offense was really shit. But it is what it is, though. Like I said, there's certain players that might not like them, but you saw shit that happened in the past. What they did. So I'm saying, is it really just him? I don't know. Like I said, you got to look at the other stuff. They those people that kind of had problems, or those guys that have anger issues, and they showed it on the field, especially on the practice field. So it kind of, it's kind of what and what, moving the goalposts back and forth. You know what I'm saying? But I see my boy Hurricane Mike. What's up? Come on, let all your anger out. Let us know what you started. Come on, I know you're ready to attack some people. Come on.
All right. So first of all, how y'all doing this weekend? How was y'all weekend? Before I say what God say.
What about you? Post yours.
I'm doing pretty good. Not bad. I can't complain for the weekend.
I had a fun that weekend. I don't know about y'all. I had a fun weekend. Well, it wasn't until my mom got sick, but things happen. But now let me get started on this. All right. The original question was basically talking about Dennis Allen. Look, there's a point last year where, I may have said some things that I didn't really mean because it was basically off of emotion. But one thing that I might say I'll do, but I really will never do it, I would never root for this team to lose, because it's basically a win-win situation if you're a Saints fan. Like, either you're a good team, or you're a bad team and Dennis Allen gets the boot. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like, what would you rather do? Just suck and get the man out of here, or make the playoffs? And even if option number 2 is off the table, option number 1, Dennis Allen stinks. He's the worst coach in the history of the sport, and you just kick him out. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like, yeah, I know. It's like, oh, Dennis Allen, he apologized this, he did that. But at the same time, look, bro, people got to start realizing, look, I don't like Dennis Allen either. But the thing is, if you're going to purposely root for your team just to lose, just to get somebody fired, are you really a fan? I mean, I'm not trying to say that you have to fan how, like, you can fan how you want to fan, but are you going to sit there and tell me that you would want this color to lose just to get one man out of town?
Nope.
At that point, just choose another team that actually knows how to win. At that point, just be a Chiefs fan or something.
Wait, who's saying that? You think saying I saying that I want DA to be?
No,
I'm not saying you.
No, they got other people. They got people in the chat. They got
Yeah,
people in the
yeah.
chat that I know that want us to lose. But
I'm saying the general fan.
I
I'm saying the
about
general
it.
fan. You know, the general fan who just wants this team to lose. I'm not saying no names, but like the general fan who wants this team to lose. Like, at that point, just be a Chiefs fan, Eagles fan. Just be a fan of a good team then, if you don't want to be a fan of a team that just sucks at that point. You see, I was born into playoff success. The first game I ever watched as a Saints fan was the Minneapolis Miracle game. So I was born in a heartbreak, but I was also born in the playoff success. But I was also born in heartbreak. The first game I ever watched started the trend of the old playoff Saints, man. You got that game, the Rams game, the other Vikings game, the Bucks game. So look, I know how it feels to lose. Yeah, I may have not been around for the 70s or 80s or some shit, but I know what it feels like to have your heart slowly ripped out of your body. Yeah, sure. I may have not been around when the Saints would be lucky to win 5 games a year. I was not around for that time. But you know what I will tell you? You will never catch me throw one of these on the floor. You will never catch me stomp on the thing that I'm wearing right now. And I just got this jersey, by the way. So you can say how, you're not going to buy merch. You're not going to go to the game. At the end of the day, I'm going to do what I want because I'm a Saints fan, and I'll always be a Saints fan. I'm not a Dennis Allen fan. I'm not a Derek Carr fan. I'm not a Chris Olave fan. I am a Saints fan, number one. Look, I'm not going to be attached to a player, but obviously I don't want them to leave. But I'm not going to want to lose just to get a man who probably don't even know me fired. Like, why would I? At that point, I should just pack my bags and go to Kansas City and watch all the Chiefs games. If I want to go there, just go somewhere else. And if you want your team to lose, and I know the argument, well, you get a good draft pick plus your coach get fired. Okay, that's a fair argument. But let's say this: what if the coach that you bring in after Allen sucks even worse? What if he trades Lattimore for a 5th-round pick and then cuts Derek Carr and then trades Alvin Kamara for a 6th? What if you fired Dennis Allen and hired Josh McDaniels? What if you fired Allen and hired Brandon Staley? Look, I'm not saying that Dennis Allen's the greatest coach of all time because he is nowhere near that. But I'm not saying that but I am saying that you can do worse than Dennis Allen. Like, yeah, I know people are mad at what he does on and off the field. But, bro, I don't care about what you do off the field. Like, people are, like, at that point, just run for counselor. I don't care. I don't care. Run for president. I don't care. If you are wearing that black and gold hat and if you're wearing this jersey, I'm support you no matter what. Even if you suck, I'm still going to support you. Yeah, I'm probably going to say I want you off the team. But I'm not going to root for the team to suck so you can get out of here. Like with Marcus Davenport, I was pissed at that man, but I didn't want him to just completely suck just so he can get off the team because then that would hurt my own team and my own rights. That's just me, though.
I do want to say something, because we got my boy No Cap in here. He said, Soren 9-8 is way different than the Dennis Allen 9-8. Most injuries a team ever suffered, most variation of different starters ever in a season, bring the contact will be unhappy. Okay, but let me tell you
Mm.
this. This is where I was doing this in the background, where I said, "Move the goalpost, move the goalpost, move the goalpost." You know why I'm moving it on you? Because there's a different story than that. Sean Payton went 9-8, and he had a good defense with him, buddy. But he had injuries in the offense, right? But who is he? He is amazing at offense. He can work with anything. Remember, any quarterback. That's why he's so good. And we went 9-8. Dennis Allen's 9-8. His quarterback was injured too and played through the injury like an idiot. That was stupid. But
Yeah.
guess what he did? His defense still, because of what he's good at, his defense still held us and got us to win 9-8 with a terrible play caller. So move the post with that. Move the post.
Look
the
at
post.
look at Jerry's comment in the chat. 2010 beast mode, 2011 the catch 3, 2012 missed the playoffs, 2013 Seattle. You know what Seattle was. We know what Seattle was. Yeah,
Marshawn Lynch. Piece
exactly.
Of shit.
Yeah,
God damn it, that boy was beast mode, man. Just ran
engraved in
all
my
over our
head.
defense.
2017 Minnesota Miracle. In 2018 the no call. 2019 the push out. 2020 to 2033 Tampa Bay. And then we know, like, because we're 7, like, we've had bad seasons because other teams that also had great seasons. So we can't just think that we're going to be great every single season. That's just unrealistic. But I just feel like,
you're not going to win the Super Bowl every year.
No, absolutely not. But for what we have had, like last season, for what we had last season, that was the strongest we have been as a team. And for that result, I think that's why it wasn't and that's why that's just why it feels like DA should be on the hot seat. Is he on the hot seat? That's my question. Yeah. Is DA on the hot seat?
But let me ask you this. Do you think that the team was really the strongest last year when we know damn well Pete Carmichael was so ass at play calling and you had an injured quarterback? So how were we strong? Like strongest we ever been with injured quarterback and one of the worst play callers in the league last year with the way the shit was rolling. Like how would you explain being the strongest today?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was reading somebody else comment in the chat. What'd you say?
Good. No, I was saying, can you explain to me how was last year felt like we was one of the strongest in a while, but like I said, it was like one of the worst play callers in the league and an injured quarterback. Like, I don't feel like we were the strongest. I was just asking, like, how did it make you feel like we was the strongest we ever was in a while?
When I looked at the preseason last year, regardless of the play calling, regardless of the coaching staff, when I look at the personnel that we had last season, I said to everybody, I said on my channel that there is a possibility that the Saints can win 10 to 12 wins last season. 10 to 12 wins on that schedule should be easy. And everyone thought it was going to be easy. But then after the failure that we produced last season from DA, from Carmichael, from Derek Carr, that was a failure from those 3 guys in specific. Because our offense was so bad and our coaching was so bad, it affected our defense as well. And we gave up points. And so I just think we're at a point where if we don't do it this season, then it is what it is and it's over. But I think what's my buddy's name down here at the bottom?
Oh, Mike, Hurricane
Mike, to your point, I think, if we got another coach in and they start, trading away Alvin Kamara and Marshawn Lattimore for 5th and 6th, that's just going to be what it is. I think that's just going to be reality because they're getting up in age. And I think, running backs don't last forever. And it might just be, it might be that time. So
we're just hoping that they're not the shittiest coach too. That's
for sure. Yeah, we hope they are.
And there he is too. By the way, No Cap. See, No Cap even said it out loud. He put it in the chat. He said, "I'd rather lose and him being fired." See, as a fan, he'd rather lose just for him to be fired, and that's why I argue with him. I'm like, I don't know why you, as a fan, would want to lose. I'd rather the guy prove me wrong and show me that I can be a coach, right?
Exactly.
That's just me though. And then the other thing is, I like to move the post, because that's what he says. I love moving the post. I'm gonna move the post on you. Move the post. Move the post. Hey, I'm gonna make that a little theme and make it like a video and play it every time they call me moving the post. But he said, I knew the old, what if the next head coach was worse? He said he knew that was coming, which was Hurricane Mike said that, I knew that was worse. He said, man, we know DA sucks. Well, let me ask you this. You're saying Dennis Allen just completely sucks. Well, please explain to me, did Bill Belichick suck in his first 5 years? He did.
BA is not Bill Belichick. All right.
No,
Let's
I'm
You're
asking
not
you.
saying he is.
But no, we're not saying he is. But what I'm saying is, this is Dennis Allen's 5th full season he's about to coach. This is gonna be his 5th season. This is Bill Belichick's 5th season. 5 seasons.
Look at
He
that
had one good winning
mediocrity.
season. Had 1-11-5, and that was it. But still with a 36-44 record. So please explain to me, how are y'all gonna just say the dude just sucks? And you post game, you admitted it. The Raiders organization was like one of the worst, just like Bill Belichick had with them. That's with Dennis Allen. So if you just throw that out the window and you put what Dennis Allen did as 2 years as a coach, he's 16-18. That's not the worst coach ever. He's getting more wins each year. So how
Yeah.
y'all gonna just say he just completely ass and just sucks? That's not
Well,
the right saying to
he
say.
inherited a good football team. That's what it was. I mean, the Saints weren't bad when he
Well, he
got
was
the
part of the
team.
good, but he was part of that good defense. Remember, he
Yeah,
he came in,
100% right.
he came
I'm
in
not
and
saying
made
he
our
wasn't.
defense the way they are, and he's
I'm
been
not
the
saying
reason
he
why.
wasn't,
And I'm not
but
gonna lie.
he inherited a good football team. That's what
Well,
happened.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this though. What about him though? He is the reason why Sean Payton was winning a lot of games too. Because remember, when he didn't have a defense, we were 7-9. He was the one boosting up our wins because we needed a defense, and that's what Dennis Allen does. So he's been winning the games, and you sure the reason why we won some of those games that we were thinking like, damn, I didn't even think we were gonna win. We won because the defense stayed in there, and then I guess some games we lost just because the offense couldn't do shit. But is
Or
Dennis
because the
Allen the
defense is
offensive guy?
bad. I mean, I wouldn't say our defense has played perfect every single time in the time that Dennis Allen has coached the New Orleans
Oh,
Saints.
last year was just I don't know. What happened.
Last year was the combination of the worst offense and going off and off the field, and your defense trying to do whatever they can to save the games, and
Sometimes
just
the
couldn't.
defense just shit the bed.
But the defense did shit in the bed against the Packers. But then again, the offense should have been so goddamn safe with the ball. You should have just kept doing what you were
Yeah.
doing, the same type of offense you were running all game long. Don't change the offense now because your quarterback got hurt. That
Yeah.
was some other shit too. So like I said, you can always move the post. Everybody move the post. Hey, oh. If I'm just trying to say, man, like I said, you can argue about anything you want to argue about. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say this. At the end of the day, my boy No Cap, he has a great channel. I listen to his stuff. He says there's a lot of good things, but there's a lot of things I don't agree about. There's a lot of things he don't agree about with me. But at the end of the day, we Who Dat fans, and we want to win. Besides him, he wants to lose because he wants Dennis Allen gone.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I respect everybody's decisions because it's your decision. I can't go. There's no possible way of me getting inside of No Cap's body and saying, "Let me change his brain to say we're gonna win," and he's gonna agree with me. I can't do that. It's your opinion, and that's how it is. So at the end of the day, whatever I say, if you don't agree with, we're gonna argue back and forth all day long because you are stuck to your opinion. Like I said, the reason why No Cap is saying we're not gonna win like that. I want to lose because I want Dennis Allen going because he just hates Carr and Dennis Allen. He hates them that much. Carr had one season with us and he's ready to get rid of him. You get what I'm saying? You're just ready to give up already and just start something fresh.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's just that's your decision. So your decision is your decision. My decision is my decision. But the one thing I don't like people saying to me, No Cap, I'm saying this to the nicest way to you, my boy No Cap, because like I said, I respect you. I need you to respect my decisions too, instead of saying, "Oh, there he goes with moving the post and shit." Well, you move in the post too, bro. How about I say that? You moving the same shit with the way you talk. You get what I'm saying? It's back and forth. We can go back and forth,
Yeah.
move the post. We're both gonna move the post because you're not gonna agree with I agree. I'm not gonna agree with you agreeing. But at the end of the day, we're still Saints fans. We're still Saints YouTubers, and we both like to talk Saints football. And we both want to succeed in life, especially with the Saints. We want to see our team win. So at the end of the
Yeah.
day, nobody's going to agree on shit unless we got the same mind, unless we got the same brain, and we both think the same.
Yeah. You can say something.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. So look, I understand argument. Look, and trust me, I have my fair of arguments. But people are acting like Dennis Allen is just god awful. And I understand. Is he a good coach? No, he's not. But you see, that's the problem with some fans. Some fans, all right, think that just because he's not a good coach is that he can't improve. Like once you're bad, you're just bad forever. Like your improvement just goes into the void. It's just gone. But that's not always the case. Like Bill Belichick, Tom Landry, he even struggled. You got these countless of head coaches that are with a team, and ain't nobody is just Jesus. they don't perform miracles their first couple years. So you can take all the arguments saying how Dennis Allen's is terrible. I'm not trying to defend him. Well, I am today, but I'm not trying to defend him because look, I don't like him either. But just because I don't like a guy, don't mean that he can't improve. Look, he can shut me up and put some tape on my mouth. He can do all of that thing.
Mike,
Look,
you said it perfectly, Mike. Look,
Yeah.
you said it perfectly. Because look, my boy Tech Saint, who that to you? I haven't seen you in a while, but I see you here. Said Hoodie is a DA. No, I'm not a DA type of guy. I'm not trying to be up his ass and do that. What I'm trying to say is, and what my argument is, where I move the posts, with people. The thing is, he's only going into his 5th season as a head coach.
So I have a
Look at
question.
his 5th year as a head coach. That's all I'm trying to say is you got to give people a chance. I got a positive mind. I think positive thing. I don't think anything negative, and I'm not gonna pray and say I want to lose for a downfall just to get one person out of here.
Well, that's just
I'd
easy.
rather
Where
work
does
it
he?
out,
Where
and I
does
want them
where
to
does he?
prove me wrong.
Where does DA rank in the as in head coaches in the National
I
Football
don't
League?
know.
Where do you rank him?
Where do you rank him right now?
I
Yeah.
gotta
It
see the
depends. It
coaches.
depends. Because I gotta look at all the head coaches right now. So you already know both the Harbars, head coaches. They proved that they can be winning coaches. Even the Harbar that left, that came back to the Chargers. Him.
Yeah.
I forgot, is that Jim or
It's Jim.
Jim? Okay, so Jim Harbaugh, he's proven
Yeah,
that they
Jim
can
was
do the
coaching
thing.
with Michigan, and then
Yeah, you already know Andy Reid. Pop,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Andy Reid's the best coach. Best
I
coach
do
in the
Yeah.
too.
league now.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Andy Reid, Sean Payton has proven, he can do
Yeah.
it. But don't forget, Sean Payton also proven he can lose if he doesn't have the right defensive
True.
players.
You saw Denver
Defensive
last
scheme.
year.
He
Denver's
showed it with
ready to
us,
get rid of him.
79. Then also, you can go to head coaches like you said, the Eagles. I don't want to fuck up his name, but the Eagles
Nick
head coach.
Sirianni,
He's been doing good. You have Cleveland's coach and Bengals,
Kevin
who's
Stefanski,
been really good as well.
Zach Taylor.
I'm not gonna lie, the dude that was the Chargers coach before that just got fired,
Terrible.
he was booty cheat, so he's worse than Dennis Allen. The guy that was coaching the Raiders, worse than Dennis Allen.
What was
Um,
or right now?
no, like right now, like he was worse than Dennis Allen. Both of them.
Oh, how about Josh McDaniels?
Yeah, he was ass
Oh
too
yeah, he was
as the head
terrible.
coach.
Yeah, he was
What
Yeah,
about the
god
new?
so
What
so
about
awful.
he's
the new
better
head
than
coach?
them. They got
Wait, what
other
about his new
teams.
head coach? Is he good or better or worse?
Who, the Raiders?
Yeah.
So far he's got to show us a lot more. But what he did last year, how he turned the team around, and the hype, and the locker room videos, I say right now, he looks like a better coach upcoming. But he's got
I'm
to
putting
show
them
us.
honestly. I'm
But he's got to
putting them.
show us from start to finish. I got to
Yeah.
see him from start to finish, not just halfway through the season. Everybody was pissed off, didn't want to play football at all for him, and now you got a new coach and like, oh, let's play for him now because we ain't gonna make him look bad, but we want to make.
But he
McDaniels
was
look
inside the
terrible.
building as well.
Yeah, so he was in the building. He just
Yeah.
he wasn't really the guy of the team. It was
I put him.
McDaniels,
I
and that's why
put
people.
DA right now anywhere from 18 to 25.
That's what I would do. And not saying is he the worst head coach in the league? Like he's the worst? No.
No, he's not the worst.
And like I said, what would be so much nicer to see if Dennis Allen and this is the thing, and post game, and Mikey, and everybody in the chat, I just need to ask y'all this question because it's been sticking in my head for years. So Sean Payton, great offensive minded coach, right? But not good at defense. Dennis Allen, great at defense, sucks at offense. But if you are great at defense and you know what plays you need to run and like what type of scheme to stop a person's offense, shouldn't that help you be a good offensive guy too, knowing what to run against your type of defense that could kill your defense?
Well,
like, you ever think about it like that, or you kind of just like?
No, I think we look at those two guys like the offense and defense coordinators. They're separate. The head coaching job is separate but equal. Like they're separate. They have nothing to do with each other, but they're both of them are most important. His job is to make sure he has the right coaches in those predicaments, in those places, to make the right call, to make the right position. DA is a defensive coordinator. He's the defensive play caller, right? Then it's his job to make sure he has the right people in the offensive coordinator position. So keep, in my opinion, when he kept what's his name? Sorry, our OC from last season. I'm just drawing blanks.
Pete Carmichael.
Yeah, when they kept him all last season, that decision is on Mikey Loomis and Dennis Allen. That's their job to know when to cut loose and when not to. So that's their fault for that failure last season. It's no one else's.
Yeah. I mean, let me ask you this though: has the Saints I mean, maybe I'm just missing it. Was there ever really a time in the Saints organization where we literally just let people go mid-season
Not
like that?
really.
Because like I feel like the Saints organization, like since I've ever been watching,
Yeah, there's
it seems
never
like
been
they
that.
always wait to the end of the season to
Yeah.
decide if they want to get rid of. I never seen the Saints yet. Oh, we fired Sean Payton mid-season. We fired, this wide receiver coach mid-season. I feel like they play it through,
I
and
mean,
then
we'll do
after
some
that
Yeah.
they make
trades
decisions.
and cuts and
So
stuff,
that's
but
one thing I
we
would
ain't
say about that. I
firing
never
them.
seen our organization. Now I did see other organizations do it all the time. The Raiders did it multiple times. Did it to Dennis Allen. Did it to the McDaniel's coach. So I mean, you do see it, but I think in our organization, I don't think we ever did that. Unless somebody knows in the chat, if y'all know any Saints guys that got fired like mid-season, let us know.
Yeah.
Like
Um.
coaching wise, I don't remember at
Yeah.
all.
Um. Hoodie. That
Yeah.
question, I was actually thinking about that too the other day, and here's what I think about it. Da, look, I think as a defensive coach, I don't think he's what everybody be telling him like that he's a guru, because when you allow 27 points to Joshua Dobbs, 27 points, man, it's just out of control. But I will give him this: there are some times where he kind of confuses me. Where how do you not know how to call defense or an offense when you basically go against offense? And I think it's because of the playbook, right? Because the Saints have a different playbook than, let's say, the Colts. That's why that's why last year, the Saints knew how to shut down the Colts, because the Colts just didn't have the playbook to beat the Saints. So I think when you ask that question, it depends on the team, right? So like you can what the Panthers are running, because they're probably the dumbest team in the NFL for at least the past 2 seasons. But you don't really know how to stop the Chiefs, because you never know what they're going to do. You never know if Mahomes is going to throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns on you, or if their run game would just turn into the best run game. So like it depends on the team, right? Like if the Saints were to play the Panthers right now, I think Dennis Allen can do a good job with that, because the Panthers aren't really as skilled offensively. But if they're playing the Chiefs right now, they would give us a run for our money, because you never know. With them getting Hollywood and Worthy, you never know what the Chiefs can do. If they were playing the Broncos right now, I think the Saints could put up a fight, because the Broncos, they don't really have the scheme like of a Dennis Allen defense. But if they were playing a team like the Eagles, then we could go down to the wire. So I think it comes down with the team. So when you say, how are you bad at offense but you're good at defense, that's because he's not calling everybody else's playbooks. He's just going off the film. All right, and the Saints playbook is way different than Eagles playbook, than a Broncos playbook, than any other playbook that other teams could have. So when he struggles on offense, that's because he's not built for an offensive playbook. He's built to shut down other teams' offensive playbooks. That's just my opinion, and that's how I feel when you ask that question.
And I do agree with T Dirty with the he said when people do record prediction, people was bad last year, and then you come over here and you say they suck, so that's why you should win. I don't think nobody on our channel said that yet, because we all said it when I did my record prediction, like my actual record prediction. We did say that the NFL is the NFL, and it's kind of stupid how they come out the next year and they say the Saints and the Falcons got the 1 and 2 easiest schedule out there right now, when in reality people do get better. Their record might have been 3 and 14 last year, because so many injuries and terrible coaching, and now they got a better head coach, and their all season got super better, like a lot better players. So it's a different team you're playing now. It's not the same team you played last year. Yes, it's the same organization, but it's a different team,
Yeah.
players wise and coach wise. So like that was one thing I always tell people, you can't argue. But the ones that I would predict, or the ones that we're playing against, like the Cowboys, like I said, the Cowboys got no running game, and their offensive line gotten worse. Their defense is always going to be good, but their offense is going to be like a little iffy now this year. That's going to be the question: what are you going to do with no running back and less offensive line? I think it's going to be, you gotta it's kind of, you gotta see, are y'all going to be better without them, or you're gonna get worse. But to me,
Yeah.
it looked like they got worse. Like me as the New Orleans Saints watching the off seasons and the draft, I think the Saints gotten better just because the offense is gonna be better to me.
Yeah.
Just on rip. I mean, matter of fact, on defense, who did we really lose? That scared us because we lost people. You still got your veteran Cam to help on the D line. Brian Breesy did an amazing rookie season last year. What's his name? Saunders, so good flashes last year, especially when they used him at fullback. I was super hyped, hoping he would score. Find a way to give him the ball for a touchdown. That would have been cool to watch Saunders get it.
Y'all remember that
Brandon
one
Shen-
Super Bowl where the Bears had somebody
Which
named the Fridge who scored a touchdown?
Wait, which one? The Bears?
Yeah, they had somebody called the Fridge that was playing
Yeah.
fullback. I think it
Oh
was-
yeah,
yeah, that's
the
what I
big
thought
boy.
Colin Saunders was going to do at one point.
I thought they would have too.
I
ain't
thought
gonna
it
lie
was
to you.
going to be like a 30-point blowout, and they'll be like, Colin Saunders, you get yourself a touchdown. Wow.
Hey, Hoodie, somebody looking for the link in the
Yeah. I put it in. I see Pammy Wary in the chat. She said, "Oh Lord, J Live is here."
but I want to say one more thing before I head out.
Yeah,
Well,
that's fine.
firstly, appreciate y'all for letting me on. This is great. Every single time we get to chop it up.
Man, you all right.
No problem.
Who Dat Nation, stand up like always. Appreciate y'all for letting me on. For real, this is great. I'll probably still be in the stream. And if someone says something crazy, I might jump back in here. But definitely appreciate you for having me on, man.
Yes, sir. No problem. And like I said, anytime you want to come on, you're welcome. And anytime, if you want to do a collab with me, just you and me, or if you want to
Absolutely.
do one on your channel, just send me an invite. And I think you added me on Twitter.
Yeah, I
You just have
did.
a different name under there. I think you was the one where I answered the question in Twitter, wasn't it? Something battles or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, that's
But-
it.
Yep. Okay. That's why I figured. Because when I went and looked at the comment after I seen the post game on the top of your page, I was like, "Oh wait, was he just not on the show named the post game?" So I was just trying to figure it out. So I figured that was you.
No, man, I appreciate you, yeah. But yeah, for
problem.
y'all come check out the post game. We're doing a series right now where we talk about every football team. So go check
You
that
put
out.
your link in there for me. You
Huh?
put the link in the chat. You'll put your link in the chat for him.
Absolutely, I definitely will. We did the Saints video already, so go check that out. I mean, that's a fun one, man. Definitely a fun one. Dirty, let me know. I'm trying to jump on the pod with y'all. Anybody, if you want me to jump on the pod or jump on my channel, definitely let me know. I love to have y'all on. Appreciate y'all so much for the time. Y'all be easy.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Who that?
sir.
Now let's bring him on. Let's bring on J Live because
God.
Pay Webby said J Live is in the building.
Wait, okay, never
What up,
mind.
J Live?
Nah, man, just trying to piece together what y'all talking about,
Man, people trying to hate on you, man. Man, people said, "Oh shit, J Live's here." Oh shit.
Hey, bro, all J Live do is spit facts. I ain't expecting the world of everybody to understand. You know what I mean?
Hoodie, can I say something?
Yeah. What's up?
By the way, speaking of what the post game just said, I don't know if y'all know or not, but I'm actually on the road to 100 subscribers by football season, and then I'm gonna do even more content if y'all want to check out a real Saints channel.
Yeah, you heard him. Real.
Yeah, I just need. Let's see.
Oh,
need 13
and if y'all want to see a guy go insane, especially during the football season when shit ain't going right, and it's just looking terrible, and you want to see something going crazy like a real hurricane, yeah, go subscribe to him. You will see it. If you don't believe me, just go back to Big Q show and watch on that Pro Media Network when he went off when that little
Go
rant
watch
had-
it. Go watch. You will never see something like that.
Big Q face with the whole time. We couldn't even see you. You This is Big Q.
Say, bro. Hold it.
Yeah, what up?
Now, you see, I just want to go ahead and put myself on the record. I don't want to hear nobody jumping off that Spencer Ratliff train. Y'all stay right up on that train. I already told you what's going to happen to him when Jake Haener get a hand. Look, I don't know why we even talking about Ratliff. He can't hold Jake Haener's jock strap.
Neither can Jake.
Well, hey, bro, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? Clint Kubiak going to...
Damn.
He's going to be watching Derek play, and then he's going to be looking at Jake, and he's going to start talking to the brass around the Saints organization like, hey, we might want to check out Jake and because Derek going to be fucking up. You know how he is. He gonna find a way to make this offense look pedestrian. You know, well, look, I'm telling you, that's what I hope Kubiak does, bro. Is that he at least gives
Jake from
Jake
State
a
Farm. Jake
chance.
from State Farm. Paris.
Well, if you
Paris.
want
Damn
to
right,
Jake from State Farm.
if you want to
Like a
give
good
Jake,
neighbor, State Farm is there.
all right, how about
bro.
this?
Come
If
on.
you want Jake to get a chance, then go play Madden.
By the way, J Live and Mike, help me answer this question from Text Saints. It says Hoodie, and I'm gonna answer first, and I'm gonna let y'all answer. Hoodie, do you think our switching big boys to right tackle is a good move? To be honest with you, I say yeah, because left side didn't work out for Penning at all. He was kind of failing in that position. It's also your blind side of your quarterback, so you want your best tackle on that side, you know. That's why Trent Williams, you know, that's why when we lost Teron Armstead, it kind of went down a little bit with the O line because you needed a guy who is the blind side of your quarterback, you know. And the reason why we didn't put Ramczyk, I feel like, in that position at the time because you had Teron Armstead, you know, an All Pro there. So now you need to find you your next All Pro. So I think Fuaga is so good at what he does on the O line. I think he can handle that left side. To be honest with you, I think he can handle it. Penn couldn't. So now you're drawing Penning on the right side where it's not as bad, you know, watching the blind side. And the other thing is too, like Coach Dennis Allen and everybody said, it's a new scheme, it's a new offensive coordinator, it's a new everything. It's just a fresh start for the guy because you know, like they said, they wasted a first round pick on him. They got to see if it works better in the right tackle because they never tested him out there. They just did left tackle, which was the worst spot to probably have him at, especially as a rookie because that's the blind side. That's where everything you need to protect your quarterback and let him know he's coming through, you know, and that's what can screw you up. So I think putting him at right tackle is going to be a good move. But like I said, we don't know until we actually see it, right? Till we get to preseason, till we find out when it starts regular season. Here are your full starters at these positions, you know. So we
Yeah.
got to wait to see. But what I'm hearing from camp and from the people, they're saying Trevor Penning is looking pretty good, and his own boy from his own boy Christian Boyd that went to the same school, they've been working out together a lot. And Christian Boyd said he felt like Trevor Penning has gotten a lot better and is ready to get back to action to being the starter, you know, and getting that starting position. So that's a good thing to hear from teammates like that and, you know, around from the reporters and stuff. So far, my answer is yes. What about
Yeah.
you, Mike? What you say about it? You think it was a good move?
You know, before I answer the question, I gotta say this. People keep saying, "Oh, you traded up for Penning." We didn't trade up for Penning. We traded up for Olave. Chris Olave was buy one get one free. I've been telling you that this is a buy one get one free situation. You know when you're at the store and they be saying, and you see the commercials and they're like, "Buy one get one free." That's what Trevor Penning was. We bought Olave and Trevor Penning just came with it. Okay, so like, if you want to be real, we actually traded down for Penning because we had the 18th pick and we traded down to number 19 when we traded up for Olave. So that was buy one, get one free. I'd be telling people that. But now for the question. Is it a good move? Yes, it is. And I'm telling you why. Because Trevor Penning, right? He played left tackle for most of his career. And I gotta say this, his biggest weakness, he just could not do a one-on-one. We saw plenty of times. Every time it was a one versus, if it was a 1v1, he always got beat. However, so that's why I think Penning needs to rely on his guards. And Nick Sotovari, or whoever our left guard was last year, wasn't doing it. He wasn't cutting it. So he wasn't able to help Penning. And Penning needs help. He couldn't block anybody by himself. So if you put him on the right side with Cesar Ruiz, yeah, Cesar Ruiz is not the best guy out there, but he's damn sure better than Nick Sotovari. So Cesar Ruiz, I feel like having him help Penning is better than having whoever starts at left guard helping Trevor Penning. So I think it's a damn good move. And if you say it ain't, then you are just one. You know, I'm not going to say that because I'm going to sound like a mean person. But I will say this. Trevor Penning is not fit to be a left tackle. But right tackle, I think he could be better at because Cesar Ruiz is also on the right side of the field. And Fuaga, I feel like he can hold his own. That's my opinion. And Trevor Penning, you suck at left tackle, so maybe right tackle will be good for you. And yeah, the Saints are doing something.
What about you, J Live? If he's here. Oh, J Live.
Maybe Spencer Rattler hacked his computer.
Uh-oh. Oh, I hear something. Here he is. There he is. Oh, he left his phone outside. That's what it was. J Live.
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay, so the question is, was asked by a Saints fan in the chat. Texas Saints asked, was moving big boy Trevor Penning to the right side, was that a good move to you? Me and Mike already answered that.
First, let me address them horrible takes. You heard me? You know, there's no way in hell that moving Penny to the right is the answer. If you was gonna move Penny somewhere, you better put him in between somebody. He better be playing guard. He can't play tackle. And now you're gonna move his anybody athletic. And to Mike's point, he didn't lose every 1v1 battle, but he definitely lost against every athletic defensive end coming off the line. Like if you athletic and you got a little shake with you got speed, he gonna suffer. He gonna suffer. But if you slow and you just try to power him, he can deal with you. But that's what I'm saying. Like he needs to be a guard. Moving Fuanga to the left side, definitely. That's the right choice. But moving Penning to right tackle, no. Saints fans, we saw this before. We saw this movie. We know how it ends. Stop playing musical chairs with these guys, man. Fucking, I was a fullback, but now I'm a left tackle. You know, like what we doing? What we doing, bro?
Me and Mike said we think it's a good move because
I know. I heard some horrible takes. I heard that.
Hey, that's not a horrible take. He's a first round pick, and don't forget, left side is your blind side. That's the worst side. That's the worst side you could be put on, especially as a rookie. So I think right tackle is gonna be better. Plus, like I said,
ain't that what we doing this year? Ain't that what we doing this year?
But I think Fuaga is a lot better. He was a better proven. I think
he is a better prospect.
Yeah, Penning was more of a experienced type of guy. You know, you got to coach him up to be there.
Yeah,
that's what it is. And I think with a Clint Kubiak and the new offensive line coach, I think it's gonna be a lot better this year, especially with the scheme. I think the scheme is gonna help the offensive line. To be honest with you,
yes, sir.
It's gonna make them look better because I really want to ask you this, J Live. The 49ers offensive line, other than Trent Williams, who do you know on that offensive line really?
I don't know, but I'll definitely replace them with mine.
Or is it the scheme that made him look good? What if the scheme made him look good? You know, we never know. We got to see.
Look, I'm pretty sure. Well, look, it's a lot of running. It's a lot of athletic, offensive line play in the San Francisco. You know what I mean? But nah, bro. Like for real, like that's a horrible move. If you think he struggled last year, wait till you get a load on this year. Horrible decision. If you're gonna move him to reset him, you want to reset him? Put his ass at guard, where he got help all around him. Because tackle, no, he's a guard. He can play guard. His strengths are guard.
Okay.
It is what it is. Like,
so put him at left guard.
So put him where?
So you want to put him at left guard, Fuaga and Penning? Because I mean, you don't want to put at right guard, right? Because Reese is right guard. You don't want to put him at out of position again.
I'm sorry, Hoodie.
No, you good. Oh,
can't hear.
What's up, JT?
JT.
Well, yeah. Hey, Hoodie Jew, what's going on here, Big Mike? All right, G-Live.
You hear me up here spitting these facts, bro?
Hey, I'm adding to it. I come to add to it, cause I'm like this, Hoodie. This your number one draft pick, okay?
It is.
And when you get if you going in the draft, you the head coach. You going in the draft. If he played right tackle, let him come in the pros and play right tackle. If he played left tackle in college, let him come in the pros and play left tackle. Don't switch him around like that. Put him at where he played at. Now, I'm saying this. I think the Saints, to me, I've been looking at this. They've been drafting these guys and getting these guys and putting them in a position at another position. I mean, you got this guy to come in at the left tackle. He can't play left tackle, Hoodie. He can't play left tackle. What make you think he's gonna play right tackle? Everybody says, you're right. It's an easier position. They might think
that's
it's
not true anymore. That's not even true.
Right,
them guys are playing both sides. They moving players around on that line.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You
I
don't
was
think
just
they're gonna
about to
put their
say that.
best player against Penny once they
That's
realize
right.
he flawed and suspect? Come on, man.
And so what you think they did with Pete? They didn't put Pete at left tackle because he wasn't 100% left tackle. So he settled in at left guard. I mean, what 6'7" at left guard? Man, that's tall to bend down like that and coming up with
Bro,
force.
and he could be as nasty as he wants.
That's right.
Inside that line. He can be as
That's
nasty
right.
as he wants.
That's
He
right.
ain't gotta worry
So
about getting beat on the outside because he's slow.
you know, and then you say he got attitude. You
Hey,
put all
JT.
that inside. You put that inside.
Hey,
You
JT.
know, yeah.
What about Rose City's comment though? I mean, he is correct. Ramchek, played left tackle. We drafted him. We put him at right because you already had Armstead, and look where Ramchek became.
Right.
So
But
it
they
can happen
have
with Fuaga. Fuaga could do the same
it
thing.
could it
All
could
right,
it,
but there's two different things.
it
Ramchek came in balling.
yeah,
Penny
right,
came in
right.
falling.
Now
No,
and also you look, Hoodie, you can do that with some of these guys, man. Some of these guys are very smart guys. That's why years ago Jim Mora used to want these guys that were smart. Like Bill Belichick. They have these smart guys on the offensive line because they could play these positions, man. They can play these
Right.
different. But when you get some of these guys that when they come
And
in,
that's not smart. Like you could
they're
look at
not
Penny and
smart.
be like,
Yeah,
dog, you
come
not
on.
smart, bro.
He's not
Straight
very
up.
smart. You're not very smart. That's why he can't adapt right now. Let's use our common
And he
sense,
got a
y'all.
weak mindset. I ain't
We
gotta
we
say his
use it.
confidence getting shattered.
Yeah,
Man, what are we talking about?
I ain't saying he can't play it. I mean, if you put somebody there 3-4 years, of course they're gonna get it. They're gonna have to get it. But he's a #1 draft pick. Let's not forget that, y'all. We making our mindset on what these reporters and everything reporting. Let's stay on the fact that he is a #1 draft pick. If he's a #1 draft pick, he should be able to be starting day one. That's why we was in
Right.
the same position with Davenport. We was in the same position with this boy who's there right now. He about 3 or 4 deep on the defensive end right now. They're gonna get him
Turner.
out of here too. Yeah, he's
Turner.
out of here too, man. I'm tired of all of that. Get that out of here too. He's gone. He's gone in my book. In my book, I don't care what he do 1 game and then they disappear 10 games. Get him out of here. That's #1 draft pick. Say you made a mistake and send them on their way. The Saints, that's why we're in the position we in, because Davenport, Turner, now this boy here, and whoever else. You understand? You got to draft good. Draft good. If you draft good, you're okay.
yeah. I think Pennon was more of because even the reporters, and the analysts, when we drafted him, all said the same. They said he can be a first round talent. They said some people thought Pennon could have went second round. And they said he's like a raw talent type of guy. You got to coach him up better and all that. And I thought that was going to be a good thing with Doug Marrone coming in, but that didn't help at all. Doug Marrone didn't show at
Right.
all.
All right,
That
Hoodie, but you gotta say yourself, bro, that you would think that do you think Penny would be a better guard or a tackle? Honestly, with his gift and
the
his
way
talent.
with the way he's physical and he's nasty, I mean that guard position would be nice because you can just push the motherfucker down in front of you and just.
And you ain't gotta worry about guys running around you, because he struggled with them fast guys going around him, left or right. It don't matter.
Yeah, he is
And
physical.
you know what else? You know what else too, Hoodie? You look at when longest Pennon played. When you look at him, look at his footwork. Your left tackle supposed to be almost like a light on his feet, like a ballerina. I mean, I remember Willie Roast used to play for the Saints. I'm talking about way back. Some of them wasn't even born around that time. This guy was 300 some pounds.
He was a wall. He was a wall on the outside that line.
And they used to come putting their defensive ends. Well, it was linebackers then, because they used to play a lot of that 4-3, and I think it's called 3-4. And all them them fast linebackers was come around, and Willie Rowe legs. He's so quick. He was able to catch him and just toss him on the side. There was no problem for him. See, that's what I'm saying right now. Penny, he's too. His feet's too heavy.
Bro, you know what it is, bro? He think too much where he can't just be him, because he got a natural aggression with him, bro. but he's thinking too much. He wasn't confident in himself. And I'm saying, if you want to reset him at guard.
Yeah.
Where he has help, bro. And allow him just to concentrate on that man right in front of him, a foot to the left and a foot to the right. No more. If you do that, he'll be all right, bro.
All right, that's right. And look, and look at this, Hoodie and Mike. I'm gonna tell you again. Let's not let none of this fool you. Y'all know our offensive line is just a work in progress. Just understand, if it don't work, then what? You see what I'm saying? We got like a little situation up front, so we have to try to, put this together the best way the Saints could, or however they're gonna do it. But right now, I gotta wait to see what's going on, because I'm not still stuck with Penning right now. You understand? I'm not stuck. With Fuaga right now either, because he was a right tackle in college. The Saints grabbed him out of college at right tackle and just threw him over on the left side. And the guy didn't play left in a long time. You understand? Years. So he got to get back acclimated to that side. Now, if you think he's going to be acclimated to that side and then up to speed like he is coming out of college, I don't see that. I don't see them doing that. I don't see him coming. I see he's a work in progress over there. So we gonna these first 5 games. I mean, you got to be real. I mean, we got to come together like glue pretty quick. We got to come together quick on that line.
Hey, a good question. What other tackles do we have that's on the squad right now?
Udo, we got that dude that got drafted in the 7th round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all I know.
Hey, where he came from? What about that guy?
Landon Young. You still got Landon Young.
What about Trey Turner? We still got Turner.
Don't do that, Hoodie.
No,
don't do that.
Turner's a free agent.
Okay.
What? Don't do what?
Okay.
So who you said we still got? We got Landon Young.
Landon Young. Yeah. He's still on the roster as a left tackle.
You might as well put a folding chair where his position gonna be on the field. Let's go ahead and put a lawn chair right there.
Yeah.
Hey, Landon Young did good. Landon Young did good before he got hurt.
Landon Young been with the Saints for how many years?
Right, bro. He ain't bro. Please, I can't.
Honestly, a long chair could probably block better than
Landon. Been there 2 years, 3 years, but
you're right. There you go, Mike.
But there was some years. There was a year or two he was hurt.
Mm-hmm. What you say, Mike? Tell him what you say, Mike.
I said a lawn chair could probably block better than Landon. Because all I gotta do is just stand there and just trip the defender with the metal bar, and then the dude falls down.
I guarantee you, he'll pancake a defender before.
Yeah. And something else with it. If we gotta sit up here and I use common sense with a lot of stuff now. J Live, Hoodie, and Mike, I do that. If we gotta sit up here and say we hope our line come through, man, we're in a position. And let me tell you another term we use. And here's another term we use a lot of. Boy, if we can get some of these free agents to play ball and start for us, man, if we in a position, if we need free agents to come and make this team move all the way up to 1, 2, or 3 wide receiver or whatever, guard or tackle, or man, I'm telling you, that's why I say we in a work in progress right now. That's where we at on that line. I'm telling you, on that line, we're a work in progress.
You know what was good there on the opposite side, on the D line. Here, Cam Jordan said that, man, put me on the inside. I don't care. He already, team player.
Right.
The inside.
Right. Yeah.
He's great at the run.
that to get that young fella in there. Hopefully he's healthy enough. That's another situation.
And get all three of them on the field anymore. Like if he just stops
Another
running,
situation.
that'd be double spent.
Bro, you know what? I would like to see Grandison, Chase Young, what's it called? Cam Jordan, and Passanio, bro. I like Passanio. Passanio do well in pass rush.
I want to see how Foskey does in year number 2.
Passenger do everything they ask him to do. They want him to play the middle.
On that, bro. Dog gonna set you up for failure. You understand me with that Foskey pick? Like coach come on camera, bro. That's the only player coach call out. He don't call out no defensive player, but boy, he'll call out Foskey quick. Look, you just need to do more. You need to cut it loose. Shit,
see, Foskey was a second round draft pick. I think now last year he was making a couple of plays or whatever. A second round draft pick. Put it this way: if you had a second round draft pick that was a wide receiver, skill position player, let's say skill position, and he ran a 4.3, and you'd be like, man, they should start him. That's what we did with what his name, free agent, what his name was, the wide receiver we have right now, 22. Yeah, that's what we did with him. We knew he was fast, but we didn't know if he could adapt to these plays that we have. Okay, he was able to get on the field and play. Now remember, that's a free agent, so that showed you right there. The receiver department, we didn't have any receivers. You know, we just didn't have them. You know. But with him making the team, that was good. Right, that's right. That's what I'm saying. You know, we was going through some stuff. That's why I'm telling you again. Right now we got one receiver, Olave. We got Shaheed. Now we don't have nothing else behind him that's solid right now. Nothing solid.
Perry was playing good.
Well, he was playing good. Let's see him keep playing good. Like I say, it's a work in progress. Look at the tight end position. We don't have no tight ends. None. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't care what nobody say. If they we don't have none. Oh Lord, man! Last year they had Jimmy, and we had that other boy, and ain't none of them boys seen the field the whole season. I don't know where they had Jimmy at. I don't know where they put Jimmy at.
Juwan Johnson was not all that.
Oh, Juwan Johnson too.
Juwan Johnson was a disappointment, but you know what? Also, this scheme is the disappointment to Juwan Johnson. We also got to say.
Well, you know,
because we don't
Juwan
use our tight
end. See, that's another situation right there that I'm talking about. Juwan Johnson was a what? When he played at school, he was a wide receiver. He come to the Saints, and what the Saints put him at? Tight end, just to keep him on the team. You know, go get you a tight end. Go get you a real tight end. Go get you a couple of them.
Juwan Johnson is they look at him like they looked at Traquan, bro. I don't know. They wanted him to be more, but that seemed like that's all they get out of him, bro. But I do think that he's gonna have a better year this year, just because the scheme and what we're running actually features the tight end.
Yeah,
I think Juwan Johnson. Personally, that's all. Personally, that's all we have is Juwan Johnson until I see some preseason or whatever.
Yeah,
and see what these guys can do. I'm just glad.
I like that tight end from Michigan, JT.
Who that? The one from
that dude.
Well, let's see.
He could be a problem, bro. He could be a problem.
Let's see. I like the fullback. I like the tight end from Michigan. I like the fullback they got there. But let's see him on the field. Let's see him play. Let's put him playing some.
What fullback they got from Michigan?
No, the tight end is from Michigan.
Oh, all right, I got you.
Yeah, the fullback
from the
is another fullback. I don't know where he come from, but I want to see him. I like his. I pulled it up on him, but I like the way he plays.
I want to see Xander Horvath.
I want to see Taysom at that fullback position. Him and Kamara on the same field at the same time, moving around. With Rashid
back here, do y'all still see Taysom Hill doing the Taysom Hill things, or will Clint change some up?
I think we're gonna see him use just like they use that fullback, bro, and with a
Yeah,
twist because we can do a little bit more with
yeah.
Taysom.
All right,
I'm
well,
glad Taysom not in the tight end room no more. That's all I'm glad about
yeah,
too.
like, I
That
was
kind of
confused
stuff.
what we mean. Like, yeah, I know that
Yeah,
he, but
Man,
like,
Taysom
why?
has
yeah.
been in every room. They pass him around like good. Ooh, I ain't
Besides
gonna
He
kicker,
is
say it.
gonna be a kicker. I want his
put him
buddy
at
if
kicker. He might
they
kick
make him
better
our
too.
kicker.
Right, right.
Compete with Blake Groupie, kicker, Taysom Hill, punter, Taysom Hill, offensive lineman,
And then
Taysom
they
Hill, defensive lineman,
and then
Taysom
they
Hey,
Hill.
go get this. They go get this little fella. He look like groupie. He like he
Man,
on a
leave Goofy
skateboard or
alone,
something.
bro.
And we need
Nah, Groupie
somebody
looks
else
like he's
back
on a
there.
diet.
Yeah, he on a die.
No, y'all didn't see him. Goofy small this year.
What?
He what?
Goofy gained about 20 pounds in the off season.
How do you
If he
know?
want to keep working, if he want to keep
Hey, bro,
working.
you know I keep my ears glued to the street, Mike, baby. You know what I mean?
that's over. Family Whammy put in the chat though, huh?
The only reason
Family
that he's
Whammy
still in the
said, "Hoodie,
top
don't
man
let
post
these
is he's
jokers
a
take
kicker.
over." So, Miss Pammy Whammy, can you tell me who's the jokers in the room before we can kick
I
them
know
off?
you
We
ain't
gotta kick the
talking to me,
jokers off
Pammy.
the show. Who's the jokers? We gotta kick them off. Pammy, let me know.
I know you ain't talking to me, Pam.
Well, first of all, we don't switch from different topic to topic. I think the show is moving around just fine. See, there you go, Pammy.
Yeah.
Start. She
Look,
always instigating.
I do respect
Everybody
you, Pammy
instigates.
Whammy.
She
Hey, look,
instigates on
you
every
instigating,
show.
JT
But
instigating,
Every
I be
show she
instigating. So
instigates,
look,
bro.
no, leave her alone, Jay. She's good at what she do, and we good at what we do.
plus I have an
Nah,
entire
bro.
family of
Yeah,
instigators.
Jake Hainer. Really.
My entire family's full of instigators. I know an instigator.
Yeah.
Oh, she said she's not gonna say no names. Okay, we won't say no names.
So,
But
Hoodie,
yeah,
I got a
This
question
is the
for you, Hoodie.
yes,
I got
sir.
a question for you, Hoodie. For as far as I'm gonna go with the coordinators, which of the coordinators excited you more coming to the Saints, other than our head coach? Well, I'm talking coordinators because our head coach is
Oh,
a coordinator too. But anyway,
so there was two of them that really excite me. So number one, Clint Kubiak. Of
mm-hmm.
course, him. He's a great offensive coordinator. He's proven. But the other guy that
Yeah.
kind of excited me too was the running back coach that we took from the Chargers. He's like one of the
Mm-hmm.
best. He's one of the best like running
Mm-hmm.
backs guys out there, and he
Mm-hmm.
made Austin Eckler, who Austin Eckler is today. He helped
Yeah.
Austin Eckler get to that level. So
Mm-hmm.
I think him in the
Yeah.
backfield, he's gonna help Kendrick
Mm-hmm.
Miller out. He's gonna help have him out more. He's
Hey,
gonna help Williams and all that. So I think
that's
the
good.
running game is gonna be really
Yeah.
nice. I think you're gonna see those three guys in the backfield killing it this year. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
And look, we
that
ain't
running
even
back.
talking about Kendrick Miller. What's the plan for him? Because in the 49ers, they had two running backs.
Yeah.
And I know that's how
Mm-hmm.
Clint looking at it. Like, we going to run them both.
Yeah.
That's
But the running backs coach that we have now, all of his fullbacks was really big too in the run game. That he had.
yeah.
I've looked at that too. I think he had like 3 of them made the Pro Bowl
Yeah.
in the last
Hoodie,
in the
can I say
last few
something
years.
quick?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
an exciting pickup, man.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mike.
So I said this last time too. Can anybody guess how much plays Pete Carmichael had with two running backs on the field? Any guesses?
With two running
Man,
backs on the field.
you got me with that because he was scared to
I
run. Looks
think
like.
I remember seeing that with him and with Kamara and Kendrick Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. If it was once. Once or zero. How many times, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many times, Mike?
Well, the answer was 0 times. But
Yeah,
do
J
you
Love
know?
got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know the percentage of the 49ers offensive plays with two running backs on the field? Do you know the percentage?
Shoot, they probably run every game, probably at least 10 to 15, huh?
36% of the time.
Look at that. Mm-hmm.
So you're going from 0% to 36%.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, look, maybe Jamal can have a bounce back year, or Kendrick Miller. Maybe he'll have a good year
Yeah.
or two. And Kamara, we already know what he can
But
be.
he
So the Saints running
he
game
needs
He needs to
Kendrick
get his,
Miller needs
you
to
know what, to training to camp. That's what he needs to do.
yeah. Kendrick Miller needs to at least 500 yards this year. Plus,
Minimum.
he at least need that.
We saw Kendrick Miller make some plays last season.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
he needs to.
500 yards would be nice. Well, 500 yards rushing or just all
Well,
around.
yeah, no rushing. That would
Yeah,
be
500
nice.
yards
Yeah,
and maybe
that would be nice.
but yeah, 500 yards rushing, 300 maybe passing. That would be perfect. A good bit right there.
I think a great season for Kendrick would be 500 to 600 yards plus you get 4 to 5 touchdowns. That would be a great season for Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what I like about Kendrick? You ain't got to worry about his mentality. He came in saying, "I'm here to be a starter."
Yeah. Boy, he gonna come on
You
the
ain't got to
scene
worry about
because
his
he's a good
mentality.
runner.
Yes,
Bro,
He's a
and
good
I
runner.
talk to me, he really exposed what's that dude I don't like that's out on our running back? Scored the
Oh yeah,
that touchdown.
yeah.
Jamal
You
Williams?
talking about from Detroit? From Detroit?
Yeah,
Jamal
what's his name? Yes. He exposed Jamal Williams. When Kendrick got on that field, the offensive line looked like they instantly became an all-pro offensive line with Kendrick in there.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
started
because
calling
that
Jamal
running style
Williams
is
Mr.
different.
Stuff. Yeah, I gave Jamal Williams a new nickname that I was saying, and his new nickname that I gave him was Mr. Stuff because all he would do is get stuffed.
All he does is run into the back of a player. He has no vision. I never saw a running back with no vision.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
he didn't make anyone bit last season. He had to be the lowest out of every running back.
Season.
Yeah, bro, get him off the team. Get him off the team, bro. That's a waste of a spot right there. I mean,
we get fifth round pick,
he can't even block. What are we doing? That's a wasted spot. That's a wasted spot for real.
Yeah.
Like I would rather have something way more than that on as far as another running back on the squad. But yeah, he ain't cutting it, bro.
No.
I don't even know why they like it. And then you gonna come in wearing Pokemon? You better be good. You better be good.
The reason Jamal sticks around is because he's a character.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. They had me all juiced up talking about this old dog. They had me all juiced up last season.
Man, look, I don't go for all that. I'm not with all of that.
Up the right.
What up the right?
Yo, what up, gentlemen? How you doing?
The right.
We're doing good. Cause the right's here.
Come on, man. Y'all.
I've been here for a couple, but yeah, I'm just go ahead, Dwight.
Hey, man, I kind of like missed the beginning of the conference that we got going on. So what's the talk?
The talk is about whatever we want it to be.
A lot of different things, but the main
part
that we talked about
let's get his opinion. Let's get his opinion on the pinning.
Yeah, we will. We're gonna get there.
We just got to a Jamal Williams debate.
All right, fine. It's your show, honey. You do it on your time.
I will do the time. It's my show. But the right, earlier we was talking about is Dennis Allen, being overlooked, basically, because you got a lot of fans that just hate him because of the way he acted last year and all that. But is he being overlooked? So I had some stats up there, with the Bill Belichick's, the Sean Paytons, how they started off, how they look bad, stuff like that. So we had a conversation with a few people, and then J Live and all of them came on, and we started talking about O-line because Tex Saints in the chat asked about the O-line and was like, was Trevor Penning, getting moved to the right tackle? Was that a good move for the Saints, And me and Mikey said, yeah, we think it's a good move, because, he's getting a fresh start, you did waste a first round pick, so you got to see if you can, get something out of him. And it's a new scheme, new playbook for him. So, maybe this scheme can help the O-line, the whole O-line, hopefully, look a lot better because, like I said, if you really look at the 49ers, other than Trent Williams, who do you really know on that offensive line? I don't really know nobody besides Trent Williams, but I know their O-line is, good. Their offense works, so maybe the offensive scheme can help our offensive line out. So that'll be one question to ask you, the right. moving Penning to right tackle? Was that a good move or was that a terrible move?
Well, first of all, you got to look at what's Penning's strongest characteristic. And Penning's strongest characteristic was he was a mauler. To be honest with you, when he first came to the Saints, that was his characteristic. He was a mauler. So, with that being said, running a wide zone, you got to think about it like this: if that's going to be our new identity, running the ball, well, of course, that's going to be we're gonna play to Penning's strength. You know what I'm saying? Because if we're going to run the ball to the right side or the left side, and we're going to give Alvin Kamara the opportunity to pick where he wants to go, well, think about it like this: who's who's more of a dominant mauler than Trevor Penning? Because that was his draft characteristic. His draft characteristic was he was a mauler. So if we give the ball to him, we give the ball to the right side, or he's going to maul whoever's in front of him. So if you think about the decision that Dennis Allen made, what he really did, and I hate to say it like this because I don't want to seem as though that I'm one side versus the other, but what he did was he actually took the offense out of Derek Carr's hand because he said, guess what? Opposed to playing to Derek Carr's weaknesses, let's play to Derek Carr's strength. Let's put him in a situation where he don't have to worry about when he get to the red zone, whether he has to throw the ball into double coverage, whether he has to throw the ball into small windows. Let's become a running team. If we become a running team, then 9 times out of 10, that's going to make defense coordinators play to the run, which should make it a little bit more convenient for Derek. I mean, come on, if we had that much confidence in Derek, why do we have to go to a running team if we had that much confidence in Derek? So I think the
Right.
Trevor Penning move to the right side is a great move because that's what Trevor Penning is known for. He's known for mauling. And if we do have to drop back for a pass, then Derek Carr can actually see what's coming Penning way and not have to be concerned about his backside. Why? Because Penning was horrible on his backside. So let's situation where he's more where Derek can actually see what's taking place in front of him versus what's taking place behind him. Because when we did that and we put Trevor Penning on the left side, I mean, come on, Derek Carr got killed. So Derek Carr's success rate and his confidence is more on let's put Trevor in front of me so I can see what's happening. Because if he misses a block, I can see it. Versus, hey, you know what? I trust this kid that's over there that is the first round drafted, who's have the capabilities of playing right and left. So I think the Trevor Penning move was a good move. I'm not going to say it was a great move because we haven't seen it yet. But let's say it was a good move
Right.
as
Right.
far
That's what I say.
as perspective.
Yep. Yep. That's what I say. Not until I see it.
Right. Let's say it was a
Right.
good move. But
Yeah.
but I mean, come on. When we first drafted Penny, what was the talk? Penny was a mauler. Penny was the kind
Yeah.
that the guy didn't
Yeah.
smash somebody. Okay, well, if we're going to become a running team, let's toss the ball Penny side and let him go run over a few people. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Exactly. I
Right.
mean, come on, think about it. Let's go let him smash a few people, and then at least we know that that's 5 yards. At least we know that that's 5 to 7 yards, easy. Why? Because Trevor Penny will smash somebody because
Yeah.
that's his strength. So I think making that move give Trevor Penning confidence that we didn't give up on him, as well as now if Derek Carr was smart, Derek Carr would be like, I can't believe they just took the offense out of my hands. Yeah, bro. Because the reason why they took the offense out of your hands was because when you get inside the 20-yard line, you can a quarterback block. In other words, let's say if it was a rapper, how the rapper gets writer's block, Derek Carr gets block. Because that has been his problem inside the 20-yard line. But if we can become a running team, then we can get the team. Then we can get all the defenses to focus on. Okay, since they're a running team, they're going to focus on running the ball once it gets here. So I think the
Mm-hmm.
move Dennis made was a smart move, and
Mm-hmm.
Pennington on the side, we play to his strength instead of to his weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never saw Penning on the right. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
And he showed me he a slow learner last year. So now I'm going to put this slow learning as tackle on the right to do it again.
Well,
I like Penning. I like Penning. But I personally think he's just a guard. And I think if you allow him to just play guard and be that mauler and be that guy that punishes in the middle of the offense, I think that will work out better. Hey, but I do like your argument. It had a lot of valid points.
Okay, but think about it like this: Trevor Penning, athletically, just from an athletic standpoint, he's more athletic than any guards that we have because of the fact that he can move. He can move. And the thing about it is, if I can teach him how to be more aware of what's going on around him, then I can teach him how to move. And see, the thing about it is, when you talk about somebody's athletic skills, a person's athletic skills, I want to put to their strengths. I want to put to their athletic strengths. The problem is when we put him in front of Pete Carmichael's skill. Pete Carmichael's skill was based on pass protection. That was Pete Carmichael's whole scheme. Well, when you look at, let's say, for instance, Clint Kubiak's scheme, if you remember when Clint Kubiak, when his dad caught in Denver, when his dad was coaching in Denver, the reason why the running back got what he got was the fact of the gaps that were made for the running back. Well, if you look at Penning's, his skill is not about how slow he is. His skill is about how athletic he is, about getting out and mauling people. So think about it like this. We're not talking about the kid that was horrible in pass protection, because what you're saying is regarding the kid that was horrible in pass protection. And everything that we ran last year was in between the tackles. So we're not talking about a kid that who was horrible in pass protection, because really that's not what we're after. I don't want him to be top notch in pass protection, because guess what? We're not going to put Derek Carr in that situation. What I want him to do is keep him to knock people off the line and then get to that second level. So when you think about it like that, when we think about why we drafted him because of how quality he was at getting to the second level and smashing people. Well, that's why we got Clint Kubiak, because we say, guess what we want you to do is we want you to coach him to his strength. We want you to give him what he does best. And I think that is a good idea by now, be honest. One thing that we can say that Dennis Allen has that Sean Payton don't have. Sean Payton used to take people and put people in positions not really working with the strength. Dennis Allen is kind of like we don't like him because he's not Sean Payton, because he had the victory. Because he had the victory. About Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen grabs what he needs. Dennis Allen creates what he needs. And he's not dumb enough to sit there and say, I don't think that this is going to work. No, he's going after what he needs. That's why he brought them boys in for LSU. Sean Payton been denying them boys for years. Dennis Allen said, let's bring them in. Why? I can use them. So let's look at Trevor Penning. Trevor Penning's strength, once again, listen to what I'm saying. Trevor Penning's strengths when we drafted him was the capabilities of mauling people, not a pass protector, a mauler. So what you're saying is, yeah, but last year he did what that was last year. We played to his weakness. We didn't play to his strengths. We played to his weakness. Now let's play to his strength. Let's put him him on the right side and let him go run over a lineman as well as a linebacker as well as a cornerback. Now Alvin Kamara said, well, I'm going to follow this kid because not only is he 6'5", 300 and some change, but I can follow him. Well, so let's not what he did last year. Last year, we forced this kid to be a pass protector, something he was not. He had horrible feet movement. He had horrible hand placement. So we played to his weakness. Well, let's bring in Clint Kubiak and let's bring in a defensive line coach. An offensive line coach. And the offensive line coach say, okay, well, let's do this. Let's erase what he did last year. Because as long as y'all thinking about what he did last year, y'all not going to get past that point. Let's bring him into something new. And let's give him an opportunity to do what he do best. But all we want you to do is just smash people in front of you. Be the Hulk. Be the person that's dressed in green. Go smash a few people. And we're going to let Alvin Kamara run behind you. What's the worst thing that can happen? 5 yards. What's the worst thing that can happen?
Well, what I'll say is this, bro. We still gonna pass the ball more than we run. So he's still gonna have to pass protect.
Exactly, but I would prefer that he pass protect in something that's called like what? Maybe let's do a play action that's faking a run, and that's gonna make his lineman pause a little bit because he never know where it's coming from. Let me tell you something, son. I've never seen. I sit there and I watch the OTAs. And when I watched the OTAs, the first thing I watched was the setups that they came out with and the pass routes they came out with and how the offense, how the quarterback ran those plays. And when I was sitting there watching it, I'm sitting there saying to myself, I have never seen this in a Saints offense in my life. Not only did I look at what was going on, I watched what was going on, and I'm like, you know what? Eventually, this kid is going to have to pass block. I feel like you. But do I trust him in a pass blocking situation where he has to drop back and try to maybe stop somebody that's coming from that defensive line? Or do I trust him where he's like a rollout, where the quarterback is running where he's running? So when you think about it like that, we're playing to pinning strength. Look, bro, something that I can say that I have confidence in. We don't have confidence in Dennis Allen, but we gotta have confidence in this man sitting there saying to himself, what makes my team stronger? Because guess what? Sean Payton went 3 to 4 years. He won that one Super Bowl. And after he won that one Super Bowl, after that, it was trial and error with Sean Payton. Because that's what it seemed like he went to, trial and error. But Dennis Allen saying, look, I'm trying to get something here because this is my last leg. And if this is my last leg, I need to see from this point on, how can I play to my strength? How can I play to my strength? Bringing Clint Kubiak in was the best thing that ever happened. Why? Because Clint Kubiak is going to say, hey, our identity is running the ball. And we going to run the ball. Why? Because I got one guy on one end and one guy on the other end. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to tear down the wall to get where we got to go. Bruh, you know what you can do with that? When you got people that's sitting up there like that, when you got these two maulers, because both of them are maulers. Reality is both of them are maulers. And if we're going to throw the ball, we're going to throw the ball on the play action. So that means that, guess what? Somebody have to stop instead of sitting 8 people in the box. The first time you do a play action and they jump on the top of a safety, that safety is not going to come in the box no more. That strong safety is not going to come in the box no more. Because the 2 people that you got coming across the top, they both run a 4-2, 4-3. So when you think about it from that perspective, the first thing you say to yourself is, bruh, that boy working with something. Clint Kubiak knows what he's doing. And not only that, but Daddy Kubiak was there. I don't know if you noticed that, but Daddy Kubiak was in the OTA. So if Daddy Kubiak is there, he's making sure Junior Kubiak is know what he's doing. Then it's like, look, I ain't got my hands on none of this offense. I'm gonna let the Kubiaks do what they do, because guess what? Kubiaks got more Super Bowls than Sean Payton, and that's real talk.
Hold up, do it?
Yeah, they do. As to the Broncos, yeah, they do. Kubiaks got more Super Bowls than Payton. Payton got one.
All right.
About two or three.
That's what I was thinking. All right, that's what I didn't think about. He was with the Broncos when they had Manning.
Anytime a man tells your starting quarterback that he needs to start from scratch and he needs to look at his feet and he needs to focus on what he's doing and he need to make the reads of his offense much better than what he's doing. Yo, bro, he's breaking Derek Carr down to the to the least and building him back up. Because Derek Carr came to the Saints like, I'm your savior. No, bro. The last savior was Drew Brees, my dude. You coming in here, and you coming in here, and you got more problems than we could imagine. Because number one, we have realized that if we don't protect you, you're horrible. As a quarterback, you're terrible if we don't protect you. Because you shown that you don't have the capabilities to think outside of your protection. So we gonna bring
ruin our fucking fun. I'm telling you.
So we gonna bring Clint Kubiak in, and Clint Kubiak gonna say, "Well, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna redo Derek. I'm gonna start from Derek, and I'm gonna tell Derek, guess what, bro? You need to focus on your footwork and your decision making." Because guess what? That basically means your decision making is horrible as a quarterback. That means that your footwork is horrible as a quarterback. I need to start you where I start the rookies at from the beginning. Bro, when you got somebody that go for it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Hoodie ain't gonna let you just go the quarterback out.
No, I was just telling Jerry good night. He said good night to everybody.
Okay, cool beans. So when you look at all right, T. So when you look at it from that perspective, bruh, when somebody breaking you down like that, they starting you from scratch. And they say the decision making that we need you to make is you need to have the confidence to throw in the windows, bro. When you get inside the 20, the problem you had since you was in day one that you couldn't throw inside the red zone because you didn't have the confidence to throw inside the red zone. I need you to have that confidence to put the ball across the middle in the red zone. Because guess what? What? See this kid that's behind you? Rattler? You see that boy there? You see Jake Hayner? You see them boys there? They don't have a problem throwing it in the window in the red zone. Why? Because that's what they did in college. They have come into the league with no fear. Let me try this again. Those two kids have come into the league with no fear. They don't have the problem you have had since you've been in Oakland, Eric. The problem you have had in Oakland is you have a red zone issue. You have a cross the middle issue.
He gunshot, bro. He gunshot. That's his problem. He gunshot, and it's too much about me with him.
Right.
He care about the 400 yards passing. He care about all the nice stats, the long deep ball. He loves that stuff. When that ain't winning you football games, bro. He's a selfish quarterback. I'm trying to, but I don't like him because of that, and he don't hold himself accountable. He won't come off with some Jesus statement. You know what I'm saying, to kind of deflect. And I'm not buying his stuff, bro.
That's why I always say he don't need to win a game for us. I just don't want him to lose it for us. I mean, we can win games as a team.
But that's the thing about Kubiak's scheme, bro. It's gonna take the ball out of his hand. We're definitely gonna run the ball more this year.
Yeah. And it's a shame. You know what I mean? Check this out, Jay. Here I go again, Jay. Here I go again, Hoodie and DeWright. Why we gotta take the ball out our quarterback hand? Our quarterback's supposed to be our leader. You see what I'm saying? So we trying to build this team around him, you understand, to make him successful, you know?
Well,
And that's what
But
we
you know
stuck
what,
with right
JT?
now.
But
Yeah.
JT, but look, we ain't got that guy. So we
Right.
need
We
to
right,
take
don't.
the ball out of his
We
hand. Like
don't.
if this
Right.
is
Right.
if this
Right.
what we gonna
And
rock with,
that's right. That's right.
this is
That's
what we
right.
need to be doing.
Yep.
right. And you
Yep.
know what, bro?
You're exactly right, Jay.
You
Mm-hmm.
know what? To be honest with it, when you
Say
think
that
about
again.
that, when you think about that like that, when you what you just said, when you sit back there and you think about that, the first thing
Yeah.
you do is you look at Dennis Allen and you say to yourself, you know what? Dennis Allen knows that
Mm-hmm.
what
Yeah.
happened
Yeah.
last year, he made a big mistake.
That's right. That's right.
Because he realized in order
Right.
for me to keep this job, the first thing
Yep.
I got to do is I got to bring somebody in here that can see my problem. Notice what
Yeah.
I said. See
Yep.
my problem,
Yep.
recognize my problem, and say, okay,
Yep.
this is what we're gonna do. And Clint Kubiak, look, first of all, everybody know. We saw it
Yep.
last year, though. It took us
Yeah.
17 games, and it really didn't take us 17 games because I think some of the smartest fans are Saints fans.
Yeah.
It didn't take
Yeah.
us 17 games to realize that Derek Carr, if he didn't get what he needed, if he didn't get the
Mm-hmm.
protection, this man gets to
Mm-hmm.
the point where he breaks mentally. And once he
Right.
breaks mentally, it's everybody else's fault and not his. And
Hey,
Right.
we
bro.
saw it last year. We not stupid fans. We real
Mm-hmm.
fans. You know what I'm saying? We call a spade. And what the
Mm-hmm.
thing about it is, okay, now we got this kid Clint Kubiak, and Clint Kubiak has said, you know what? They said Clint Kubiak is a quarterback friendly scheme. He brings in a quarterback friendly scheme. Well, no, I don't say it's a quarterback friendly scheme. I say it's a scheme where the quarterback is a game manager. You
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
he's a he's a game manager. He's not Drew Brees. He's not Tom Brady. He's not none of these guys. He's a game manager. Why? Because Derek Carr is a game manager. Derek Carr is not he's not elite. If
Right.
I can say it like that, Derek
So we
Carr
need
is
a
not
scheme. We need a scheme where we don't need an elite quarterback.
right. So the scheme is for somebody who's not elite. The scheme is catered to someone that all you got to do is run the
A
scheme.
la Brock
You know,
Purdy.
and if you run the scheme, you can still be successful if you run the scheme. Now, the question is going to be is as we go forward and as we watch Derek, if he stays true to the script, guess what? The
Mm-hmm.
scheme is going to be successful. All I want you to do is run the scheme. Because, see, remember, we got this boy that's sitting in Atlanta now who is the new quarterback they got. I'm not talking about the draft pick, I'm talking about the other one.
Hayner.
Yes. So we got this kid sitting in Atlanta, and
Preach.
yes, and he's pretty good. But guess what he don't have? He don't have Clint Kubiak. See, Clint Kubiak and him, no, he don't have Clint Kubiak anymore. So we got Clint Kubiak on our side. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, Derek, if you adhere to anytime a man tells you your footwork needs to start from the beginning, that tells you something about what you're doing. That man said,
Mm-hmm.
Clint Kubiak told me to trust my feet, and I'm thinking to myself, Derek, he just insulted you, man.
Bro. And that's so true. That's what I like about Kubiak. Coming from that scheme, I wonder if he gonna hold this coach's feet to the fire. Because that's one thing that everybody who ever worked with Shanahan always said was that he's gonna hold you to a certain standard. And
But you know what?
if you're not meeting that standard, you're gonna have to answer at least 3 different ways of why you're not meeting that standard and
And
what you
guess
need to
what?
do to fix it.
Say, man, all I can
Accountability, bro.
say, bro, all I can say is, Dennis, You got 4 games, bro. And if you're not good in those 4 games, Clint Kubiak go be interim.
Hey, don't think Kubiak don't look at Jake Hanna as his Brock Purdy. I promise you,
Mhm.
that's how he gonna feel.
Look, bro. Let me tell you something. Clint Kubiak is basically licking his chops right now, bro. It's like being on a
Mm-hmm.
with a snowball, my dog. For real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's
Hey, but
looking
he cool, calm, and collective, and I love that about him. Like he don't let the moment get too big for him. He gonna stay
at
steady. He gonna
and
stay
you know
steady.
what? If if y'all watch the video, see when somebody bring their daddy. I mean, let's be real. When somebody bring their daddy, actually, it's his shit. I'm just doing his shit. When somebody bring their daddy, think about it. This man brought his daddy to the camp, and his daddy was standing there. And he basically every now and then turn around and look at his daddy like, "Hey, Dad, I got this." His dad like, "Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, that's how I go." All right, his daddy showed up, and everybody was talking about John Gruden. No, bro, we got Kubiak, the daddy and the son. We brought both of them monsters here. You know what that means? If there's any lack in Clint, daddy was on him. The boy brought his daddy to the practice. In other words, he said, "Daddy, you can coach this offense better than Dennis Allen or any one of us."
Hey, I got a quick question. What y'all think about them Bobby Abear comments about Lattimore, bro? About how he a bad apple. Now and how he, you know what? I don't like how he tried to compare Mike Thomas and Lattimore and put them all like they in one book. One thing, Lattimore, at least he been on the fucking field. Like Lattimore been on. I mean, he been on the field, but he get hurt. But at least he's been there. You know what I mean? And Lattimore got a lot more clout to speak his chest. And I don't expect Lattimore to be happy with a mediocre defense and a lack of accountability around him. You know what I
Say,
mean?
say, man, I got, I got one question that I have for Bobby Abrams. Other than being raised in New Orleans, and other than playing for the team that you represented as your home team, what have you done for the Saints? Because I know a kid who played cornerback that was the best cornerback you've ever drafted. And not only that, he's made quite a few Pro Bowls. What have you ever done? As far as I'm concerned, the only reason why you hating on Lattimore is because people in New Orleans respect Lattimore more than they do you. And you got a problem with that. Why? Because I was born here and I was raised here and I know how to eat crawfish and I know how to do all the things that New Orleans know how to
Look,
do. Yeah.
man, back off Bobby, bro. Back off him, bro. Look. Now look, I cut for Lattimore more. I think he was wrong for them stay. I think he took it way too far. You know what I mean? But I cut for Bobby. That's my boy, man. I remember Bobby playing and Bobby used to give us hope.
Say, man, Bobby did everything he could do as quarterback, and so did every other quarterback that did everything that they can do when it was in the New Orleans Saints uniform.
Them
But if
boys
you're
just be
gonna
running
tell me,
for their life.
but if you're gonna tell me that Bobby Abrams make more sense than Marshawn Lattimore, then I gotta sit there and look at you like, hold on, bro. We need to
Look,
check
I'm
what
not.
you
No,
drafting, bro.
don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that all right, Bobby made a mistake on this one, but I like Bobby tape.
I
You know
like
what I'm
Bobby.
saying? I
I
like
like
Bobby,
Bobby.
man. I like Bobby,
And,
man.
Mm.
and
But I think he's totally wrong on this one. You heard me? And that
yes, he
just lets you
is.
know about the
And
respect that Lattimore got out. Lattimore got his streak headed in check. Like he good.
Say, bro, anytime a
hmm
cornerback make you
yeah,
look at the other side of the field, that boy gets respect, man. That
let me
boy
tell you
gets
something.
respect.
They would be people that score 30 points on the Saints every game if Lattimore not there. I'm just telling you right now. they'll put 30 on them every game. Every
Well,
game.
look, JT, he ain't been there, look, for quite a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We
well,
still
yeah, it's true.
we tend to do okay without him.
Yeah,
However, we
but
know we know we're elite back there. And
right,
look, to
right.
make this defense go, bro, we have to have elite. We have to have an
Yeah.
elite secondary.
Oh
Like
yeah, but think
that's
about it
always
like this.
like that's our strongest. Always
Hmm.
our strongest unit.
Right,
And it's
right.
Dennis Allen's scheme, bro. So
All right, but think
we
about it
gotta
like
keep
this,
that
bro.
strong.
Think about it like this. When somebody sit there as an offensive coordinator and they create a scheme, when they set up a scheme, other than Tampa Bay, and I gotta say other than Tampa Bay because you know how Mike Williams and Latimer get down. But other than Tampa Bay, when somebody set up a scheme, the first thing they say to themselves is Latimer playing in this game? Because if Latimer playing in this game, it's gonna be easy for me to scheme. Because I got to scheme for whoever's gonna be on the opposite side. But if Lattimore is playing in this game, then hey, he's telling his quarterback, don't even look over there.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because we don't know what Lattimore going to show up that game, which means that dude is that dude.
Hey, Mike Evans starting to catch up. Let's be real.
But
Mike Evans starting to even the scoreboard a little bit.
but see, I expect that from Mike Evans, and the
I
reason why
don't want to hear that, dog. Nah, I ain't giving no passes on that
No,
one, bro. That's
no. That's not a pass. Mike Evans is 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". He runs a 4.4, and I expect him to say to himself, at some point in this, I'm gonna beat Lattimore. But last year, if you think about it, last year, number one, when they played us, Lattimore wasn't nowhere around, and the year before that, Tom Brady got him kicked out the game in order to be successful. So you got to take your hats off for Tom Brady. But let's look at it like this before you speak.
But that was fucked up. That was the heck. I hated that game.
All
That
right.
that game had me hot. I
But
was
think
like,
about it
man,
like
they
this.
only lose Mike Evans, but we lose Lattimore. We
Hmm.
don't want taking the hit.
Yeah, we
Hmm.
don't. But
Yep.
see, Lattimore is that dude, bro. And
He's
Lattimore
that
is the
dude, bro.
yes, and Lattimore is the type of person. Just big, he has got to respect that just because of his presence. Just because of his presence on the field, you got to take
Hmm.
it. As a matter of fact, he can play zone, but just because of his presence, people have to account for. You know what? Lattimore's over there, right? So we can't even go over there. No, don't go over there. You're taking a chance when you go over there, and think about it. When you have a quarterback that can say to himself, "Yeah, well, you're taking a chance when you go over there." You may
Hmm.
be successful. You may not be successful, but you take
Right.
a chance when you go over there. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I prefer my
Yeah. Yeah.
chances
Well.
with Debo, and I prefer to take my chances with Alante Taylor, and I prefer to take my chances with a running back coming out the backfield than to take my
Hmm.
chances of throwing it on that left side. Why? That dude's sitting over there. So that's the difference, man. And when Bobby Abel made that that comment, he made that comment. First of all, bro, think about it like this. You know how
Okay.
many players was unhappy last year with the way that this thing was directed, and simply for the fact that Dennis Allen didn't hold anybody accountable. If
Accountability, bro.
right, and
Hmm.
Dennis Allen
Accountability. That was the
didn't-
problem
Yeah.
last year.
right,
Yeah.
Accountability.
and, and you know what? I have seen Sean Payton look at Drew Brees and hold Drew Brees accountable. But Dennis Allen, if you're going to truly believe to yourself that you need to protect your quarterback, no, bro, you need to hold him accountable. And because you didn't
Yeah.
hold him accountable, everybody in that locker room saw that. And everyone in
Hmm.
that locker room said, hold on, bro. You're not holding your quarterback accountable for making the mistakes he made. And so now this thing is not being ran. And then on top of that, you're you're looking at Pete Carmichael, and Pete Carmichael is the most passive person He's the most passive offensive coordinator. And if it's not ran the way that it's designed, okay, let's go to the next one. No, Pete, you're not holding. The reason why Pete Carmichael wasn't effective in a Sean Payton's offense is because of his passiveness. It's because of the fact that he didn't hold anybody accountable. So why would you think that Pete Carmichael is going to individually hold people accountable? He didn't do it when he had Sean Payton as his backbone.
As he begged Dennis Allen to say, "I don't want the job, please." You know, we deserve everything we got. Who
So,
gets a job?
Right, right.
Who goes to a job interview and then say, "I don't want the job," and get the job? Where does this happen at, bro? Fuck.
No, indeed.
but let's be honest.
I want the job. Wait, you know what? I lied. I don't want the job. Okay, you hired, bitch. What? I wish I could do that shit. I don't want to work for y'all. You
Yeah,
hired.
Right. It don't make any sense, bro. You can't look like they say. You can't make this up.
But you know where all that started from? All that started from the fact that the reality was, yo, if we hired Dennis Allen, and y'all know this is true, fellas, and y'all know I love y'all, but I gotta come real with it. Y'all know when they hired Dennis Allen, all of the fans were like, yo, Dennis have a losing record. And you go holler and you go hire Dennis Allen. And when they made that decision, the first thing they say is, well, we got to give them something that they can be okay with. Because number one, we hired Dennis Allen. And us hiring Dennis Allen, we got to tell them that, hey, guess what? We're going to keep it just like Sean Payton had it. So we're going to hire Pete. And we all were like, yeah, but we'll make sure that who told you that shit was going to work? And we were like, that's just not going to work. And they were like, yeah, but guess what? We're going to keep it like Sean Payton had it. First of all, if I was Dennis Allen, I would have been like, wait, you hired me as the coach. What the fuck you mean? I mean, excuse my French. I would have been like, what do you mean? I got to keep it like Sean Payton. Why would I come in here to keep it like Sean Payton? I'm the head coach. Why would you do that? So,
hey, now look, I think it was Dennis' call to ask Pete Carmichael first. I think that's what he wanted, bro. I think that's what they wanted as an organization. I think that was their overall look because we didn't want to change too much. And you know what? Saints fans wasn't mad at that because we didn't want to change too much as a whole.
Yeah.
Real talk. As a whole.
I mean, I think I would say, like, I just jumped back in for a second because I heard something that I really liked. The main issue that Saints fans have with the team last year was their lack of accountability.
Right.
And I've been saying it for weeks, for months. I came on here last time and said it as well. Accountability is why I don't like Dennis Allen and why I don't like Derek Carr. They can mess up, throw the blame on someone else, and not accept accountability. But I'd also say, to the other point that y'all were talking about, hey, what were y'all talking about? I don't know. I just lost it. What were y'all talking about just now? Dang, my bad. Anyway,
what were we just talking about?
What we were talking about is we were talking about having Dennis Allen and looking at him from what happened last year.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
And the decision that he made to go in a different direction simply because of the fact that last year's direction was more catered to keeping the fans satisfied versus going into an area where, because let me tell you something, bro. First of all, I know a lot of people are unhappy with Dennis Allen. I get that. And I understand that. But you gotta understand something. This guy can only do what the management above him tell him to do.
Sure.
So what I mean by that, if Mickey Loomis tell you, okay, here's the deal. We're gonna give you the job, but this is the stipulation, this is the rules and regulations you have to work by. we all have a job, and we all have bosses in front of us. And we all believe in our hearts that there is somebody at the top that's making millions of dollars who don't know what the fuck they're doing. We all believe in that.
So you're
But
saying
guess why? We are on the front line, and we're the ones that making it happen. But this fool decides that this is how we're gonna run it. So I really feel to believe that Dennis Allen did what he did, and Dennis Allen is getting crapped on because I did what Mickey Lewis told me to do. But in reality, what you see right here now, Clint Kubiak was my decision all along. I don't want to follow Sean Payton because Sean Payton only think about it. Sean Payton situation works when there's lightning in a bottle. Let me tell you something, bro. Sean Payton should be excited at the fact that he got Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Because everybody he's got from that point has been failures. Drew Brees and Sean Payton work like, bro.
Hey, well, yes, say this. He was going after Patrick Mahomes. He didn't get him.
He was.
But it's known on the record that he was going after Patrick, and we all knew it.
Right. So let's look at him now. He got to come to New Orleans with Denver. He got to bring.
I don't like him.
Look, he got to bring that little garbage ass team to New Orleans. And let me tell you something.
That defense going. Ooh.
Trust me, it ain't gonna be.
That defense going to show up. I love how they play with that New Orleans pride down here, baby.
Bro,
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy though to think about that game is that like Sean Payton is going to come back here and wanting to beat the hell out of us. And I would say like that's going to be our trap game this season. We might lose that game because
but think about it like this.
I think the defense going to punish him. I really think the defense going to punish him.
But wait, think about it like this.
I think the defense going to be on one on that game. You understand?
I got a question for you.
I got a question. Wake up and do something crazy.
All right, I got a question for everybody on this podcast. Who is Sean Payton defensive coordinator?
I'm not yet.
I'm not sure.
Is it the
exactly? Nobody knows who Sean Payton defensive coordinator.
Is it the guy from Miami? Is it the guy from Miami?
Okay, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready?
It ain't Greg Williams, is it?
Ready? Who is Dennis Allen offensive coordinator?
Huh?
Who is Dennis Allen offensive coordinator?
I don't know, but it's mainly him.
Dennis Allen offensive coordinator is Clint Kubiak. You don't think he's gonna be ready for Sean Payton? Sean Payton is the offensive minded, and Sean Payton defensive coordinator gotta be smarter than Sean Payton. So since Sean Payton defensive coordinator is not smarter than him, you think Clint Kubiak ain't gonna be ready for Sean Payton? Let me tell you something. If anybody who he wants to show off in front of is gonna be Sean Payton, because he wants to show the world. Guess what? I'm good enough to be an offensive coach, and if I gotta beat Sean Payton, trust me, I'll beat Sean Payton. Trust me, man. Clint Kubiak, you're talking about Clint Kubiak have his opportunity to make the mark on the NFL as beating one of the hallmarks, just like beating Belichick. When Sean Payton beat Belichick, that placed his stamp. You don't think he's ready for Sean Payton? You don't think he looked at that game and marked it on his calendar?
No, I definitely think it's going to be a highlight game, but I would also say that like a lot of our games this season, they could go either way.
I don't think that Sean Payton game gonna be either way, because Sean Payton gotta come out and Sean Payton gotta score right off the bat. Because if that defense stop him, he in trouble.
Do you think so? Do you think it's going to be a blowout?
No, I don't think it's going to be a blowout. However, if Sean Payton, our defensive coordinator, listen to what I'm saying, because I understand one thing. Dennis Allen is smart enough to beat Sean Payton. I don't doubt that, because Dennis Allen have beat the best with his defense. Dennis Allen beat Tom Brady. Dennis Allen beat Tom Brady, and he had Taysom Hill as a quarterback. You ain't gonna sit there and tell me that dude ain't smart.
I mean, he beat him twice. Then when it came to the playoffs, we know what happened there.
Yeah, but the playoffs But when it went to the playoffs, you know how many people we had injured? We had so many people injured to the point that we were playing third string, fourth string people to play a game, and we still kept it a game. We still kept it a buck. But the point that I'm making is this. Think about it. What you're doing is you're saying Dennis Allen, who is basically, because all of us feel and believe the same thing, if we fire Dennis Allen, can we bring him back as a defensive coordinator? Why? The nigga's a genius. I mean, excuse my French. He's a genius. So think about it like this. You think that Sean Payton's going to devise something smart enough to beat Dennis Allen, and Dennis Allen got last Marshawn Lattimore, Paulson and Debo, Alante Taylor, and Kool-Aid. What can he do different?
I mean, I got a question.
He's got, what can Sean Payton throw at this dude to make him go, oh, you got me there?
Do you think Sean Payton is not? Do you think Sean Payton's a smart coach?
Do I think Sean Payton is a smart coach? If you want my opinion, based on his draft picks, hell no. Based on his draft picks, hell no. Do I think that he's a smart offensive coordinator with Drew Brees? He's one of the best with Drew Brees. Do I think he's one of the best offensive coordinator minds in the game based on what he had last year in Denver? Hell no.
Look, not anymore. His style is stale. But if he has the right quarterback to run it, it can be effective because it's efficient. If you run it right.
But it's stale. Was a fifth, we all would be drunk, bro.
I'm just saying. He ain't a bad. His scheme ain't horrible, bro. It's just outdated, and it takes a special type of It takes a real efficient, accurate quarterback to run it.
See, man, think about it like this. The NFL has gotten to the point where the Tom Brady and the Drew Brees era is gone. That is no longer in existence, bro. That is history. And if you think you're going to take the average drop back quarterback and you're going to have somebody sit there and do a route, and you got your D linemen who run 4.5s and 4.4s coming at your quarterback, and you go have him just sit back there and he don't step up in the pocket and deliver a ball, and you got Lattimore and Paulson and Debo on your guys, you only got 2 seconds. Let's be real. You only got 2 seconds, Sean Payton. If you don't change your West Coast boring scheme that you have into something where your quarterback is creating, bruh, that's gone. That's history. And if you
wait, mate.
When you think about it, if you think that you're gonna come here with that 1990, that 2000, the early 2000s to the middle of 2000s offense and be effective, you crazy.
Hey, what week do we play them?
Week 7.
Well, that's a good week because that gives that quarterback time to get settled in. You know what I mean? And that gives us time to get settled in too. But I think we're gonna be on one this year, bro. Because I know that's how I feel as a fan. I'm on one. And I just hope, man. You know what? Every time I get happy and get excited, I think about Derek Carr, and it just brings me down. It does, bro, because I just hope he don't try to do too much. I hope he buys in. I hope he follows the scheme. Don't try to do too much. When if it's open, take a shot. You know what I mean? Don't be too conservative. But don't be that one that's doing too much in this scheme. That's trying to do too much. Oh, I thought I saw him because we talk on the weekends and we said when we see this together, we shut up and roll your sleeves down. Like I hate that dude, bro. Anyway, I'm done. No more. Hate that dude. Bruh, he just needs to get real. And he better participate in Mardi Gras this year. No excuse.
Say, man, the only thing that I can say about Derek Carr is he have to. If Derek Carr wants to be successful, he have to not trust himself and trust what Clint Kubiak is telling him, and he have to put himself in a situation where, you know what, if these guys say it's gonna be there, it's gonna be there. Because if you understand, he had the same situation with Josh Allen when he was in Oakland. And there was a lot of times, if you go back and you look at Derek Carr with Josh Allen, there was a lot of balls that was available that was in the middle of the field. And he just didn't take those shots because of his lack of confidence. So my thing is, bro, in order for you to be successful, these guys are telling you this for a reason. There's a reason why they're telling you this. Sometimes you need to, some people say a setback is a setup for a great comeback. And so you got to, bro, you really got to peel your layers back and say, okay, obviously these guys see my strength and they want to work to my strength. So, I mean,
All right.
bro,
Hey, but look, quick question. What you think is more likely, bro? Derek Carr
yeah.
actually going with what you talking about right now? Or Jake Hayner coming in and being the quarterback for this team? Like honestly, like if you had to just choose one right now to go with, I would rather choose Hayner. I know he gotta
Now,
earn it,
remember now, you just asked me a question. And you just asked me a question, who would I
but
choose?
I answered it for you because obviously that's the answer. But I'm listening.
If I had an opportunity to choose a kid, now mind you, you may not agree with this, but I'm glad we're visiting this because actually I'm looking forward to this. If I had an opportunity to choose a kid that's gonna be the the one that's gonna take over if Derek Carr fails, I would go
This year,
Rattler.
this year, this year.
Yeah,
If he fails
yeah,
this year,
I would
The
go
first
Rattler.
5 games.
I would go
you
Rattler.
will go Ratliff.
Yes, and let me tell you why. Now, do you want to hear me, or do you want to,
Hmm.
or
Hmm.
do you want to do you want to hear me? Because I've been waiting for this moment to actually
Well,
go back
no,
and forth with you.
let me go. All right, I definitely want to hear you, but I
Okay, so
don't cycle through every different scenario, and there's no logical reason why you can pick Spencer Ratliff over Jake Hayner. First of all, the
wait,
dude
wait,
is
wait,
just.
wait, wait,
I'm just
wait.
gonna say he's just a better all around quarterback player. Everything. I mean, just top to bottom, what you're looking for, he checks the boxes for you, bro. Except for height. That's the only
Okay,
box you don't check.
okay.
But go
So
ahead, bro.
so
Top this
so
go.
so I've been waiting on this moment to actually have this debate with you, and let me share you with the things that you said
All
about
right, but
Rattler.
before you go, we have to put your ass on the timer. Now, how
Okay,
long we
fine.
got to present our point?
Fine. Okay, here we go. You said two things that I totally disagree with. First of all, you said number one, if we watch the tape on Rattler is just like Derek Carr. He don't stay in the pocket that long. Okay, that's false because Derek Carr stays in the pocket and gets sacked. Number two, you say Rattler is kind of like concept like Derek Carr. Number two, Derek Carr have a problem in the red zone.
All
Rattler
right,
don't
come
have a
out.
problem in the red.
Explain concept. What
Wait,
you
wait,
mean?
wait,
What you
wait,
mean
wait,
concept? What you
wait,
mean
wait,
by
wait,
concept? That's what I'm asking.
wait. You have to listen. You can't talk to
I'm
the
trying to
question.
listen, but I'm trying to understand why you talk. So what you mean by concept? That's all I want to know. Like what you mean by
Okay,
that?
okay. You said, and I'm going to repeat. You said out of your mouth on previous podcasts
Because
that
the first thing I didn't say,
Rattler,
but I'm
wait,
listening.
okay, here we go. You're not listening. You said on previous podcasts, and God, I've been waiting on this. You said on
You're
previous
about to
podcasts,
lose.
you said on previous podcasts that Rattler is just like Derek Carr. Number one, Rattler, when he gets in the red zone, he's deadly. Number two, when he gets in the red zone, he don't get past his block. And number three, when he gets in the red zone, he will cross the middle of the field like you would not believe. He did everything that you said Derek Carr do and don't do. So that's what you said. So let's get that out the way. Number one, you are wrong. He's nothing like Derek Carr.
I think the bell is going off for the timer. All right, so just let me rebuttal that point. First of all, I like what you said. If he gets to the red zone, because he can't sustain a drive to save his life. And everybody want to talk about Jake Haener played for a lesser conference. He played in the SEC. Well, he was average. And you expect a good quarterback, just a good quarterback, or just an average quarterback, above average quarterback, to be average in the SEC.
Okay.
Right? Give me more than 30 seconds.
Okay, so now you're talking about Jake Hunter. So let me finish my statement. So now that you realize
I thought you was done.
Let me finish my statement. Now that you realize he's nothing like Derek Carr, let me hit you why he's better than Jake Haener. Jake Haener designed his whole career behind Derek Carr. His whole career is based on Derek Carr. What you think gonna happen when you put him in live action and something happens?
You have to explain that. You have to explain that thought. No, where does that come from? His whole career, Derek Carr. Because they knew each other and they visited Fresno State where he's from?
He said it. He said it himself. He said it himself. Bro, I'm telling you the truth.
Bro, of course, if an NFL quarterback comes back to the school and shows love, you appreciate the advice he has to offer. Of course.
Look, listen. I'm gonna tell you what I know.
Why you trying to shit on that point? I'm trying to get where you coming at with it. Like, what would you do? Would you accept the love or would you hate on him because he's Derek Carr?
Bro, as long as you talk, nobody's gonna hear us talking. This is
but the problem is you've been talking and not listening since you came on the podcast.
Bro, you said 3 podcasts ago on my boy's podcast, you said he's just like Derek Carr.
He is. Meaning that, listen to what I'm saying. When I say he's just like Derek Carr, meaning he gives a fuck about individual stats. That's what I'm talking about. All that extra shit you said, I didn't say. Yes, that's what you insinuating. So don't insinuate. So you want to say that? Just be real. When I made that comment, I meant it on that level. It's the fact that he gives a fuck about individual stats. He's a selfish quarterback that he just can't win with, no matter how much talent, arm talent you see in a young man. But Jake Haener is a guy that a team can follow, that if he wins, if he makes mistakes, a team is still going to back him because he's accountable, he's a leader, he's accurate, and he's smart enough to run this shit. And we just need to let him go. And that's
all right. So now that we have heard you, and now that we've heard you say everything that you've said.
Well, first of all, I had about 2 minute rant. You had about 15. But just continue.
Guess what?
You heard me?
And you don't want to listen. So if you want to listen,
how long do you expect me to listen to this bullshit? All right, I'm sorry.
Because
how long you expect me to listen to bullshit? I gotta say something.
Hypocritical. You're not telling the truth.
You came on here with bad energy. Now you got it.
Bro,
now continue your point.
You said out of your mouth the reason why he's like Derek Carr is because he don't stay in the pocket and because he leaves the pocket. That was your words. I'm telling you what you said.
Someone hold it. Play the timestamp. I'm saying I was just chilling tonight. He came over here with bad intentions. I see what's going on now. Cause you know my mama didn't raise no fool, and that's one thing about people from New Orleans. We could damn
Right.
sure recognize
Recognize each
what
other.
we see. Oh,
Yeah.
he gone? His fucking mama must have
I
told him
don't
to get
know.
off the phone. Be
Right.
screaming it out. Mama told him about screaming it out. But I'm be screaming at my mother.
You're right.
J Live.
I didn't do anything, bro.
No, J Live. You saying that
I didn't do
the right
anything,
older you.
bro.
The right's older than you.
First of all, J Live, when you talked about Derek Carr, when you
Oh my God. Oh my God. Damn, honey, you could have at least waited a minute.
He ain't gonna listen. He ain't gonna listen because he gonna use his mouth to try to win the argument. J Live, when you first came on and you said he was like Derek Carr,
man, hold up, give me 1 second. Let me light this candle.
All
right, go ahead.
And first of all, that was actually hypothetically stupid because the first thing you said was the reason why he's like Derek Carr is because he don't sit in the pocket and he leaves the pocket, and then from there you change your mind and say, well, he's like Derek Carr because, and then you came up with some stupid unreal thing, and I was like, wait, he's like hypocritical. He's actually, this dude is actually. He's like contradicting what you said before.
No, that's not contradicting. I'm saying that they're both from Fresno State. Derek Carr went back to Fresno State. He always showed Jake Haener love. Why wouldn't Jake Haener take the advice coming from an NFL quarterback that made it?
No,
that's all I was saying. Like I'm saying this because you made that point. And I was like, all right, well, don't say that because that's an NFL caliber quarterback coming back to his hometown school. But
you said Rattler was like Derek Carr.
You said what? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Now what you said?
You said Rattler was like Derek Carr. That was your word.
Yes, bro. But I already explained to you what I meant by that. I explained when I said that I was talking about as far as he cares about his individual stats. He cares about making the big play, making himself look like God on the field. And that's the problem with Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler. Because they play that selfish style of offense. They like the stats. They like the long ball. They like to break away from the pocket and shake two people and then throw it up and someone catches it and they run down the field. They live for that, bro. And that stuff for me is too selfish. You can't win with it.
Okay, Jermaine LeBlanc, let me ask you a question. When do you know that Derek Carr have ran?
I'm from the city, baby. Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Jermaine LeBlanc.
You're not pronunciating the C at all. But continue.
Because you keep talking. I'm gonna try this again as an adult because
Can you please pronunciate the C at the end?
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. When do you know Derek Carr comes from the backfield and he made plays with his feet?
First of all, Derek Carr has ran out the backfield many times, bro. Like this. Look, Derek Carr will make a big play, bro. No one's arguing that. He will.
That's what you said. That is your argument,
bro. Derek Carr has the most 4-quarter comebacks out of any quarterback.
Bro, that wasn't your argument. Your argument wasn't the fact that he's going from the backfield with his feet. Your argument was the reason why he plays like Derek Carr. And my question to you was, when did Derek Carr throw the ball across the middle?
Hardly ever. But what are you talking about, though?
When did Derek Carr become successful in the red zone?
Where are you going with this? It's cut the 15-minute red down to a minute. Where we going?
Because I'm trying to find out from you, when was Derek Carr successful in the red zone?
Never.
Right, exactly. But that's not Spencer Rattler. So when was Derek Carr successful throwing the ball across the middle?
Spencer Rattler can't sustain a drive.
That's not what I asked
in the NFL.
No, that's not what I asked
you expect him to get to the red zone?
I ask you, where was Spencer? Where was Derek Carr successful throwing the ball across the middle?
When he had that tight end, what was his name?
Okay.
What was his name? You asked me a question, I answered.
Okay, so we have proved two things. Number one, Spencer Rattler was successful in the red zone. Number two, Spencer Rattler was throwing the ball across the middle because he did it in the OTAs.
Hey, what was his record at South Carolina? He was so successful in the red zone.
Bro, at South Carolina, okay, great. I am so happy you mentioned South Carolina.
They had the worst O-line in the SEC.
Wait, let me answer your question. Bro. At South Carolina, Spencer Rattler had no line. He had no offensive line. And Spencer Rattler created every play on his own with zero line. Derek Carr had no line for the Saints. He had some standard line.
All right. So let me ask you a question. What did Jake Hayner have? What did Jake Hayner have?
Let me finish.
He didn't play the SEC.
Let me finish. He had no line with the Saints. And what Derek Carr did? He blamed the receivers. He blamed everybody but himself. So guess what, bro? Spencer Rattler is not Derek Carr. He's nowhere near Derek Carr. Because Spencer Rattler took what he had and he created.
Actually, you're right. He's not Derek Carr. He's worse than Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
And get his ass off my team as fast and as soon as possible.
Why? Simply for the fact that you hating on him.
I'm not hating on the young man. I just know what I don't want. I know it's not sustainable.
Why is he not sustainable? Everybody in the NFL is running that. Why isn't he sustainable? Everybody in the NFL is running that.
His style ain't gonna last, bro. He's slow with reading defense, bro.
What? He can't Florida.
Slow. He's slow with reading the field.
So now
he's not
the goalpost. So now you move the goalpost. Since I proved to you he's not Derek Carr. Since I proved to you he needs his feet to move. Since I proved to you he don't have a line and he had to create on his own. Since I proved all those things to you, guess what you come with?
Nigga, the only thing you prove to me is that your lips don't stop fucking moving. That's the only fucking thing you don't prove to me, my nigga. Like, what are you talking about?
I just told you.
I just told you they just alike, and you just gave me a reason why they're not alike, and I still think they're pretty closely alike in that red zone. You just haven't saw him playing the NFL against the NFL defense.
The dude, you just hating on the dude because he's better than what we got.
Is he better than Jake Hayner? On the record.
I know something y'all don't know. Tulane won the ACC.
I got a question for you. Who picked Jake Hayner? I got a question for you. Who picked Jake Hayner? I got one question for you. Who picked Jake Hayner?
Me. All day.
No,
start him right now.
No, not you. Who picked Jake Hayner?
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carmichael picked Jake Hayner. Who picked Spencer Rattler? Spencer Rattler was picked by Clint Kubiak. There's a reason why. And if you can't wrap your mind around, you know what? Pete Carmichael picked Jake Hayner. And Jake
Kubiak don't know Jake Hayner. He's seeing what he got right now.
Oh my God, this dude got to.
Bro.
He's getting
to know Jake Hayner right now, and I guarantee you one thing: he's impressed.
Of course. Anybody can be impressed when there's no defense. Anybody can be impressed when there's no defense. But I'll tell you this, and you know this, and you can take this to the bank with you and Jake Hayner. One thing I know, Spencer Rattler has something you can't coach. That dude have that it factor. And as much as you hate him, and as much as you don't like him, and as much as you sit there and you promotes.
That boy is garbage. He's garbage, bro. Wait till you see him in the preseason. Wait till you see him in the preseason.
All I know is one thing. I proved you wrong that he's not like. And number two, guess what? The only thing you're standing on now is you're praying that Jake Haynes.
No.
That's the
All
only
right,
thing.
all right. Dog, you see how you've been talking for like 20 minutes now?
Okay, so now we're gonna change the subject. It's a podcast. This is why you talk. This is why you talk.
I understand that, but let me get a chance to rebuttal. Let me get a chance to rebuttal against one of your 1,000 fucking points that you want to try to make. Right?
I give you a chance, bro. You have called somebody that is really
God damn. Do I get a chance to rebuttal?
Go ahead.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay, go ahead.
By the time you shut up, I'm gonna tell you like your daddy should have told you, boy, shut the hell up. Shut your mouth. All right. Now look, listen. Now he's just like Derek Carr. Selfish ass. I give a F about my stats. I care about the deep ball. I care about looking good on camera. I know what to say in front of the camera. I know what it is. Bro, I don't got time for none of that. You know what I got in Jake? I got a worker. I got someone who never questioned his character. Ever. You talking about a model citizen that every player that was fortunate enough to play with this young man says nothing but the best things about him.
Yeah.
Never once was his character in question. And then on top of that, the boy is smart. He can make every throw. He knows how to read a defense. He knows how to play that quarterback position. I don't have to worry about none of the baggage and none of that in-between BS that I got to go through with fake Patrick Mahomes Jr. son. I don't have to worry about none of that.
I'll tell you one thing, Jay. If we had to use Rattler or the other quarterback this year, we were completely wrong about Derek Carr. He was not.
What you mean by that? We've been saying he wasn't it.
Right.
That mean we was completely right.
I said he wasn't. I said he wasn't.
Yeah.
Mr. Man, are you finished?
What you was saying, Hoodie? Can Hoodie get a word in?
I'll let you talk. Are you finished?
God damn! No, I'm not done. I got about another 10 minutes in me. I got about another 10 in me.
Hell no, to the no. Hell to the no.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead and finish saying.
Well, Hoodie, I thought you was about to say something, bro.
No, because I need to rebuttal what you saying.
Go ahead, Hoodie.
I'm letting y'all talk. I'm letting y'all.
Hey, Hoodie, trust me. When I say I've been waiting on this to try to smash him, trust me. First of all, let's start here. The first thing he did when he came to
he came on here with that bad energy, with that bad juju, you heard me?
But what we doing? We trying to outdo one another. We trying to push our team cross and tell the Bryce is wrong.
All I do was share my viewpoint, you heard me?
Right.
Hey man, first of all,
he came on here with a vendetta, you heard me?
Yeah, I know where that comes. You know where that came from, the right, where that came from.
If I was to drag his little ass out in that street, you heard me? I'm wrong.
The right, where it started from, Dwight.
All I hear him doing is talking. He hasn't shut up yet.
Earlier you said on the other podcast is what that's about. What's that about?
Okay, so let me say what I'm gonna say without him interrupting. Let's see if he can control himself for at least 2 minutes. So let me say what I'm saying. Number one, first of all, when he sit there and he talked about this boy being like Derek Carr, First of all, we all know, we watched Derek Carr last year. Derek Carr had a problem in two areas. He never threw the ball across the middle, and he never threw the ball in
Red
the red
zone.
zone. Oh my God. He never threw the ball in the red zone. So let's just erase that because that's not Spencer Rattler. Spencer Rattler attacked those areas.
Look,
Number two.
I you know what? I agree with you in that point. I agree with you in that point. I think Spencer will let it go in the red zone.
Just be quiet and let me finish.
No. I will not. You talk way too long. I'm telling you, I'm telling you what someone should have told you a long time ago.
Say, bro, say, man, I respect you and I'll let you talk. So give me my chance.
Damn.
Okay, so number
All this
one.
boy want a cake, his ice cream. He want a present and a pony. You know what? Go ahead, bro.
Thank you so much. All right. So on top of that, so that's where he was wrong. Number one. And number two, oh my God. So number two, he came back and the first thing he said was, well, I was talking about his stats because he's so personal about his stats. And the first thing he did was attack this kid's character. So
That's because that's because I see it. I can see it. I can read people. I'm good at reading people. I see it.
Okay, well, why don't you read you? And why don't you realize that you really
Just like I read your ass when I told you you came in here with a personal vendetta.
No, you can't read me. I found out how fresh you are about football way back when. I don't do your shit. I just know what you say in public bullshit. So first of all, that's what I call. So now that you did that, let me saying.
I guess we don't never need to sit down and have a drink together. I'll fucking bring your ass to throwing hands.
No matter how loud you talk, you don't matter that you're from your house. I'm from your house too, nigga. It don't matter. So tell your shit. Okay. Let's keep moving. All right. So, besides him doing that, and besides him realizing, or besides me proving that he's wrong on that front, his next thing was attacking his kid's character. So now you're gonna be like the media, and the first thing you're gonna do is critique this kid from the time he was 17 years old, opposed to what he has learned the whole time he was at Carolina. My thing is, this kid is nothing like Jake Hayner.
Oh, what I'm about to say.
It is nothing like Derek Carr. This kid is something that Drew Brees came to us with. What? He has that it factor. And he has something that you can't coach.
Bro, but what's that it factor that he displayed to you? What have you saw from Spencer Rattler that makes you say he has that it factor?
Because you can't control yourself.
Win the game for me. That's all. Win the game for me.
Now look, right now he hasn't
Any
had
one
the
of
chance
them.
to play a game.
You can't control yourself because you're always in taking meditation. Something's wrong with you. You can't sit back and just listen to somebody.
Hey, that sounds personal.
No, I'm talking and you can't let me finish. I let you finish. There's a problem somewhere.
Hey, I'm gonna have to ask you to take an octave out your voice, my brother.
You finish.
This is what I'm gonna do.
You finish.
I'm gonna do this.
So
I'm gonna live to fight another day. I'm gone, fellas.
So let me finish what I was saying.
All right, Hood. Oh yeah, I talk.
Look
All right,
what your
Jay Live.
screaming
Okay,
ass
the
done
right.
did.
All right, the right.
Look what
Y'all
you
take
done
it easy.
did.
All right, Jay. Y'all take it or leave. Y'all have a good night. All right, Hood.
All right, bro.
All right.
He's gonna hold it down for a little while longer.
Yeah, you're right. Hold it down, Jay.
Okay, so when it comes to Spencer Rattler, let me see if I can do this civil. When it comes to Spencer Rattler, the thing that Spencer
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, can I hear? Is everybody there or is it just my stuff?
Yeah, I can hear.
I guess something happened.
Yeah, probably something happened to his thing. It did it
Yeah,
earlier, so he'll probably be back shortly.
screaming and shit.
J Live, don't act like you the one that got him heated though, J Live. No, you
Bro, you
just like
can't
got it
blame
crazy.
this on me,
You just like
buddy, bro. No,
you just
you
like got it
try to pin it
crazy.
on me.
No, J
You
Live,
try
you
to
like
pin
it.
it on me
J
again,
Live,
bro.
J Live. I'm not gonna let J Live. I'm not gonna let you slide though. You just like got it crazy. You like getting under people's skin, and then when the podcast is over, man, I was a jungle with you, man. I love everybody, man. Come on, J Live. We know you. It's you and got it crazy. Got that shit that just gets under
Look,
people's skin and gets them mad and pissed off, and then at the end of the day, you're like, oh yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, man. I understand. You just
my
want to get them heated.
my wife look at me and be like, why? Why? Why?
uh, we know you, J Live. We know. We know who you are. You and God of Creation are the two best people I get under people's skins. We know that.
I ain't gonna lie. I used to get on every time I saw GOC on it. I said, well, he on, I got his ass.
I was surprised he wasn't on tonight. Cause I said if he was on, oh Lord, this whole damn shit would have been insane.
Hey, but
Oh,
Hoodie,
yo,
real talk. Are you excited about the season? I am.
I am. A lot of people, they got I say it's half and half. Half of the people are happy, half of the people are not happy, and just want us to lose.
I mean,
Just
but
to
what about
get rid of
you?
everybody.
Like, if you had to rate your excitement level between 1 and 10,
I'm gonna say my excitement right now is like a 9 because I'm super excited about this new offense.
that's why, Hoodie, that's where I'm at. I'm at a 9. Just for the simple fact that we're switching. It's so much change, so much needed change.
Yep.
And they're addressing every area. At least they trying to, with the picks they have, the money they're willing to spend.
Yep.
I think they're doing a fine job, bro. And I'm not mad at them. And I don't hate Dennis Allen because one thing I know, boy, if we had to rely on that Sean Payton offense them last 3 years without Dennis Allen, but Dennis Allen held this team together. And this is what I want everybody to know. I'm a true believer as somebody earning their way to the top. I think Dennis Allen came in, was a great defensive coordinator for us. Definitely elite at his position, like as far as coaching in the league. And I think he earned the shot to be to be head coach. And I believe he earned at least 3-4 years as head coach. At least 3. At least 3. I believe.
J Live, you there? J Live, you there? I think his shit's glitching. The right?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I don't know what happened to your thing, why it kicked you out or whatever. So we didn't hear you anymore.
Well. Well.
By the way, don't worry about J Live. Don't worry about. I already thought that. You know
Oh
him. He
man.
just like got a crazy. He likes to get under people's skin. You know him.
Say man,
Come
look.
on.
Say man. First of all, let me tell you something. I love J Live, and when I say that, I'm coming from a sincere place. I love J Live because if I'm gonna get truth, I'm gonna get truth from J Live. So with that, so I don't. I hope people didn't receive this as this is two brothers who feeling compassionate about how they feel about their players, and which is true. We both are compassionate about what we believe in, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can't get. It's very seldom when you get a bunch of Who Dat fans to agree on the exact same thing. That is very rare because everybody see football differently. Everybody see football from their own perspective. So I respect J Live perspective because I respect how he feel about the game. I respect how he feels about his team, and I respect how he feels about the quarterback situation. Which the quarterback situation it really depends on Derek Carr's success or Derek Carr's failure. And with that being said, when it comes to the team itself, um, am I excited? Man, look, what we needed from what we needed was someone to come in and to give us a different perspective, a different look, something that Clint Kubiak is bringing to the team. And not only that was, and not only that, he's actually bringing in something that Derek Carr lacked, Dennis Allen lacked, Pete Carmichael lacked. He's bringing in accountability and he's bringing in excitement. So, am I excited? Man, I'm so excited simply for the fact that I can't wait to see what they produce and what they put on the field. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I have had an opportunity to watch Shanahan's system in Atlanta. And Shanahan's system in Atlanta was always impressive to me because of the fact that it was always something that we could never predict what was going to occur. So Shanahan's system is a very unique system. So when you're talking about Clint Kubiak's system mixed with Shanahan's system, now you got double. And see, what a lot of people don't understand is when you're talking about Shanahan and Clint Kubiak, they're coming with two types of systems, not just one. They're coming with what he brought to San Francisco, and they coming with what he had in Atlanta versus what Kubiak has brought to Denver and what Kubiak has brought to the Vikings. So the mindset of this kid, Clint Kubiak, I mean, he has seen it from a wide range of perspectives. So I could only imagine what he's going to bring to the team. And with that being said, let me make the record clear and let me make it out, let me put it out there. When Jay talks, everybody listens because everybody respects Jay like that. And even I respect Jay like that because when Jay speaks, I listen because Jay have something powerful to say. Jay don't just talk, Jay have something powerful to say. And when Jay talk from his heart and you can hear it. And that's something that I respect. I may not agree with everything he says because when he says something, I drop back and I listen to what he says and I compare apples to oranges. But when this man says something, man, J Live come from his heart. And dude, J Live perspective is deep. J Live perspective is powerful. And I respect that because we both want the same thing. We both want our teams to be respective. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I I want Derek Carr to be successful. And if Derek Carr is not successful, I want Jake Hayner to be successful. And if Jake Hayner is not successful, I want Spencer Ratliff to be successful. Yeah, because trust me, it doesn't matter. All three of these guys play on our team. And all three of these guys have an opportunity to take us somewhere. So I don't want people to to get the mindset of, oh, these two guys, they can't. No, we both want the same thing. We just believe it from two different perspectives. And trust me, I want Jake Hayner to do what Jake Hayner did. Do it because Jake Hayner, he deserves that. He deserves that spot. He deserves to be number two. He deserves to be the man in the number two spot. Why? Because he's been there a whole year. And if anybody deserves it, he deserves it, but not at the expense of discrediting a kid's character. That's something that happens when he was 17 years old. That's like saying, hey, Sean Payton didn't pick, the boy for the Ravens because of the fact of, you know, his character. No, dude, you can't do that. You can't dismiss a kid because of his character. You can't dismiss a kid because something that happened in his past.
Yeah.
And even though I don't want to make that a factor, I just want to say that we both want the same thing. We both want our team to be successful. And
Yeah.
trust me, let me tell you something, man. It is so important that Derek Carr, because trust me, if I take Jake Hayner out the picture, if I take Spencer Rattler out the picture, I want Derek Carr. If nobody gets it, I want Derek Carr to gets it. Reason being is because Derek Carr is the one that actually came in and thought to himself that he was going to be the savior of the New Orleans Saints. And Dennis Allen did not hold Derek accountable. He didn't. He had an opportunity to hold Derek Carr accountable, and he didn't. He gave Derek Carr a pass. Well, I'm glad that Clint Kubiak has come in and he's holding Derek Carr accountable. Because guess what? Even Derek said, I like the fact that I'm being held accountable to a new system. Well, thank you, Derek, because you should have held yourself accountable. You're unlike Drew Brees, who always held himself accountable. Derek Carr came in as the savior. But Derek Carr, you came to an organization that was a winning organization. We wasn't failures. We was a winning organization before you got here. And we just need somebody to stabilize us. But you came in thinking to yourself that you were going to be our savior. You were going to be our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and walk on the water. No, Derek. Remember, if you love the city loves you back. And we needed you to start from scratch, humble yourself, and realize who you're playing for. You're not playing for your stats, you're playing for a city. So, I just wanted to make sure that I get that out there, bro. That guess what, bro? Me and Jake want the same thing, success. And it doesn't matter how we get there, long as we get there.
Yep. And that's how I feel. That's how I feel too, though. Like the only thing that pisses me off is that it's like you got Saints fans out there that are just praying for the downfall of the Saints to lose just to get rid of somebody. When I told people it's like I'd rather just somebody prove me wrong and do that because I'm not gonna pray for a downfall. That's just fucked up. To pray that you hope that he loses and you hope that your team that you love, you hope they have a bad season to where we can have a good draft pick and get rid of that coach and quarterback and start fresh. I mean, why don't you just want them to be successful, win a Super Bowl for us, and prove us wrong? What's so wrong about somebody proving you wrong? Why you
Right.
want them to? Why you praying for a downfall? And then, like I said, I don't like calling people out on my show, but No Cap, was in here earlier, and he wrote it in the chat himself and showed it to everybody. Literally said, he said, I literally hope our Saints lose for we can get rid of Dennis Allen and them. He's hoping that we have a losing season as a YouTuber. But like I said, you got to kind of respect what he wants. If he feels like, hey, the only way to get the guy that he hates and doesn't like in here is to lose, then hey, you got to respect his decision. Because at the end of the day, he's a Saints fan, a YouTuber as well. But at the same time, in my mind, I just think like, how are you a Saints fan hoping that your team loses just to get rid of one person or two people? How does
Right.
I don't know how you call yourself a fan at that point.
Right. And if
I
you
can
think
understand you
about it,
hate them. If you don't like them, right? They're right. Like you don't have to. It's like this. It's like this. If you don't like my show and you don't like listening to what I say, it doesn't mean you gotta pray for my downfall and hope that I don't never become successful. All you gotta just say is just, hey, I just won't watch the channel. I just don't really like this. I just
easy.
don't like it. Just like that. If you don't like Dennis Allen and them, and you don't like the Saints, then don't watch the Saints this season. Wait till he's gone, and then you'll be
Right.
okay. Or choose a new team. That's how I feel. Like I don't feel like you can call yourself a fan just because like this. I can be a fan and say I don't believe in this guy, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna pray for his downfall and not hope that he proves me wrong as a guy that I don't believe in. Because this is how I feel. When people don't believe in me, I turn that into success because there's so many people in life, and you remember the right, and a lot of these people in the chat remember when I first started my channel. I went on BizQ show, I went on TJ show. People was making fun of me, saying I wasn't gonna be successful. I don't know my football. I sound like Bobby Boucher. And here we are, almost to 2K subs. I just
Say,
take that as
man.
motivation.
Right. And if you think about it,
Hootie, think about it like this, bro. If people are honest with themselves and they sit back and they be honest, other than Dennis Allen, other than Dennis Allen protecting Derek Carr, other than Dennis Allen apologizing to the Atlanta Falcons coach and disrespecting his players,
Yeah.
other than those two things, and other than him making a few decisions during the year, bro, what draft mistakes that Dennis made? But Dennis have met us at every expectation as a head coach. He picked the people from LSU. He made the draft picks that he needed. Everything that this man has done, he has done. The only thing that he did not do right was number one, because he brought Derek Carr in, he felt as though he needed to protect Derek Carr. And he realized in order for you to keep your job, you need to not put your locker room against each other. And because that's what he did. And the locker room felt like, you know what? We don't feel or believe that Dennis Carr is holding people accountable. Why? He's not holding Derek accountable. And Alvin Kamara said it himself. He said, opposed to if somebody make a mistake, if somebody drop offline, we're just continuing to move on like it was okay, next play. And that can't happen. We I remember and see these guys remember when they were underneath Sean Payton's tutelage. And when they were under Sean Payton's tutelage, Sean Payton held everybody's feet to the fire. And that's what Alvin Kamara and not only that, Marshawn Lattimore. These guys felt like, look, guy, here's the deal. Dennis Allen is not holding people accountable. The people that he should hold accountable, he's not. And so I have something to say about it. But with that being said, Dennis Allen have realized, you know what? If I don't do this, I could lose my job. Yeah, Dennis. Derek Carr can cause you to lose your job if you don't hold him accountable. And I'm glad that he brought Clint Kubiak in because Clint Kubiak holds everybody accountable. Everybody who's on offense, Clint Kubiak holds him accountable. And one of the things that Derek Carr said in his interview was, one of the things I love is that this guy holds me accountable. Even Dennis Allen said, one of the things I love is this guy holds them accountable. But Dennis Allen, believe it or not, if you keep talking like this, Clint Kubiak will wind up replacing you because he's doing something that you should have done a while back. What? Hold people accountable. So with that being said, all I can say is, brother, I am truly excited. And I believe A.T. Perry is going to be the third receiver. And I believe that my guy is going to be the fourth receiver. And I also believe that at some point Kool-Aid is going to be slot. I don't know. I could be wrong, but Alante Taylor have made too many mistakes at the slot.
Yeah.
So I think that eventually Kool-Aid is going to be slot. And I think he have the ability to be slot.
Yeah, and I do think that Alante Taylor, um, speaking of him, like he on Twitter, he does post a lot of things, like I'm glad some people understand what I'm talking about, putting me on the outside, that's where I succeed the most, Um, somebody talked about, oh, since we're getting Kool-Aid, what would be good? That means he's going to slide and we use Alante Taylor at safety now, and he was saying, hell no, like at the end of the day, man, you're playing football. You're on the team. You might be successful, like the best outside, but if they don't feel like they don't want you out there. They rather ladder daddy and a Debo, and Kool-Aid plays better in the slot. Then why not go to the safety spot? Maybe you can succeed the best ever if you do go to safety. If that's what they feel like, you know. I feel like you
Well,
just kind of got to do what the coaches tell you and find out what's the best spot for you. You know.
but wasn't he a safety at Tennessee?
He did both, corner and safety, but he did play a
Okay.
lot of safety though. He did play a lot of safety, but I guess ever since Laddie Daddy went down that first year he was here, um, and all that, Alante Taylor came in and made an impact, and he just feels like he's a really good lockdown corner. I think he is a really good outside corner, really good.
Really,
But
he is.
but the question is he a lot better than Adebo? Because Adebo had an amazing year last year. Laddie Daddy, you know who he
Right.
is. It's like it's hard to do that, and that's the good thing about it. It's like you got so much depth, and that's the thing about Alante Taylor. That's where he needs to learn. If you're not gonna be as good in the slot as a guy like Kool Aid, if he comes in and beats you out at slot, just take the safety position, take that starter position, because in the NFL, he knows people get hurt. Dog, you seen Laddie Daddy got hurt the last 2 years, so you're gonna get that opportunity again to play that outside eventually. But for now, instead of getting mad and telling me, telling people, I don't want to play that position, and then get traded, you don't want to lose that. You don't want to be like that, because then no team's gonna want you. When you're talking like that on the internet, like a lot of people remember how we was getting pissed off at Dennis Allen, because look at we lost Michael Thomas in the locker room and shit. Well, look at Michael Thomas, man. I love Michael Thomas, dog, but you saw the way he acted on the internet and shit. Putting all the bad
Right.
negative posts and stuff. That's not how you do that shit. You know, just because Dennis Allen is calling you out on social media, don't do it, bad. Because that's just making you look worse. You be the bigger man and just show them that. Oh, okay. You want to talk about me like that? Why can't we talk about this privately? As men. Because
Yeah, but you got
they are troublemakers on the team.
yeah,
We
but
seen
you
it.
gotta understand. Yeah, but you gotta understand. Michael Thomas is Keyshawn Johnson's nephew. And if you remember Keyshawn Johnson used to do the same thing. Keyshawn Johnson used to make a lot of noise. And so Michael Thomas is just a reflection of who he is. So, you gotta respect that okay, this is who this guy is, but at the same token, I understand what you're saying. He's not gonna go to Dennis Allen and say, "Hey, Dennis Allen, you know what? Let's sit down and let's have that." That's like I respect Dennis Allen that Dennis Allen say, "Hey, you know what? Let me call Marshawn Lattimore and let me have that one-on-one conversation because this is not Michael Thomas. This is Marshawn Lattimore. And let me call him and say, man, how do you see yourself? And he probably told Dennis, I see myself as an outside corner. Okay, I see yourself as an outside corner on my team. Are you down? Yeah, I'm down. Okay, well, let's go ahead on and try to get this ring. Y-
Hmm.
so it was, and if anybody know Marshawn Lattimore don't really says a lot, but what he does say speaks loud.
Yeah.
You know, he don't say a lot, but what he does say speaks loud. And when you're talking about somebody like him, guys like Alvin Kamara, guys like Cameron Jordan, when you talk about these guys don't just say things because they feel like talking. These guys say things because they come from something greater. They come from a winning organization. They come from something bigger. And so they can't see themselves like the Jets. They can't see themselves like Cleveland Browns. You know what? They just can't see themselves like that. These guys, like, you know what? We are a winning organization, and we can't see ourselves taking a step back because that's not who we are. And so I can clearly understand why they felt like, you know what, accountability was not something that was discussed much in this
Yeah.
locker room because of the fact that look, when you hold somebody accountable, you have to, man, I can tell you, when you hold somebody accountable, you have to hold somebody accountable from right to left. You can't say, okay, I'm gonna hold everybody else accountable except Derek Carr. And I'm gonna give Derek Carr the leverage to actually start demeaning and critiquing people. And bro, when those guys saw that Derek Carr did, I mean, come on. If I was a person and I saw him, if I was a player rather, and I saw him do that to Chris Olave, and I really know that the play wasn't even going to Chris Olave, and now you're on national television doing this, bro. What are you doing? This is your brother. This is your brother in the same uniform. And what you're projecting is that you will have personal war against your brother. That's why I say how I feel about J Live, dude. Don't get it twisted. I still respect J Live because I know what J Live is about. I know what J Live represents. I know what J Live stands for. That's my brother. I know what he means. You know what I'm saying? I know what he wants out of all this. So seeing it like that, maybe we have two different perspectives, but seeing it like that, we both want the same thing. Because when it comes to war, man, this dude gonna go line up side by side, and we going to war. So I can understand when Camaro was like, bro, I cannot believe that this dude will call out his receiver like that. How could you call out your receiver like, man? This is your receiver. This dude bails you out, and you're gonna call him out?
Mm-hmm.
So I get it.
Yep. And you know what? You know what I got on my mind. This is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna talk about down my in the podcast. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours. Crazy long stream tonight. But this is gonna be my last thing. And I know I might sound a little stupid and crazy, but I got this really feeling, this big feeling inside of me. You know how you got that little feeling like it's gonna come true, but you don't. At the same time you don't really know. But I got that feeling, and this is how I feel, because the way the off season's going right now, how there's a lot of free agents still ain't signed and stuff like that. I got a feeling that no matter how much Michael Thomas, might not like Dennis Allen right now, with the situation he was in, um, knowing that the offense was shit, the way Derek Carr ran the thing last year with Pete Carmichael, I really do think no matter how much he really loves, the city of New Orleans and stuff, I do think that he does love the city so much, he adapted to the New Orleans city, that I do think that somehow, some way, he's gonna notice the Clint Kubiak. He's gonna notice, like Kamara and all them, because he's gonna be close to them still. He's gonna probably ask them, what do you think about, the Clint Kubiak? Is what I'm hearing from Derek Carr and these medias true? Or is he really holding people accountable? And if they say yeah, and they say this is an offense that I believe in, I feel like we can believe in us again. If that's what's going on, I can see Michael Thomas somehow making a return here this year, because so far it doesn't sound like he's getting no interest from nobody right now.
So what you're saying is there's a possibility that Michael Thomas is going to get that phone call. Like, let's say, for instance, if by chance, and God knows I'm not putting this in the air, let's say, for instance, that something occurs and they made that phone call. Because I don't have no doubt. Let me tell you, Michael Thomas is a football player. All right. So let's just get that out of the way. Michael Thomas is a football player. And a football player, once they get that phone call, let's do this. You see what I'm saying? And let me tell you something. Michael Thomas and Clint Kubiak system. Mm, mm, bro, that's first downs all day. Cause if it's first and 10, it's second and 3 with Michael Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
You know that. If it's second and 8, it's third and 2 with Michael Thomas.
Yep. So that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking of. That's what I was saying. I just got that little feeling that it might happen. Not saying it's gonna. I
Mm.
just got that little feeling like he might not get too much interest from where people wants him, and then he knows he still loves the city of New Orleans. He just had some beef with Dennis Allen, and I feel like throughout the thing, Clint Kubiak might, tell Dennis Allen to give him a call and just try to settle the beef like he did with Lattimore. He settled the beef. They moving on. They keeping him. Do the same shit with Michael Thomas and tell him, look, I know shit didn't win good last year. We all, had beef between each other, but also you gotta look at it. The offense was terrible last year under Pete. Clint Kubiak's offense a lot better. He keeps everything, you know, under control with us. He keeps everybody accountable. You see Kamara and all of them who's, falling into the offense. They loving it. Come back. I can see that happening maybe.
Yep, I can see it too. Cause guess what? We don't have. we don't have a reliable 100% tight end that we can throw the ball to, and we know that he's going to be that go-to guy. So who do we know? If we go to a three wide set, we know 100%. If we do that to Michael Thomas, second and second and 8 becomes second and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
So
say,
yeah,
man,
that's
go
my
get you
story.
some rest. Go
Oh
get you
yeah.
some rest, bro.
Oh, I will. And by the way, help me in the podcast, and then also stay real quick because after the podcast, in I just gotta tell you something real quick. But that'll be after the podcast. So help me out with this real quick. So everybody, I appreciate y'all for watching. Make sure y'all hit the like button on your way out. Hit that subscribe button if you are new, and also turn your notification bells on so you don't miss out on any of the great videos, all our podcasts that we do on this channel. And like I always tell everybody, I tell them, y'all better have a great night. We will be back, shortly. It's not gonna be no week or whatever. We will be back this week, talking about some other topics. But I always tell everybody we always tell them who what,
Who that, baby? Who
who that,
that?
who that, and we are out of here.
Yes,
Y'all,
sir.